5,000 words. But it was a good time. Remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! There's this meme about snow. I'm going like, ah! He uses his reavers.
In many ways more robust.
It's like a cackling.
Like
I'ma eat your minerals, bitch!
Really hard to rush anything.
Oh, is he gonna lose it?
Yeah, this is.
Oh, and he juked it.
Popularity here.
Oh, and then he wound up not getting away.
Observers.
Eating alien brains? Indeed, I am eating alien. Actually, eating human innards. If you know, you know. The Rick and Morty spaghetti episode. In that universe, anyone who dies turns into the most, like their insides turn into the most delicious spaghetti. But yeah, that stuff goes hard. VR, like group activities goes freaking hard. I've been a fan myself to like, or like had any will to like use it or do it or anything like that. It's just the technology doesn't seem there yet. It's still like a 5-year thing for me. I know it's really like I'm terrible at promoting myself, but I'm great at promoting other people. I wish I was so good at promoting myself. I feel cringe promoting myself. I love promoting other people. You don't have Brandon Sanderson level to make it. But I mean, Callie, like you don't have to be that level to make like a couple $100,000 a year from your writings. You don't need to make millions of dollars.
But a lot of times,
Soma's the killer, and without Sulky there, you'll never know who's better, Sulky or Soma, because they never really fought. Love an underdog story? Hell yeah. This entire tournament's been about underdog stories. Barracks is an underdog. The 4-time champion who was going for his 5th time got kicked out. Artosis is Canadian now because his wife is Canadian. And he lives in Prince Edward Island. So he's one of us. He is a true... He's American who went to Korea, who found a Canadian wife, who moved to Canada. And this would be just, this upset would be so crazy.
And it's kind of nice, you know, a lot of, in all the
Here
days of ASL we've never really seen...
GG! And Light has been kicked out. He is gone, and Larva is into the round of 8. We will be back again tomorrow, as always! So remember, guys, you guys are fucking awesome. Thank you for coming around, sticking around, hanging out, having some fun, and after everything, you're still you. That takes some power. So remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Started with this. I think for a test, it definitely worked. Dude, this reminds me of doing stop motion with Legos as a kid. I used to do this in high school all the time. And then Queen was like, why don't you do it? And I was like, you know what? Let's do it. Because of their affection. Quintus Sulpicius, Ugramus, and Licinia Jernuria, his unfortunate parents. Again, like we were saying earlier, like the amount of the fascinating things that humans have done, and the fact that we're still in a place where we, like, as the general public, or at least how it's perceived, is like terrible, evil, and bad. But I still think that's a fabricated reality, and I think in general, people better style and like quality of the genre at this point is. And I think I can do better. No way. Mustard? There is mustard flavor?
Really big inside.
They're jousting, they knock the guy over, and then the guy goes over to, like, you know, be like, oh, are you okay? And then he goes, cuts his head off or something like that. And it's like an ultimate reveal for which characters they are. I wonder if you can look up how many exposures per action or something. Well, it's usually just a general feeling, right? And it's like, it depends on how much you're doing, because I'm using 5 frames like, what language is it? It's like YH or something like that? Or is it like YI? That's like sh or ch or something like that? It's like Y something. And there's another one that's like F something. English phonics is demonic. Oh, 100% Raymond. Machines came alive to hunt the living. Jax's heart pounded in his mind. This was no end, but a twisted evolution. He'd heard stories of souls lingering in the grid, digital ghosts haunting the streams. Harlan felt the noose. Investigations closed in, his embezzlement exposed, his perspective cracked, the world a trap of his making. Zeta, loyal but programmed, warned. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out, guys. You guys are fucking amazing. I fucking love you. Thank you so much for the support and everything. And we'll see you again tomorrow because we're back every fucking day without exception, no matter what. I'm not that much of a bitch. I'm just kind of a bitch, okay? But hey, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Or the, like where the machine is. But oh yeah, the corpse and wherever that science lab is, that's where the main character is supposed to be isekai too. I'ma improve my French. Oh, the language of love, Callie. You can already seduce people and attract French viewers. Yes, the French writing community is fucking huge, Callie. Oh yes. Oh yes. Okay, Callie, this is how it's gonna work. You figured out the leaders of the nations and the machine and how everything works, and then it's like, all of a sudden, now you have the whole new evilness, which is the goddess. There's a couple months of budget concerns, buying food against future crops to make up for the fallow season, getting supplies from one place that had an excess to another in desperate need. Sweetheart, if you do that, you'll likely kill him, and then how would he experience his punishment? She asked sweetly.
Nil sapientiae odiosus acumen nimio, Seneca.
There, save myself that bullshit. I don't know if it was just me and I zoned out at the end, but it sounded like Dupin fucked over the prefect. Stoner Girl, I wrote 500 words today, actually, and fleshed out the scene trying to make the character, like, and the character's motivation. And we developed, like, the wants versus the needs of the character. Smoking weed with my parents while I'm the prune sitting over here fucking... Yo, how's it going, everyone? We back at her again. How's it going? So we, oh boy howdy, we fucked up today. Oh, we fucked up today. Yeah. Super sucks. Super sucks, but we're in the middle of repairing it. I got all the ASMR stuff. Fuck yeah, Callie, except for the light. Hell yeah, that sounds epic. So I'm fucking retarded, and apparently I exported the video into the wrong file, and then I deleted it. So I've spent the last 9.5 hours in scanning mode, trying to get my files back, hoping that among these 366 files, my fucking video is there. Because I'm like, I'm not re-recording it, I'm not remaking it. If I have to, I have to. I might, if I have to, I might not even, I might just scrap the whole fucking thing. Because, like, oh my god, I do not want to do that. Not again. Oh god. So, fucking hopefully. Other than that, I'm retarded for, like, yeah, no, I'm fucking retarded. Hello, gay boy. Yo, what's up, Smokey? How's it going, brother? What you doing, Smokey?
Get up, you fat fuck, and touch your toes.
True. You missed a lot, Smokey. But yeah, so we had everything ready for tomorrow, and then I fucking went and deleted it. Would you believe that, Smokey? Would you fucking believe that, bro? How was your Thanksgiving, Smokey? Or do you guys do Thanksgiving in fucking Europe? Or is that just like a North American thing? Smokey, did you break the TTS again? What did I miss?
Nice try, better luck next time, fat ass. Get back in that chair, you lazy ass shit streamer.
X69, thank you so much, Etosuke. Your support is much appreciated.
Oh
Less
shit!
than 4, less than 3, plus 1.
Oh shit, Smokey69! Thank you. Really appreciate it, bro. You're the king. Fuck yeah. So we got two new videos.
I'm an alien, Dillweed. I'm a henchman. You're not a venture brother. Who the hell are you?
I'm Hank's friend.
Get up, you fat fuck, and touch your
Do you
toes.
believe I'm
I know you
Brock
can, but try
Sampson's long
anyway.
lost son?
If that were
Don't
true, I
follow
don't think I
stuff.
would have caught you so easily.
I couldn't run because I had a lighter up my ass.
Okay, now I believe you're Hank's friend.
Oh, so what have you been up to,
Hello, it's
Smokey?
me, Smokey.
Yes, I know it's you, Smokey. What are you up to, brother? Are you just here to cause havoc again, Smokey? Cause like half of the shit on my computer doesn't work right now.
Just fin a goon sesh.
I was wondering if OBS was even gonna let me fucking stream. Cause it won't open Discord, it won't open my task manager, it won't open a couple of other like essential programs while it's doing this
Nice try, better
scan.
luck next time, fat ass.
And it's been doing the scan for about 8.5 fucking hours. It's been since like 10:30 in the morning. Did this fucking
I seen you
shit.
stream for 1 hour. Why?
Huh? No, that's because OBS kept fucking crashing. So I had to like keep restarting the stream because it was giving me this fucking error. So that's not even true, Smokey. I didn't even realize that I wasn't live for like 30 minutes. I'm fucking retarded. Are we doing ASMR today? If you want to, yes, Callie, but currently, I'm just like,
Lucky you was not gooning on cam.
yeah, for sure, right? For sure. But yeah, so this video has not popped off yet. Let's just say that, right? Well, this video has this one has 2. This one has 2. Our big ones now are holy shit, guys! We got up to 1.4K. Look at this: 1.1K, 1.2K, 1.4K. We're crushing it on the fucking shorts. But no one's coming over to watch the videos. Unfortunate, right?
Congratulations, you have won the mega prize.
True. Damn, one fucking bit. That's insane. Alright, Callie. So then you want to stream together? When do you want to start, Callie?
Dude, what are you doing?
I'm giving you my earth germs. I'm gonna kill you with my cold. Die, alien.
I'm an alien, Dillweed. I'm a henchman. You're not a venture brother. Who the hell are you?
I'm Hank's
So,
friend.
I guess we'll go back to this.
Believe I'm Brock Sampson's long lost son?
If that were true, I don't think I would have caught you so easily.
So we got these thumbnails.
Let's
So
just
Smokey.
get this out there. Callie said he was
now I
gonna start
believe you're
smoking
Hank's
weed with
friend.
us in chat.
True. I totally agree, although he shouldn't because he's schizophrenic. That's not good. It's not a good combo. Okay, so these are our potential. Well, these are our current thumbnails. And we're in the same image with different text. And then that one. So those are our possibilities for the future. Which reminds me, if I'm gonna do this, I better bring these into the thumbnail. You and you and you. All in there. Perfect. But yeah, I'm just hoping I can recover my shit, because I'm gonna be pissed if I have to record that entire video all over again. And redo the entire video. But do you guys wanna, because I'm kinda like fucked right now, because I've been trying to figure all this shit out. You guys just want to start with the new video? I have Link. Smokey have Link. Smokey has Link. Link has Smokey. Fuck. But yeah, but I also Discord is fucked. Twist his dick.
Twist his dick! Twist his dick! Oh my god, man. Oh my god. Oh, dick twist! Grab his dick and twist it! Oh my...
True. Alright. Are you guys ready? Good old dick twist. Yeah, are you guys ready for the next level? Which is kind of funny, Smokey, because if you notice, I added new emotes. I added new emotes, and they were not dick twist. Okay, are you guys ready? We have dance now. As an actual Twitch emote. Tree and dance. It actually works now. Alright. So, guys, Smokey, you're gonna enjoy this, okay?
Here's the situation, Father.
Are you ready for this? I think you're thoroughly going to enjoy this, Smokey. Okay?
I enjoy all of your stories, bro.
I think you're really, really gonna enjoy this one. Okay, let's get into it.
Here's the situation, Father Hayes.
Right now, you're saved. Despite everything, you're going to heaven. But if you jump off that bridge tonight, you damn yourself forever. Mind the gap.
Am I in the story?
Father Michael Hayes had stopped praying 3 years ago.
No, Smokey.
Though
This
he
isn't
still
my
moved his
story.
lips during mass. The words came automatically now. Muscle memory from 2 decades of priesthood. Hoc est enim corpus muum. This is my body.
Fuckity.
Empty syllables.
Fuck's sake.
Theatrical
Fuckity.
gestures. He elevated the host and saw nothing but bread. The Piccadilly line platform at Holloway Road
3,
Station
2,
was nearly
1,
empty at
toke.
11:47 p.m. Michael stood with his toe at the yellow line, close enough to feel the warm rush of steel air that preceded each train. In his coat pocket, folded into neat square, was a note. 3 sentences. An apology to his sister. Instructions for his funeral. No homily. Please, just get it over
Bro,
with.
I was about to light you up for no count for down.
He wasn't going home tonight. The plan was simple. Ride to the end of the line, walk to Highgate Bridge. He'd chosen it carefully. High enough. Isolated enough. By morning, they'd find him, and it would be over. No more pretending. No more standing in that pulpit feeling like a fraud. No more confessions, where people poured out their souls and he offered them empty platitudes about a god he no longer believed existed. The train arrived, a mechanical shriek
27
It
bits,
escaped
fuck
here
yes.
at
Last
27.
carrot.
Thank you so much, Etos. Your support
Classic.
is much appreciated. Less than 3
Epic.
plus 1.
Butts in. Clean student, drunk and giggling, with a man in the dark suit sitting
what are you
behind bar
doing?
doors.
I'm giving you my earth germs.
I'm
gonna kill you with my cold. Die, alien.
I'm not an alien, Dillweed. I'm a henchman.
Oblivion.
You're not a venture brother. Who the hell are
Really?
you?
I'm Hank's friend.
Yeah,
Even
not
in
bad.
Would
father?
you believe I'm Brock Sampson's long-lost son?
Michael's
If that were true, I don't think I would have caught you so easily.
Couldn't run
Now
because
sitting
I had a
directly
lighter up
across
my
from him.
ass.
True.
Now I
Albert
believe you're
was
Hank's
herding
friend.
across the carriage. Man, it's perhaps
Wall
50.
alerts is way too
Shaven,
loud.
head gleaming
Yeah, because
under
the
fluorescent
the
lights.
sound is turned up
Face
because this is
was
quiet.
handsome in a hard sort of way. Sharp cheekbones, strong jaw. Wore a perfectly tailored navy suit and dark sunglasses despite the late hour. Something about him seemed slightly wrong.
Dumbass.
Photograph with the contrast turned up too high. He smiled. It was all teeth. I'm sorry?
The
Michael
fuck do those
said.
glasses even do for
Collar.
you? Nothing.
The man's accent was pure East London, almost theatrical. I assume you're a priest, father? Hayes. Michael Hayes. Lovely. Man extended his hand. His grip was cool and dry. Pleasure's all mine. Lovely night for a bit of theological contemplation, wouldn't you say? Michael turned to smile politely. I suppose. Feeling confused.
Cox, how would our
You
ASMR
Man
work together?
gestured to the
You're gonna
ceiling.
coach me on how to
Ceiling.
ASMR, Callie.
I find the underground fascinating at this hour. All these people hurtling through the dark, each carrying their private desperation.
But I don't know, like, when you want to start.
Pause.
When, like, do you want to stream?
Look
Are
like
you
a
gonna
man
be
who's
streaming?
made a
Or are we just
decision.
gonna be
Yes,
on
boyfriend
Discord?
ASMR
It's just
PLS.
my Discord is
Head
fucked
home.
right now,
Might
and
be
my
wrong.
mic isn't connected to
Yeah?
because it's through
Nah,
a browser
I don't
because I
think
can't
so.
get Discord to open.
Man's grin wide.
So hopefully
But
there's
we'll
7%
come back to that,
left
won't
on the
we?
scan,
First, I'm curious
which
about
should
something.
take says about
Man of
25
God,
minutes.
Yeah. Or at
Would we
least you
type to
dress
each other
like
in
one.
chat?
Tell
Because I don't want our
me.
audio
Swear it.
conflict, but I have plans to talks.
Swear what?
You do it okay
All
already.
the suffering, mate. All the pain, cancer in kids, babies
Hidok
born
is
with
lying to you,
defects,
Callie. He
earthquakes
is
that
just
kill
lazy.
thousands.
Damn, fucking shut up, Smokey.
Sharp
Stop,
grin
stop,
on his
stop,
face.
like,
How
what's
do
the
you
word? Stop,
reconcile a
stop,
loving God with a
stop
world
ruining my
that's basically
plans.
a
Stop
torture
telling
chamber?
everyone what's going on.
Michael,
Why do you think I do this? This is 2 hours.
I don't.
This is a 2-hour video.
Don't
We just sit here and
forget.
watch it.
No, there is no God. Problem solved. The man laughed. Sharp, delighted sound. Now that is brilliant. A priest who doesn't believe. How long you been faking it then? 3 years, maybe longer. And yet you still wear that daft collar, still do the rituals. His gloved fingers in air quotes. Why is that?
So what do you think of the
I don't know
background?
what
Because
else
someone
to do.
suggested putting prank
People
stuff
said
in the
they were-
background.
Show
I don't know
Years of my
why.
life. What else am I
I
qualified
don't know
for?
why.
Yeah, fair point. Man, settle back.
Um,
But humor me, yeah? Let's say
but yeah, they said
hypothetically there is a God.
put
How
like
would you
prank
defend
stuff as
it?
B-roll in the
You
background.
must have before, no?
So,
Michael felt
I am
Yeah.
almost done.
well, you're not
room
allowed
for
to
philosophical
finish.
debates. Of course not. You're busy. You got a bridge to catch. Man's grin
Lift it back
widened
up.
Michael's
No.
sharp intake of breath.
MFER.
Don't worry,
Stop
I'm not gonna stop
sexualizing
you,
me,
but
Smokey.
we've got time before you're stopped, so indulge me. Childhood cancer, that's your big one, isn't it? How does God justify that? He doesn't.
It's been a while,
Can't.
okay.
Indefensible.
It's not November.
Well, go
You
on.
got
then.
fucking
Make
2
the
days
case
left,
anyway.
Smokey.
You're a priest. You've made
Fucking
it before.
figure
What
it
did
out.
You used to tell grieving parents. Michael's jaw clenched. I'd say free will. God gave humans
I have
free
failed
will,
miserably.
which means he can't interfere without making us
Loser.
puppets. But childhood cancer isn't about free will, is it? That's just cells misbehaving. Natural evil. Then I'd say... Michael paused, hating that he was engaging. I'd say that the universe with consistent physical laws is necessary for free will to mean anything. If God constantly intervened, we couldn't learn, couldn't grow, couldn't make genuine choices. Interesting. The man's voice was mocking. So God's hands are tied by his own rules. Sounds a bit weak, doesn't it? No. Michael stopped himself. Why was he defending this? It doesn't matter. I don't believe it anymore. But
I feel
you
big
did
peen energy
once.
here.
The
Big
logic
peen
still
energy.
holds, don't
Good.
it?
Hopefully we'll
Even
get
if
10
you
views
don't
on this
feel it.
video.
The man leaned forward. Here's what's funny to me, Father Hayes. Everyone wants to blame God for the cancer, for the earthquakes, for all the natural evil in the world. His grin turned
Okay,
sharp,
bro.
predatory. But that's my bag, isn't it? That's all me! Michael blinked. What? The suffering, the disease, the entropy. When the first humans decided to tell God to saw it off, they handed the world over to me. Death entered creation through sin. That's in your book, mate. I'm the prince of this world. The cancer, the birth defects, the natural disasters, that's my kingdom, my rules now. The man's laugh was genuinely amused. But everyone gives God the credit. Takes the piss. But it's brilliant, really. I corrupt his creation, induced death and disease, turned the whole thing into a nightmare, and everyone blames him for it. He gets all the hate while I get all the fun.
Is it okay that I like feet asking for a friend?
It's like that thing, you know, it's
for
like
God's sake,
the different
answer the
lightsabers, it's
question.
like
Is it God's
green,
fault, or
and
is
it's
it
like
Satan's?
face people, and it's like,
God is
you
all
know,
powerful. He
like
can stop him.
blue, and
Yes,
it's like,
his fault for allowing it. Could he though? Stop him?
you know, ass
Man
people,
shook his head.
and it's
What if
like
the rules are
purple,
more complex
and
than
it's
that?
like
What if when humans
tit
chose
people,
to reject him,
and it's like
they had
white,
to honor that choice,
and it's
They had to
like
step back and let them live with the consequences? And that's
What's the other
Michael
one?
struggled. That's just making excuses
sniff,
for divine
surrounding
negligence.
giggles.
Divine
Yo, Onyx
negligence.
Fury,
I
what's up?
love
How's it
that.
going?
Or is it
And
respecting free
white is
will?
white, and then red comes in,
His voice
and you know
was
exactly
You can't
what
have it both
red's
ways,
gonna be,
Father.
and
God
red
respects
is
human
fucking
choice,
feet.
even when that choice leads to death and corruption, or he doesn't. Which is it?
How are you,
Children
Onyx?
I like red.
Suffer because the
True.
world is broken.
So we had a
Because
new
humanity
release of a
broke
video
it.
today,
Because sin
Onyx.
has
This is
consequences that
our
ripple
new
outward.
video, our
God's
5-story
Not God's fault.
compilation.
Mine and yours. Collective effort, isn't it? But it's easier to blame the one who's actually trying to fix it than the one who broke it in the first place. Michael's hands clenched. This is sophistry. This is theology, and you know it. You used to know it anyway. The man leaned back. Here's what really gets me, though. People pray to God to fix the messes they create. And sometimes he does. Miracles happen, don't they? But when he doesn't intervene, when he lets natural law run its course, everyone says he doesn't exist. He laughed. Meanwhile, I'm over here causing chaos, and nobody even acknowledges my existence. It's perfect. I get to do whatever I want, and he gets the blame. Best arrangement I ever made. Train rattled through a tunnel. The lights flickered. You still haven't told me who you are, Michael said quietly. Haven't I? I thought it was obvious. The man removed his sunglasses. His eyes were black.
This voice
and
kinda makes me think you
unsettlingly
look like The
bright.
Rock in person.
We'll get to
Is
that
the voice good?
first. Let's talk
Smokey?
about morality.
Because, you know,
I said earlier, there's
I'm
no
really
God.
trying to improve the narrator
Where does morality
voice.
come from?
I think I got the dialogue.
Evolutionary
It's
psychology.
just the narrator
Social
that I need to work on.
Empathy. All just brain chemistry, though? Isn't it? Just chemicals firing?
Is this your voice?
should
Of
anyone
course
care
this is
about
my
morality
voice,
if it's just
Callie.
programming?
This is all
In
me.
society. Because cooperation benefits everyone.
Everything is good. Well, that's
Society
good to
is
know,
my
Callie.
favorite. A melting pot of sin. It only benefits survival.
It can be
What if
better,
I don't
though.
care about
right?
survival.
It can be better.
What if I just want pleasure, power,
honestly
whatever
think
I
it was
fancy?
AI generated.
Michael heard himself respond. Then you'd be violating objective moral.
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad
Or
thing,
else
Callie,
before you
but
stop them.
okay. What are these
Seminary
random vids, though, in the
training,
background?
muscle
I told
memory,
you, Smokey.
man,
Some
really
random person, I don't
wide-eyed.
remember who it was, suggested that I put
Objective
prank
moral
videos in the
law.
background as like
You
a
didn't believe in
contrast to the
God.
story. So I said, fuck it, it's feedback, why not? So I did it.
You can't have objective morality.
So what do you think?
without
Is it
God,
better?
mate.
Is it worse?
That's
Do you
philosophy.
prefer like the
no cosmic
B-roll,
judge
the
or
images,
ultimate
the
arbiter,
still,
then
in the
morality
background?
is
Like,
just opinion.
I'm still trying to figure out
Just
what the fuck
preferences.
to do for the background.
Man, lean forward. So which is it? Is morality objective, in which case God exists, or is it subjective, in which case I can do whatever I want? It's... Michael struggled. Even without God, we can derive ethics from
Because every week we try something different, right? That's what it's all about.
From
Keep trying different
principles
things.
that assume objective value, objective meaning, objective purpose. The man's voice was sharp with mockery. You're smuggling in theistic assumptions while claiming to be an atheist. You're contradicting yourself. No, You're arguing for God's existence despite yourself. It's brilliant to watch, really. Michael felt sweat on his palms. Fine. Maybe morality requires some kind of ground, some foundation that doesn't mean it's the Christian God. Doesn't it? Let's think about this logically. The man counted on his fingers. You need a moral law, which requires a moral lawgiver, aka boring cunt. You need objective meaning, which requires a source of meaning. You need consciousness, which, let's be honest, shouldn't exist if you're just meat bags and chemicals.
Lol cunt.
You need the universe to exist.
He's British.
At all,
Of course
which
the
requires
devil is British, but I can't do a British
something.
accent.
Spread his hands.
So.
Add it all up, Father Hayes. What do you get?
Ah, of course. Fucking ads. Fucking ads. Getting up here. Being all that. Grr and dur. So, Callie, you still haven't... I don't think you still haven't answered my question. Are you going to be streaming when we ASMR? Man, my Discord's fucked. We're at 95%. It says 20 more minutes, so hopefully by the time it's finished. What kind of ASMR can you stream without getting in trouble? Whoa. But yeah, no, we got a lot of plans. We got a lot of stuff. And then there's the, Clockwork Fornication. Well, how's it going, Sean? Welcome, welcome.
No.
We had another release of a video today, but I fucked up and I deleted the wrong video.
You're just
And I had to do a recovery
admit it.
thing. And now we're in a recovery
Pulled
process.
into Arsenal
It's been going for
Station.
9
Doors
hours.
opened. Nobody got on.
And hopefully I can get my
Nobody got
fucking
off.
files back.
The doors
My
closed.
video for tomorrow.
Continued into darkness. Here's
3,
what I
2,
think.
1,
The man
go!
said. I think you never actually stopped believing. You just got angry. Someone died. That little girl, probably. Sarah something? Michael's blood ran cold. And you prayed and prayed and prayed to that twat, and she died anyway. And you decided that meant
Today's episode
God
of Oops
didn't
is brought to you by
exist.
Attention. Never
That's
delete a
not
video without it.
atheism,
Yep.
man. That's just a tantrum. How did
Because
you...
if it's too...
If you
Like,
truly
if what you're
didn't
deleting is
believe,
too
you
big a
wouldn't be
file, it
angry.
permanently deletes
You
it without
can't be
going to
angry
the
at something that doesn't
recycling bin.
exist.
So it just disappeared. And I was like, no, are you kidding me? Because I exported
You're
it
an
to the wrong
atheist.
file.
You're a believer who's
So it shouldn't have been in there.
Big difference. Michael found
And then I was
hope.
trying to find it. I'm like, where the
Even
fuck
if
did
God
it go? And I was
exists,
like, no, 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 no,
nothing
no,
to
no,
do.
no, no,
God who
no!
allows children to
And
suffer.
that
is a
lasted
God I
9
can't
hours
worship.
trying to fix it.
Even though I
Hopefully,
just
like,
explained
I don't
that
even know
the
if I'm gonna get it
suffering
back,
is
but
my
I'm
fault,
hoping.
not his. Fuck's sake, he's still getting the credit. He could stop you. That hypocrite? Could he? Without violating free will, without turning humans into robots. The man laughed. You want God to interfere constantly, to wrap everyone in cotton wool, to prevent all consequences of all choices. You don't want a God, you want a cosmic nanny. I want a God who actually cares. He's a knobhead, but he does care. That's why he became one of you, innit? Came down here, experienced the suffering himself, yada yada, died on the cross, yada yada, to fix what you
Have
broke.
you still haven't told me what you think about it?
Dripped with
Like,
contempt.
Smokey,
And you say
what do
he
you think
doesn't
about the
care.
B-roll in the background? What
Brilliant.
do you think
He
about the
literally
pranks?
died for you. And
Is
you're
it
whining that he didn't
like
save one
hitting the
stupid brat from
spot?
leukemia that
Is it
exists
taking
because
the
humans sin in the first place.
the spotlight?
Breathing hard.
Like,
You're trying to make me
what's
believe
going
again.
on?
I'm not trying to make you do anything. I'm just pointing out that your logic is shaky. That your atheism is based on emotion, not reason. Man tilted his
Why
head.
are you asking a
And
troll what I
every
think?
time you try
I
to
think it's
argue
garbage.
against God,
There you go, thank
end
you.
up arguing
Perfect.
for him instead. That's not, isn't it?
Because I just
You keep
need
appealing
feedback.
to objective
Smokey.
morality, objective meaning, objective value.
The story is
You keep
so
acting
cringe, I
as if
love it,
Good and
yet
evil
at
are
the same
real
time, I
things,
hate it.
not just preferences. You keep assuming the universe should make sense.
You don't like the story itself,
be
Sean? The
just.
devil
Should
talking to a
reward
priest
good
who's
and
about to
punish
kill
evil.
himself?
Man's grin widened. None of that works without me and him, mate. None of it. Michael felt something shift inside him. A horrible realization crept in. You're right, he said slowly, about the arguments. The logic does hold.
This was rated as a
And without
9.5
faith, the
on
logic holds.
Creepypasta.
Of course it does. But that doesn't mean I have to worship him. Even if God exists, even if he's real, I can still choose to reject him. Now we're getting somewhere. I can work with this. The man clapped his hands together. That's the truth of it, isn't it? Not whether God exists. You're
Devil making
realizing
sense,
he
I
does.
guess. It's
The
great.
question is whether you'll accept
But you know for
him
sure
or tell
there
him
are
to sod off
thumpers
and
out
be
there that
mine.
really hate the story.
The train
Oh,
rattled
yeah.
on. Michael glanced at the map above the doors. They should have reached King's Cross by now. But the stations were passing in a blur, or not passing at all. You couldn't tell. So here's my question, the man said. You're planning to jump off that bridge tonight. You've got your
Daddy,
notes
chill.
and everything.
True.
Very organized. But answer me this. Why?
Get up, you
'Cause
fat fuck, and
I
touch
can't
your
do
toes.
this anymore.
I know you can't,
Pretending
but try
the
anyways.
emptiness.
Don't fall over though.
And what do you think happens when you jump? Nothing. Oblivion. Peace. Peace.
You missed
The
the
man
most
laughed
important
sharp.
part.
You think
Smokey, you
death is
literally
peace?
interrupted the most
That's
important part of the story.
adorable. What else could it be? Well, that depends, doesn't it? On whether God exists. The man leaned forward, and his voice dropped.
That's a good thing.
See, if you're right, if there's no God, no
ha, ha,
afterlife,
ha,
no
ha.
cosmic justice.
True. I
then
mean, I guess it just means I'm
stop existing. Problem solved. He paused. But if you're wrong, man's grin huge. Michael's throat tightened. If God exists, and we've kind of established he probably does, ain't we?
Dad.
Then what happens when you die? Heaven.
Nice
or
try, better
hell,
luck next time,
supposedly.
fat ass. Get back in that chair, you
Supposedly.
lazy-ass shit
Man's
screamer.
grin was terrible now.
Yep.
Let's talk about that then. Let's talk about what determines where you end up. I don't believe in you're starting to, though. I can see it. You're realizing the logic.
Yo,
holds
new
the
here,
argument's
love
work.
from
God
Pakistan.
exists.
Kazoos. Yo, what's
You're
up?
furious with him and think he's a cunt. And spread his hands, becoming a human scale. So, heaven or hell, which one for you? Michael's hands were shaking. I don't know.
Damn
Let me
it,
help you
Smokey,
figure it
stop
out.
killing
You've
me.
been a priest for 20
You're so
years. You
mean.
performed sacraments, baptisms, marriages.
Guys, Smokey's being
confessions,
mean to
last
me.
rites. All
And how
the
are you,
gaudy
Kazoos?
Stuff.
What are you
Help
up to?
people.
How
You've
has
been
your day
good.
been today?
You followed the rules, even when you didn't feel anything. Man man tilted his head.
What do you think of my
By
story?
Catholic
Because
doctrine, you're saved. Grace doesn't require
Finn.
your feelings, mate. It works regardless of whether you feel it.
Exactly.
Michael blinked.
Exactly,
Then,
Smokey.
Right now, despite your doubts,
No
despite
spam. Wow,
your anger,
wow.
you're going to heaven.
Let me go kick.
Congratulations.
Ligma! Bring out Smokey. It's
Flooded
worse to
through
follow the
Michael,
rules if you don't believe
immediately
them.
Followed by confusion.
Yeah, you shouldn't follow rules
Why
that you
are
don't
you-
believe in.
What? The man held up one finger. There's a big exception. One unforgivable fuck up. One choice that changes
Fuck his rules.
everything.
Smokey, things that I stole from your mom.
Dropped. Suicide. Michael's breath caught. See? Every other sin you can repent. You can ask for forgiveness, even murder,
Makes
even
sense.
rape, even genocide. If you genuinely repent, God forgives you. That's the deal. Man's voice was soft, almost gentle. But suicide. You remove your own ability to repent. The moment you jump, you cut off your connection to grace. You choose damnation by default. That's not... it
Never
is,
fear,
though. That's
Ligma's
the rule, and
here.
rules
True, Smokey.
is rules. In
The OG.
grin widened. So here's the situation, Father Hayes. Right now, you're saved, despite everything. You're going to
Mother
heaven.
of goat fuckers.
If you jump
True.
off that bridge tonight,
You
if
do
you
fuck
make that
goat.
choice in anger and despair, you damn yourself forever. The lights flickered. Michael.
Do
took
not
his
drink
phone.
water.
Till
Do not leave your
11:51
seat.
PM.
Do not move your
You
feet.
still haven't
Do
told
not
me
stand.
Damn
that.
it,
Do not go
Smokey.
to the
Why are
bathroom.
you so
With
bad
another
at this?
Do I need to? The man removed his gloves. His hands were very pale. You're a smart man, Father. Who else would know all this? Who else would care whether you live or die? An angel? The man laughed. Really laughed. In a manner of speaking.
3, 2, 1,
no,
go!
I was the
She
prettiest
sung
one
me
before I
each
got myself
toe.
kicked out of that boring place. Michael's blood turned to ice. Yeah, the man said, his East London accent thick with amusement. You're catching on now, aren't you? You're the devil, Satan, Lucifer, the adversary, the prince of lies. He grinned. Oh, tonight, I'm telling you the truth. Swear to God. Bit ironic.
Why would the devil, any of them, actually prevent a person from falling? Honestly, I think the devil would just stand back and laugh. Because he knows no matter what he says.
Possessed no discernible conscience. He was
Sean,
death
because he knows that the priest is going to jump anyways. But that's only half the stories. We have part 1 this week, part 2 next week. So we're doing like a 2-part series thing.
Spencer felt no guilt and possessed no discernible conscience. He was death personified, sent to this world for one purpose only, to deliver murder and bloody mayhem upon an unsuspecting and helpless public. Death's lottery. The night was dark and cold, winds blowing through the streets, but otherwise there was hardly a sound to be heard. Silence and solitude suited
So
the
much of
killer
my
just fine.
family would absolutely hate that
Alone,
story. Congrats.
Keeping to the shadows.
Hell
Take
yeah,
the hat
Sean.
off, you dirty
exploiting
little slut.
cracks in the social fabric and indulging his sadistic fantasies under the cover of darkness. His passion was murder, unseen and unheard. Thomas Spencer was a man in control. He knew exactly
You kinda look like Jesus.
what he wanted
That's what
from
they
life
say.
and what would bring
Don't
him
act like him, though.
satisfaction. Spencer felt no guilt and possessed no discernible conscience. He was death personified, sent to this world for one purpose only, to deliver murder and bloody mayhem upon an unsuspecting and helpless
How
public.
dare you! He may be a self-proclaimed slut, but he's as clean as they come.
Spencer
These days, at
as he
least. Yeah.
struggled to drag the wrapped body
I agree,
through
Sean.
the mud. She being a slight girl when alive, they always seemed heavier when dead. was a good 100 yards or so from his parked transit
Fucking dirty
van,
rag whore.
the shallow grave he
Thanks,
dug in the
Smokey.
woods.
You're so
He'd have to
cute.
drag her cold and lifeless body the whole way. I suppose this was the girl's revenge. Her plot to make him pay from beyond the grave. Spencer knew he should have kept her alive until they reached the graveside, but his twisted passions had gotten the better of him. Her whimpering and constant crying.
We need
Much
toes.
If you
so
don't
we can
come
do
here
a
to goon
screening of
WTF, are you
Mad.
doing
strangled
here?
his victim to death in the back of the van. Moments after he'd finished violating her. Murderer.
You don't come here to goon. What the hell are you doing?
Learnt his victim's
True,
name.
Smokey. True.
Matter to him. Never would. He'd been following this one for a while. Several weeks of discreetly monitoring her movements, learning her routine, and waiting for his moment to pounce. In this respect, at least, Thomas Spencer was no different from any other ruthless and deadly predator. He'd taken her this afternoon, grabbed the girl in a lonely stretch of road as she walked home from school. She hadn't put up much of a fight as he flung her into the rear of his black van, quickly binding and gagging her with duct tape as she cried and begged for mercy. This was Spencer's third murder.
Thumbtanic, sorry.
He recalled every exquisite
Missed the
detail of
B.
each killing, the adrenaline rush.
Still,
during
those
the
movies
kidnapping,
where they replace actors
the
with
absolute
large thumbs
power
were
he
all
felt.
funny. Oh yeah, I know
Snuffed
those.
out a young life. The first one was a bloody mess. The target had fought back, forcing him to kill her in the middle of the street and flee on foot. Spencer didn't know how the police hadn't caught him after that fiasco. He'd learned a lot since then, and now wore latex gloves, a boiler suit, and a mask, making sure there were no witnesses, no forensic evidence, and disposing of the victim's mobile phone, which could be tracked by the cops. Spencer wasn't a fool. He knew they'd probably catch him in the end, but he'd never stop, couldn't stop. This was his hidden addiction, and murder was better than heroin. The last killing would satisfy him for a time. But Spencer knew the itch would return, and soon enough he would be back.
Whoever
for the
moves
hunt.
first is gay.
Killer
I win.
grunted as he dragged the body bag the last few yards before reaching the grave. He'd chosen this spot, located within isolated wood miles outside of town.
Pushes
digging
Smokey.
the grave and marking the location with GPS. Paid to be prepared. Spencer couldn't resist one last look at his victim before tossing her into the hole, pulling the big bing bag over ever so slightly so to look upon her now cold, pale, and lifeless face, inhaling the foul stench of death whilst he did so. She had been a pretty one in life, beautiful and innocent. Spencer had destroyed that innocence, crushing the child without mercy. She was nothing to him, nothing but a thing, a body to use to indulge his own sick pleasures. He didn't care that she was dead, nor did he feel any sympathy for her family, whoever they may be. He remembered the second girl, vividly recalling the television appeals made by her teary-eyed parents in the days that followed her disappearance. Spencer enjoyed watching them suffer, and they'd never found the body. In days
Whoever moves
past,
first is not gay.
he'd often wondered what was wrong with him. How could Thomas Spencer commit such evil acts and feel no remorse? He didn't know. The man hadn't had a particularly traumatic childhood. His mother had loved him, always giving her only son whatever he wanted. So why was he like this? Spencer didn't worry about such things these days. He no longer tried to control his impulses.
Or push Smokey lost.
The man needed to
Because you
accept
can't
his
push
true
Smokey without
nature
moving
before
first.
he could be at peace.
True.
Killer pushed these thoughts to the back of his mind as he casually kicked the body into the hole, picking up his spade, and began to fill the grave with dirt.
I know
Halfway through,
Smokey
when a
moved
wave of
first, so
intense
all I had to do was
paranoia
wait
hit
20
him.
seconds. I know Smokey can't sit
Cold
still for 20
chill
seconds.
went down the killer's spine as he laid down the spade in the bushes. A branch cracking in the trees above.
Yeah, push me ill,
Felt
fuck your
like he
ass.
was being watched.
True. What?
As if a
Huh?
judgmental and vengeful spirit was observing his every move. The darkness was no longer his friend. The shadows could not protect him. Instead, they would devour him whole. Spencer shook his head dismissively, bringing himself back to reality. He was being stupid, but his anxieties get the better of him. Thomas Spencer was not afraid of anything. He was the man who inspired fear in others, the wolf amongst the sheep. The killer wasted no more time before picking up his spade, quickly filling the shallow grave with black soil and striding through the darkened forest, soon making his way back to his van, parked in a lay-by along the lonely country road. It was easy, so easy, to kill a human being. Getting away with murder, that was the tricky part. He would burn the clothes he'd worn, wash the back of the van thoroughly with bleach, and keep a low profile for the next few days, all the time praying that no one had witnessed the kidnapping. There would be a large-scale investigation into the girl's disappearance and a massive search of the vicinity, but, with any luck, they would not discover the body. And then, when the heat was off, Spencer could go back to the hunt, searching out his next victim. He smiled sadistically whilst putting his foot down on the accelerator and driving down the darkened road, speeding towards the bright lights of the town, heading back into the suburban hunting grounds he'd made his own. Mrs. Diane Cooper spent her Wednesday evening with George, her husband of 25 years, both sitting upon a comfortable lounge chair in their living room, curtains drawn, television switched on, and their Wi-Fi connected smartphones close to hand. This was their Wednesday night ritual, as regular as clockwork. They had their dinner at 6, sharing a half bottle of red wine as they ate, sat down with a cup of tea and a plate of biscuit to watch their soap operas at 7, and made a fresh brew before switching over to the new feed of Justice Watch at 8. Weekly national broadcast which ended the viewing public on the latest trials and sentencing for capital offenses. Diane was a strong supporter of the death penalty, having aggressively campaigned for the restoration of capital punishment in the years leading up to the National Justice Act. There had long been widespread public support of the death penalty amongst the general public, and the political debate used to rage after every high-profile murder case. The left-wing politicians and human rights advocates had blocked any moves restoring capital punishment for several decades.
Fuck you, Smokey.
A vicious spate of terrorist attacks, gangland violence, and gruesome murders in the later half of the last decade had led to a sustained
Do what you gotta do,
campaign
bro.
which eventually forced the government to take
Twist
action.
my dick!
The
Twist his
result
dick!
was the National Justice Bill, which became law in 2029. Amongst other provisions,
I will leave you alone.
the act enforced a mandatory death sentence for all convicted murderers,
Just listen to
as
the
well
story,
as for serial
Smokey.
child sex abusers and those found guilty of serious terrorist offenses or conspiracy to commit acts of terrorism. The bill had passed through Parliament with a narrow majority. The final act included one unusual and historically unprecedented
I'll
stipulation.
do your mom.
Please, Daddy.
An amendment forced through the last minute by the leftist opponents of the bill.
God damn it, Smokey.
Yo, English or Spanish?
Spanish.
¿El dudas que voy ahorita? What else? He said nah. He said in Spanish, if you move, you gay. Nah. Yes. Yo, English or Spanish?
Spanish.
Got him! Got him! That's funny. I never saw that, Smokey. Bill. Theirs was a deliberate but unsuccessful attempt to sabotage the legal process by putting the responsibility for carrying out the sentence back with the voting public. Thus, the Community Responsibility for Capital Punishment provision, better known as Death's Lottery, was born. Diane's husband explained this provision better than she ever could. He often did so at dinner parties and social gatherings of various descriptions. It's all about taking ownership, he would say. The majority of the public back the state-sanctioned death penalty, as they have done throughout most of history. However, in the past, the sentence itself was carried out by a state-approved official. A professional executioner, such as a hangman, an axe wielder, or a prison guard pulling a switch. This time, they decided it would be different. If the people want murderers to get the chop, let them do the dirty work. That's what the politicians, judges, wardens, and policemen all agreed upon. Technological advances made this possible, of course. The execution process is now almost entirely automated. The condemned man, or woman, is brought into the chamber and strapped to a chair. They're given the choice of two methods of execution: lethal injection or 22 caliber bullet to the head. Needle or lead. In both cases.
So what do you think about this
it's a
overlay? 'Cause I wanted to try
semi-automated
something out with a
robotic
different
arm which
overlay
delivers
like
death,
this.
pumping poison into the veins or firing the fatal bullet.
I thought Callie would appreciate this one
has
with the
to do is
crows.
push a button on a digital control panel. They don't even have to watch the actual execution if they don't want to. In fact, he or she doesn't even have to enter the prison gates, since they can do the deed remotely from a different location. Physically, and technically speaking, it's the simplest thing in the world. Just about everyone can push a button on a terminal or touch screen.
I miss
But
those days when
person
we'd sneak
doing
into
it
the
knows
basement after everyone
they
passed
are
out, stripped
killing
down
a
to
man
nothing
or
but our
woman.
Pokemon
A
undies crawl under
convicted
that one
murderer,
sleeping
granted,
bag, your breath hot on my
still
neck
a
as we
human
shuffle
being.
cards between our thighs, whispering
Nominated
trades like "I'll
executioner
give you my
needs to
Blastoise if you
rationalize
let me
this
feel
act.
your AR."
To justify
Okay,
the
we're
killing
done. I gotta
in
figure
their own
this out.
mind. If he or she is unable to do so, either because they're opposed to the death penalty or they don't have the nerve to push the button, they can't or won't carry out the execution, they will face public shaming and legal repercussions. Excuse me. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Justice will simply run a new lottery and pick someone else. George would always smile thinly as he continued his explanation of Death's Lottery, relishing the attention he received from the couple's middle-class friends and acquaintances. Now, the lottery itself, he would say, that's the real beauty of the system, in my opinion. Recent opinion polls tell us that 2/3 of voters support the death penalty. That's millions, tens of millions of people, any one of whom could be picked as a potential executioner.
I don't think I got my files
So,
back,
how
guys.
does the government decide? This is where the lottery comes in. As we all know, our government controls a vast database of information in respect of each and every one of us. Names, addresses, phone numbers, IP addresses, bank details, social media accounts. Don't look so surprised. We gave them the right to gather
I
and
still
hold
edge
this
to that
information
Charmander
after
you
the
left
suicide
behind,
bombings
sticky
and
as hell from
mass
our
cyber
battle.
attacks
Come
a
back,
few
I'll trade you
years
my
back,
soul for
remember?
one more night of Forbidden
Anyway, they hold
Evolutions.
this database and use an AI program to randomly pick an executioner from amongst the electorate.
Oh,
A
this
person
is not
or
good.
murderer. But the beauty is that it could be anyone. The man or woman who pushes the button represents the millions of armchair pundits who sit at home and applaud the execution when it's reported on our television screens. This way, no one is truly innocent. We all have blood on our hands. Diane always had to control her anger when George reached this point in his little speech. Her husband was a half-hearted supporter of National Justice Act, an intellectual who questioned the moral legitimacy of capital punishment. Unfortunately, his views and opinions had rubbed off on their two grown-up children, David, 22, a trainee accountant, and Sarah, 19, studying law at university. Diane was ashamed to admit that both of her children were opposed to capital punishment. Both had their heads filled with youthful idealism, the naive concepts that all people were fundamentally good, that society was to blame for crime, and good and evil were relative concepts.
Oh, that's why.
Sarah, in particular, was strongly opposed to the death penalty and vowed to fight against the NJA once she graduated. Sarah's naive beliefs were a constraint, frustration to her mother, and they too frequently argued on this point. Diane's final argument was always the same. She always told her daughter that she would understand once she had children of her own. At that point,
sorry guys, I had to figure this fucking thing out.
And disengaged from the conversation.
I'm so pissed at this.
What more could Diane say? Her daughter was too young to understand. She couldn't yet appreciate the unbreakable bond that a mother had with her child, or the fierce maternal instinct to protect one's offspring. When Diane heard about young men stabbed, young women raped, her innocent children abducted, all she could think of was her own 2 children and how she would feel if something happened to one of them. There was evil in this world, no doubt about it. A man so evil to commit murder, to kill an innocent. He did not deserve a second chance. Death was the only option in such a case, and Diane Cooper wasn't afraid to say so.
I can't see
Now,
the chat right
Diane
now.
relaxed
Sorry,
in her armchair,
guys.
sitting
I'm
back
fucked.
as she raised a mug of piping hot tea to her mouth, sipping cautiously as she reached for a biscuit. "Here we go," said George, as the program began. "I wonder who's for the chop this week." Diane tutted, ignoring her husband's facetious comment as she intently watched the show's introduction. Bradley Anderson was the presenter of tonight's Justice Watch. Good. Diane liked him. She admired his good looks, blonde hair, and blue eyes, and his well-clipped accent. Bradley was a fine presenter. He had a way of emphasizing the seriousness of the crimes, whilst at the same time presenting a warm and friendly personality for the benefit of his millions of weekly viewers. Naturally, George hated the man, and her husband was rarely afraid of expressing his views in the most vocal terms.
Yeah, I have no idea. I don't think it
worked.
worked.
Drown out her husband's complaints, but eventually she had
I don't think I
will
got
hunt
my-
you like the final girl in my movie.
I don't think I got
Good
my files
evening,
back,
friends
guys.
and
Even
countrymen.
after that 6 hours, I don't think I got my
Anderson.
fucking
My
files
fellow
back.
supporters of justice. A week has passed since our last broadcast, and in the last 7 days, courts around this great nation have been busy dispensing justice.
I
to the
fucking
worst
deleted the
criminals
wrong
and killers
thing,
in our
and I lost
society.
my video that I was
Scum,
making for
who
tomorrow.
Good society.
It's just
their
gone.
Evil acts. Their
So I was trying to recover
Tonight,
the files
we
that are
pleased
gone.
to announce successful convictions in 3 capital cases. The image on screen changed to sharp CCTV footage of a darkened city street. A young black man could clearly be seen striding down the pavement, stalking a couple further up the road. Silver-colored object suddenly appeared in the assailant's hand. A gun.
Someone tell me
The
how my
attacker
sound
raised
is.
his weapon, and 2 flashes of light followed in quick succession. The man and women were eventually both shot in the back of their heads, their gaping bullet wounds evident as their limp bodies fell down to the
I think I'm
blood-stained
fucked,
pavement.
guys. I think I have to redo
Pedestrians
the
screamed in
entire
fled
video.
terror as the gunman made good his escape. "Dear God!" George exclaimed in shock.
Fuck, why am I so
Watched and spared the gory
dumb?
details.
E2
It allowed
OMG, you
audiences to
sound
see the
so
full
fucking bad
horror
right
of the
now, like
crimes
actually
committed
pathetic.
with the deliberate intention of shocking and outraging their viewers. Diane agreed with this approach 100%. Certainly, the gruesome footage was often hard to watch, and it sometimes made her feel sick to her stomach. But how else could they get the message out to the viewing public? How else could they make them understand? The image changed back to the presenter in the studio with a still photograph of the killer in the background. Subject: Carl Wright Anthony, aka Bullet, age 21, narrated Bradley, convicted of 2 counts of premeditated murder. His victims: a rival gang member called Carl Rodriguez and his girlfriend, Tia Burns. Both were killed instantly after being shot at point-blank range. Miss Burns was 3 months pregnant at the time of her death. Mr. Cartwright was well known to the police as a violent gangster with previous convictions for common assaults and possession of a Class A drug with intent to supply. Cartwright has been convicted by a jury of his peers on 2 counts of murder. His lawyers appealed the sentence on the grounds of diminished responsibility.
Well, I guess I got a lot of work to put in tomorrow, guys. Fuck, this really sucks.
Methamphetamines.
Well, it's better learn my fucking lesson. Don't delete shit.
However,
I just ran out of space. I deleted the video because I couldn't render it out because I was out of space. Because I had no space on the PC. And I fucking put it in the wrong folder, so when I deleted all of my old junk,
show the result of the AI program.
it was supposed to be in a different folder. And then it immediately permanently deleted it. So I was trying to recover files.
Broadcast to millions of viewers while simultaneously posted online on social media sites and news forums.
Use one for
Our
storage.
nominated candidate is Mr.
The other PC's
Terrence
full of porn.
McTaggart, a 46-year-old accountant, married with 3 children. Congratulations, Mr. McTaggart, exclaimed a beaming Bradley Anderson. Our patrons from the Ministry of Justice look forward to accommodating you on the 29th of this month. Further details will follow in due course. May justice be served. Lucky Mr. McTaggart, George exclaimed.
I'm really
sarcastically.
depressed.
And ignored him as the program continued.
I should have just fucking redid the video instead of spent all that time trying to recover it.
Weaving through a dense crowd of what looked like football supporters whilst carrying a large rucksack on his back. All hell broke loose as a number of men and women, evidently undercover police officers, quickly surrounded the Asian man. Before the suspect could
Right,
react,
just quit while you're
one of the
at it and
policemen
start
drew a
again.
weapon and fired from close range. It was not a gun, but a taser. The suspect collapsed onto the concrete. His body
All I have to do is re-record 3 hours worth of fucking
promptly secured the rucksack before the video clip ended.
B-roll and then redo the voiceovers for the audio.
GHHGJHGJHGH.
I'm dressed in traditional Islamic clothing. Subject: Ali.
I don't know why Discord isn't working.
Presenter announced.
Like Discord just
31
refuses
years
to
old,
work.
Long known to police as having links to Islamic extremist groups. Previously convicted under the Misuse of Communications Act for posting comments online in support of terrorism, Mr. Ali was convicted in a closed special court of attempted murder and terrorist conspiracy. His plan was to detonate a homemade nail bomb in the middle of a crowd of supporters outside of the National Stadium on March Day. Luckily, heroic members of our police force, acting on intelligence, were able to form a heinous plot and apprehend Mr. Ali without bloodshed. Mr. Ali has no right to
That's
appeal
what
a
happens
sentence
when you
as
have
per
4
the
terabytes of
provisions
porn
the
on your
Prevention
hard
of
drive.
Terrorism Act 2027. He is therefore condemned to death. The lottery process was repeated. And
Yeah, I can't open Discord. It just won't let me open Discord.
He was that angry. The war had been over for years, but still those people were at it. Still trying to murder innocents in the name of their twisted religious ideology. She had no sympathy for this Mustafa Ali, a terrorist who wanted to martyr himself whilst killing and maiming dozens of people. Instead, he would die alone as the whole nation watched.
So what do you guys think so far, despite my fucking interruptions? Man, I'm depressed. I like the story. Nice. Best one yet. Nice. But does anyone know of any way to recover files that you've deleted? I tried doing the Windows recovery. I tried doing a CCleaner tool to recover everything. There's gotta be, like, something I can use, right? To get my fucking files back? It's not in there.
Our dog was gone. We'd had him for 2 years.
I'm looking for the output of this, and this. BHS Day 2, 3 stories, 1, 2, and 3. Because I put them into the different ones, and then all I had to do was put them together. Yo, Queen, what's up? I fucked up. And now we're reaping the consequences of fucking up. And it's not fun. So I don't know if you have an answer, but do you know of any way to recover files that you've fully deleted permanently? Because I need to get these files back. And for some reason, whatever I did bricked the PC to the point that I can't get Discord to open. Sitting at a Wendy's parking lot. Hell yeah. And no, sadly I do not. So I spent 6 hours in a recovery mode that didn't work. Okay. Now all of a sudden it's booting up. For some reason, Discord was not wanting to start. Alright, sounds good, Queen. Okay, let's... Is it not in this list? What the hell? There it is. Quit Discord. And then see if we can open Discord again. Okay, I guess I fixed it. Sweet. Okay, Discord works now. My mic's connected to Discord. Okay, yeah, because the problem was my mic wasn't connected to Discord in the thing, and it wasn't doing the announcements, because I couldn't get it to go on the other side. But, anyways, back to the story. So here's the next story. Let's go.
Our dog was gone. We'd had him for 2 years. Our phones were full of pictures and videos of our dog.
Quiet.
At least they were, until that morning. Just like everything else. They were all gone. I found an old message from my brother.
Delete games you never play. I don't have any games on the PC. I have PoE, and I think that's it.
True story. Happened to a friend of mine.
Like right now, the PC's sitting at
Ben.
96.
This will be the last thing I ever send you.
Never.
I don't even know if you'll remember who I am
have
by
the
the time you read this. For your sake.
This thing.
I hope you don't.
This is all my extra stuff. This is extra terabyte of data.
I had to write you this.
This is where it was supposed to be.
You're a part of.
It was supposed to be
never
in here in completed videos to upload.
Disappeared.
But
I've got no
it's
idea
not in
when
here.
This whole thing actually started. There's simply no way to tell how much of my life slipped away under my nose before I could ever even know.
So
there's no telling what it's taken from me.
Even the raw files aren't even in here.
How long it's been eating. 4 nights ago.
So I don't know what to do about
That's the first time I noticed something missing.
I literally do have one, Smokey. Like I said, I put it in the wrong fucking
I had
file.
A lot back then. A lot to be thankful for. But
I'm just retarded.
I landed a new job.
So now I'm trying to figure out how I can fix it.
My first actual job out of college.
It is definitely a skill issue.
Me and Grace were able to finally move out of the ratty 1-bedroom place we had in a real house in Cyprus. Wyatt got his own room just after his first birthday. Me and you had to wait 15 years for that. Grace was able to quit her retail job and stay home with Wyatt, which is what she'd always wanted to do. Lord knows she deserved to be able to after all she'd done to help me finish my degree. You helped us move in that weekend, you, Annie, and the girls. I remember we sat down under the patio in the backyard, talking about all of y'all coming over in the fall to grill and watch football. Things looked so hopeful, but that was a different world than the one we're living in now. It was late Tuesday night, a little past 9.
Smokey
Grace had just retreated into her room, starting her nightly fit to rock the baby to sleep. While she was doing that, I was going to head back to the old apartment and grab the last few loads of belongings that needed to be moved. By Tuesday night, most of the boxes were residing in our living room, and I'd made almost 5 trips Monday after work. There still remained about 2 carloads left. I remember looking at it all Saturday after you and I had worked all day to move the big stuff, knowing that all was left, and asked myself how so much could fit in our little hole in the wall. I snuck out as quietly as I could to my car in the garage, being careful not to make a sound to wake Wyatt. He's a really light sleeper, and I didn't want to make the already difficult task of getting him to sleep any more of a burden on Grace. I was able to get out of the house without much of a sound and started my car.
Looks like I'm
Wasn't
shit out of
until
luck,
I was
guys.
halfway down the street when I realized I'd forgotten the keys to our old place. I turned the car around.
Oh, I'm really
grateful to
depressed.
only
Oof,
gone
we're gonna have to
that
put in some
far.
extra effort
Drive between our
tomorrow
apartment
and make that
house
video
solid 20
extra
minutes.
fucking
I'd
good.
already made the mistake of going all that way without a key
That's
once that
so
weekend.
that's so brutal. The entire video just
I
gone.
opened the garage door into
3
the
whole
kitchen,
stories,
just
an
as much
hour and a
caution as I
half,
had
9
left
hours,
with
12 hours of work, all gone.
the house. Was
'Cause
completely
I'm
dark,
fucking
save
retarded.
My car's low beams shining through the open door into the kitchen. It was just enough to see where the key should have been. A little key ring holder right next to the pantry. I say should because it wasn't there. It was missing. An annoyed sigh left my mouth. I'd left them on that key ring the night before just in case Grace needed to run and grab something urgent. God only knew where they'd traveled in those 24 hours. The whole reason we only had one key between us in the first place was because of Wyatt's excessive need to play with them.
Oh, by the way,
We
Queen, guess what my
decided
new
maybe the
short
house
hit
keys
today?
weren't the best toy for an 11-month-old
New record,
to be
new
playing with,
record.
and got him some baby keys.
Last I checked, it was at
Satisfied by the
1.4K
jangle of the real thing.
views.
I looked out.
420
and
mil.
boxes crowded
True.
the living room,
True.
hoping
Oh,
I wouldn't have to
yeah.
go searching through them. Flipping on my phone
Callie, did you
flashlight,
finish
I started
that
carefully opening drawers to the kitchen.
the Minotaur
hoping
spanking
maybe Grace had
boyfriend
used them and just
ASMR?
put them back in an odd spot. Her soft lullaby was still filling the silence of our house. It'd still be a good while before I could ask her. I moved at a
Okay, I need a
pace,
fucking toke,
trying
man.
every
I am
drawer,
pissed at
trying to be
myself. I'm
quiet as
fucking
possible.
retarded.
I probably
And then I just
could
waste
have
all this
thought
time because I was just
gone
like, I could
quicker.
have just been like, no,
You know,
okay, well,
a
let's just
little more
redo it.
noise
Let's get
and
it done.
had
Fucking
a much
focus.
larger buffer
Let's
of
go.
space in the
Instead,
new
no.
house.
I tried to
Having
be like,
lived
I
in
can,
such
I,
a small
I
apartment
can,
for
I
so
can get it
long, and
back.
having woken the baby by even the slightest of movements, it trained me to be overly hesitant. Every creak felt like a shout, no matter how careful I was. My
At
search
least I didn't
for
delete
drawers
these. I'd
proved
fucking
You
barren.
absolute
cry
piece of
if I
gay.
delete
I
this.
started on
If
the
I
living
deleted
room,
these 2
trying
videos that
my
I was ready to
best
upload
dodge around
today, I
our
would have just
scattered
fucking quit.
boxes to
I'm like, yeah, okay,
belongings
you know what, I
and
had
scanned
fun.
the floor
It
with
is
my
what it
flashlight,
is. Go kill
keeping
myself,
my
fuck
eye
it.
peeled
I mean,
for a
what?
glint of anything
3,
shiny.
2, 1, toke!
Nothing. I decided it was probably going to be easier to just wait until Wyatt was down and I could ask Grace if she'd seen them. If not, I could at least flip the lights back on and actually see where I was going. I turned back around to snake back through the living room to turn off my still running car when I felt my foot catch against a stack of the boxes and sent me stumbling over. What followed was a crash that probably could have heard 3 houses down. As I lay there in the immediate aftermath, draped over now crushed boxes of plates and silverware, clenched my eyes.
Yeah, what do you
thought,
guys think about the
"Please don't
B-roll
wake
in the
up,
background?"
Please don't wake up.
Again, B-roll in the background, the
Silence didn't last
subtitles,
more than a second,
the
though. I
voice.
started kicking myself as the shrill cry of
We
my
kind of did a
son rang
minimalistic
through
with
the
this,
house.
with like no real music, no sound
Some
effects,
joined in
just
concert
like
by our
very
dog,
super basic.
Spot, howling and barking to no end. The next thing I heard was the twist of a doorknob and a flicker of a light switch. Grace's concern was visible on her face, though it shifted into irritation once she'd seen what I'd done to her plates. She asked if I was okay, and other than my pride, I was.
How much for you to
I
dress
went
like
ahead
the
and
Muffin
took
Man
the
on stream?
opportunity to ask about the
Whatever it would
keys.
cost to get a Muffin
Said
Man
she hadn't seen
outfit.
them, that she'd needed to go
Smokey?
back to get some stuff for Wyatt's room and couldn't find them earlier, Maybe I hadn't put them back then? I knew I had, but I wasn't about to try and blame her for losing them while she was shushing the crying child I'd just woke. Flipping on the lights, I carried out a very half-hearted search through my floorboard, in between my seats, and in my center console. I knew for a fact I had put them back on that key ring the night before, and just as I expected, the search came up empty. The last load would have to wait until tomorrow. My phone buzzed in my pocket, a text from Grace. If you can't find them, just drive over there and see if Michael will let you in. He let me in last time
lol.
when you were working
You're a
nights
load,
and accidentally took the
Smokey.
keys with you.
I'll load
Michael.
you.
The security guard. Worth a shot. Shut my car door and backed my way
Big
out of the
fucking
garage.
load. Yes.
20 minutes later, I arrived at our old complex. I pulled up to the front gate and threw the car into park. A lone security guard sat stationed in the guard's shack.
Oh man.
Maybe late 50s.
Oh
definitely
man,
not
I'm
cut
not
out
looking
for
forward
night
to
shifts
tomorrow,
anymore.
guys.
His
I'm
feet
not
rested
looking
up on the
forward to
desk in front of him,
tomorrow.
while his head slumped away from me and towards the propped
I
up
had everything
iPhone
ready.
from shockingly
For
old
once, I
horror
had
movie at
everything
max volume.
ready
Rolled
and
down my car
good,
window
and then
tried
I
to
What
go.
catch
happens
attention,
tomorrow?
and my voice didn't work. I tried knocking on the glass gently at first, and then
Well, I had the video
also
ready. Now I have to redo from scratch.
couple of slams
And I
with my
have
fist against
literally
the sliding
24
window, and
hours to
finally
fucking make the
jolted
entire
away.
video from scratch
she
if I
was
want to
swallowing
post
hat
it
Is
on
it
her
tomorrow.
face.
transgender month or?
He slowly rolled his chair over to the window, wearing his displeasure very openly on his face. Can I help you?
You're a
Cracked with the
misgender.
remnants of his sleep after sliding the glass open. I noticed the yellowed name tag ironed on his shirt. Michael. A flicker of
Well,
hope.
I mean, at this
I explained
point,
the
I might as well
situation
just try
politely
more
as I could,
recovery
hoping
options,
it
right?
would help my chances. The look on his face didn't change. With a huff, Michael rolled away from the window and towards an ancient relic of a computer sitting on the desk where his feet had been elevated moments earlier. Valid ID and unit number, he said blankly, reaching his arm out towards me. I retrieved my wallet from my pocket and handed over my driver's license. 322. He clacked away on the keyboard for a moment while I waited in awkward silence. All of a sudden, the keys stopped clicking and Michael's apathetic malaise turned into confusion. He brought the ID close to his face, moving his eyes from the humming screen to my ID and back again. You sure about that? 322? Fairly certain. I've only lived there for 3 years. Michael began to shake his head while scrolling down a list of apartments and names. Well, I'm not seeing you listed here, Mr. Ward, so I'm afraid I can't help you. Flipped my driver's license back through the window and onto my lap. Well, what do you mean I'm not listed? I asked, taken aback. I mean, there's no Daniel Ward that lives at this complex, and there's no one listed in 322. Suddenly dawned on me what must have happened. Look, man, they probably already pulled us from the system because we just moved. We've got to be out by Friday. I've got like 4 or 5 boxes left in there. Just let me come get them, and you can get back to your nap. Sorry, not without something to prove you live in that apartment. What about my parking pass? I turned to grab the parking pass that hung from the rearview mirror, but stopped mid-sentence when I realized it wasn't there. Put my head in my palm out of frustration. I must have already thrown it away without thinking. Grace, I snapped my fingers. Grace Ward, she's my wife. About a year or so ago, you let her and our son into 322 because I had the keys. Does that ring any bells? Buddy, I can't remember what I had for lunch. Look, if you think there's been some kind of mix-up, you're gonna have to just come when the admin is here. That's not my job. My job is keeping people who don't live here out of the gates. And according to the system, you don't live here. I'm sorry, but there's nothing I can do. Have a good night. I got the impression he really wasn't all that sorry, but I saw I wasn't going to get anywhere and waved him away. He slammed the window back shut and resumed the position I'd found him in. Defeated, I turned the car around and started to trek back to the new house. By the time I got home, Grace and Wyatt were soundly asleep in the bed. I went through my nightly routine and collapsed down next to them. I was still tired from the move, tired from work, and tired from the night's ordeal. I was glad to join my wife and son in sleep. It didn't last long.
Go back to
I
normal,
woke a
bitch.
few
This
hours
shit-ass
later
accent
and
is
turned
killing
to see
me.
Grace holding her pillow over her ears. In the spot, something had him wound
I'm
up
sorry,
again.
Smokey.
He was like half
I'm
the
just not
neighborhood
having a
know
good
about
time
it.
right now, bro. I'm just not having
I
a
heard
good
her
time.
mutter something about that stupid dog. from under the pillow, and how she was going to be pissed if he woke Wyatt. I assured her I'd settle him down and flip the covers off myself, maybe a little redemption for earlier that night. Made my way out to the living room, sliding glass door to the backyard.
What if I donated to a
All the
charity
way
of
on
your
the far
choice?
end
Would
of
that
the
make you
yard,
feel any
Snout
better?
Hugged right
Yeah,
up
it
against
would,
the fence,
actually.
barking with all the fury in his body. Called his name twice and gave a whistle.
You can
He didn't
donate
stop.
to charity of your
Intensely glued
choice.
to the slated boards.
Oh, good, he's gone.
Flashing his
Yo,
teeth
Fish,
at
what's
whatever he
up?
saw behind them. I called again.
Welcome,
Started
Fish. We have a
scolding
new
him,
video.
but he still didn't come. Something
I don't know
wasn't
why I
right.
can't find
He was
this.
prone to
This
barking
doesn't make any
fits,
sense.
But they were never so aggressive, and he usually always minded when I
recover
called him.
everything.
I couldn't imagine at the time why he was so upset. My eyes looked deep into the thick tangled mess of oak trees and wild brush that backed up our property line. What did he see? I began to walk towards him. With every step, the air around me seemed to grow colder. It was mid-August, but by the time I reached the fence, I almost
Are
thought
you
I
as
could see
loud
my
and as
breath.
annoying as usual?
Bent over to scoop him up and carry him inside.
Because
and whipped his head
I'm
around
sad,
and bit me on
I'm
the hand.
depressed.
I yelled out in pain.
He fucked up
and
and
deleted
immediately
all
let
his
go,
porn.
running across the yard to
Yeah,
the
all my
house.
porn is gone.
What the hell, you stupid dog!
So
I
dumb.
brought my hand close to my
12
eyes to try to see the damage in the
petabytes.
darkness. He'd broken skin, but not by much. Mainly, it just given me a jolt.
I deleted my
Never
fucking video.
So much as growled at me before.
So I'm trying to find Fish.
My attention back to the dog.
All
now laying on the
seriousness, do you know
patio
how to
whimpering.
bring back files that you
Wasn't barking
deleted?
anymore.
I
What could have
exported it to
made
the
him so
wrong
on edge?
file and then I
My eyes
deleted
turned
it.
to the
So it's
fence,
gone. And I've been
chill
trying all
in the
day
air,
to
the
fucking
fear,
get it
the
back.
witch.
So I don't
slid its
have
way
to
down my
redo the
nerves.
entire video from
Took a step away
scratch.
towards the fence.
But
My mind
nothing's
began to run
working.
Wild. What was I about
Of course
to
it's not
see?
in my recycling bin. I've
I
checked that
raised
100 times. The recycling
myself
bin
up
only
and
has the
craned
old
my
file. It was
neck
too
over
big
the
to
fence
delete, so it
to get a
perma-deleted it.
good look around. The answer caught my eye almost immediately. Its fluorescent yellow glow
I
reflected
tried
in
to
the light
system
of
restore,
the
it didn't do anything.
tennis ball. One that had clearly been there a while. and was
I
covered by
have
vines and thorny brush.
the whatchamacallit,
I
the
laughed to
file, but it
myself
doesn't
and
have any
walked
in
briskly
it.
back
It's
to
just
the
all a
house,
bunch of
trying
like
to
temp
warm
files and
myself
shit.
along the way.
File
Bob was
history, and
still
then it's
whining
all
next to the door,
like
evidently still
random
upset at
file
biting me
numbers.
and my scolding him.
and
back
Microsoft
glass door,
Edge document.
Open and let him in. It's okay, bud. He trotted quickly to the dog bed in the laundry room, folding himself up into a quiet and content ball.
Am I supposed to
Problem
do
solved.
something with
After
this?
quickly cleaning the small
And then I have the
cup Spot had
recovery,
given me, I marched
but it doesn't
back
have,
on my
like,
own bed and climbed back in next to Grace.
Anything in
It's
it?
been a long night. I was more than exhausted.
The hell?
Beside my
There has to
bed
be a
right
way to
1 a.m.
recover it.
Just a few
Pigs catch
precious
people with
hours
CP
left
on their
to
stuff.
sleep.
Sadly, I'm not
Not
advanced in
nearly
computer
enough.
knowledge. I just know there is a way. Just hate not knowing the path at
Sleep
the
didn't
end.
come as easy this second time
Yeah.
around. I spent the rest of the night tossing and turning, trying to warm myself back up.
So maybe we'll watch a
Chill was
video on it?
persistent, but eventually
Because, like, it says
exhaustion
it
took
found
over and I
11
fell asleep.
videos.
I woke up in an empty bed.
But I don't know what
smelled
WebM
frying bacon
is
wafting
or the
into
path
room.
was.
Smile chased away the sour
So I'm just going to
tiredness of my
recover
face.
these and see what
I
happens.
rolled out of the bed to face the
I'm going
day.
to help you, but the system restores the
Grace
extent of
was
what I
already
know.
seated
Yeah,
at the
don't
table
worry,
by the
Fish.
time
It's
I
all
got
good.
dressed and joined her and Wyatt. I gave her a soft kiss on the top of her head as I took my seat. We spent the morning together,
When it was
eating
11,
breakfast,
the OS is
talking about
the
how
least
much
about-
we loved the new
yeah.
house. Occasionally, just looking with joy at our son playing in his little playpen we'd set up amongst all the cluttered boxes in the living room. It'd been a stressful weekend with the move, and all the troubles from the night before hadn't helped in that regard. That morning felt like it put it all back into perspective. Life was good.
Yeah, I've never
Young
been so
and
depressed.
Blessed
I think this is the
beyond
most depressed I've
measure
ever
with
been
a
in my
beautiful
life.
son, a new job, a new home. It was the last time I felt truly happy. She asked me if I was able to get the rest of our stuff last night. I explained I wasn't able to find the keys, and Michael had been much less helpful than advertised. I planned on going over there on my lunch break, but she offered to get it sorted out. Thanked her for being such a good wife.
I mean,
What
if
was
I had
Spot
just
barking over
buckled
last night?
down and
She asked
remade the
when she bites
video,
toast.
I would have it at least
Nah, he was
halfway
going
completed
nuts.
by now.
At least tell me it was
But
worth it.
no, I'm in that
Hardly
boat. That's why I'm not
tennis ball.
taking shots at you or
Ugh.
being
I
facetious
get little
about
enough
helping.
sleep with that one
Thanks,
over
Fish. I
there.
appreciate it.
If
It was
he
one
wasn't
time where
so
I'm like
cute, I'd
actually
say we
like
get rid of the
fucking-
dog.
I know what I
Yeah,
have to do
especially
tomorrow.
since he bit
I have to
me when I
fucking
tried to
lock
bring him
in and
inside.
crunch in fucking
My hand
tomorrow.
hurt to see.
Make sure I get
Seriously?
that video.
She gasped, dropping her fork into one of the surviving plates.
But
of my
hey,
fall.
it's a
Grabbed my hand and
lesson
inspected the
learned.
Another
wound
video,
he'd
woo.
inflicted. What's wrong with him? Do you think we should take him to a trainer or something? No. He calmed down as soon as I let him inside.
I'm
Maybe a
interrupting my
raccoon or
own
something
fucking
was
stories
out
over
there
all this
too.
shit. I'm ruining everything over it.
Never done that before.
I need a toke. I need
Yeah,
a
but
drink. I'll
He's
be right
around
back.
Wyatt all the time.
Fuck.
Saw her face change, obvious confusion sweeping over in an instant. Wait, you put him inside last night? My face probably mirrored hers at this point. Yeah, I let him come sleep in the bed in the laundry room. He was fine after that. Did you let him back outside this morning? Suddenly I understood her perplexed look. Started scanning around the house from the table, wondering where the dog was. I hadn't had the chance to install the doggy doors yet, so the only way he could get in or out was with one of us. I, assumed you did, I croaked out. We both looked at each other with the same dumbfounded, unsure look, and stood to our feet. Spot? He began to call, searching the house. I immediately went to the laundry room. What I found, or rather didn't find, raised 100 more questions. I called for Grace, and she came running. I pointed out to the empty spot on the floor where his bed had been. Are you sure you unpacked it already? When you said that I was wondering, I don't remember seeing it this morning. Grace, I'm telling you, it was right there last night. I saw him lay down in it. Maybe he drug it off to wherever he's at? She stammered for an answer. And his food bag? I pointed to the empty spot next to the dryer, where the almost full 40-pound container of dog food was supposed to be. She had no response to that one. It would be the first of many things to leave us speechless that morning. As we resumed our search of the house, we'd come to find that almost everything of Spot's was gone.
Means you're taking your brand and growth seriously. If anything, take that to the bank. If you were nonchalant or nonplussed about the situation,
Family dog
and indicate your
vanished
heart
into thin
wasn't
air without a trace,
truly
along with
trying
everything
to
related
grow.
My mind raced to come up with some kind of rational explanation
The
for it
Scotty
and
Blue
failed
Horror
miserably.
brand. Being this upset tells me that you
Piece
are
together
trying to
some
lock in.
logical
Yeah.
possibility,
Thanks,
only for it to
Fish.
be rendered ridiculous a few steps down the line. None of them seemed very appealing. I kept coming back to the idea that there was someone in the house, that someone took him, but that didn't make any more sense than any other explanation. How and why would they steal all of Spot's things and leave the rest of us completely untouched? His belongings were scattered all over the house, and yet there wasn't a single one missed. They were all gone. Oh my god, Danny! Grace gasped, suddenly looking at her phone. First day we'd moved in, we'd taken some pictures of the three of us with Spot in them to post on social media. They were gone now, erased like the rest of the evidence we'd ever owned a dog. She kept scrolling up through her camera roll. We'd had him for 2 years. Our phones were full of pictures and videos with our dog. At least they were until that morning. Just like everything else, they were all gone. I pulled out my own phone to check. Same story. Danny, what's going on? Grace asked me, her voice shaky. A pit had formed in my stomach, and an oppressive terror lowered itself onto my shoulders. It was fear like I had never known up until that point. The worst part about it was I couldn't say why. I didn't know what I could be afraid of. Our dog was missing. It wasn't like
Yeah,
someone
maintaining
was
on a
pointing a gun
schedule,
to my
Fish,
head.
is like
It was
my
just
main
a
shit. So I
pervasive
appreciate the
sense of
comment about,
wrongness.
you know,
Not about the night before.
being
Cold
locked
and
in and like
Why did I
fucking
suddenly feel
actually
so
caring
cold
about this
sitting on the
shit?
couch next to Grace?
It's just so much
that
more like
easy
now I'm on
all
crunch time,
morning?
right? I'm already on crunch time. We're like crunch time on top of crunch time on top of crunch time to get this fucking video out. I'm like, fuck.
Fiery glow.
It'll take me straight just 2 hours alone. It's just recording the audio. Just alone, that's 2 hours.
Wrapped themselves around me, threatening to jump out and pull me into whatever nightmare.
I'm clear myself. I get it. Yeah.
End of the line. My name is Aaron Evans. Some time ago, I was the reason 20 people lost their lives. I'm writing this in part to confess to the world what I've
before
done.
I was like, yes, I got it. I just gotta wait for the recovery system, and the recovery system fucking had nothing on it, and I was like, okay, well, I don't know what to do then.
Let me start by explaining some facts about myself.
It's all these empty files that I don't understand what they mean.
I'm the CEO of a massive company producing plastic bags, though I will not name it here. A couple of days ago, one of my factories producing high-density polyethylene suffered a horrific explosion, ripping apart a massive chunk of the building, with eyewitness testimonies claiming to have seen the roof catapulted tens of feet into the air. The blinding light of the event lit up the city for miles. It took fire crews working all evening to get the blaze under control, and several of them, despite their training and equipment, were scorched with severe burns, or were coughing out their lungs from smoke inhalation. The colossal pillar of black, billowing fumes that was still...
Yeah, Fish, what do you think about having the pranks in the background? So I don't know who, but somebody suggested putting, like prank stuff in the background, and I was like, okay, I mean, it's feedback, I'll try it.
From the initial blast.
I mean, I'm not really a fan of it,
died from the causes such as lung damage, asphyxiation, or burns as they tried to escape the crumbling wreckage.
Yeah, I don't know.
That wasn't the end of the drama. As luck would have it, atmospheric conditions of the day had prevented pollutants from escaping up into the atmosphere, instead spreading their dangerous noxious gases around the city. We denied that there could have been any such toxins, dispersed at first to save face, but we soon caved under further investigation brought up by the fact that multiple people who were near the factory at the time reported smelling something bitter in the air, substantiated by the surviving workers complaining some days later about headaches and nausea. We eventually conceded that it was likely that the Inferno released
gives a nice B-roll impression. However, I've met people who want these stories to have images and videos of what's being discussed. You know how those AI videos always shift the videos of who they're talking about, the opposite of that. But you do you. Try this for a while and see if it grows you, ride it out. Exactly, right, Fish? It's all experimental. All experimental. So far, the videos that have hit off the hardest was a walk in New York and the night sky. Like the moon. Those ones got 300 views. That was the B-roll that was on them.
Day and night to warp the narrative into whatever I saw fit.
So I'm trying to replicate that 300 view. And the last one got us 50 views. So that's close, but I don't know if this one's going to get us anything.
Entirely. The story we came up with wasn't entirely untrue. It had faulty wiring that caused
I think that definitely we've improved the thumbnails, so it's not the thumbnails.
Never been faulty or exposed or
maybe it's the titles. I don't know.
To the flammable chemicals had I listened
I don't know. We just keep trying.
Under me.
Right? So it's the power law. It's that one thing that pops off. We just have to keep going. That's it. The only way to lose is to quit. It's like with RuneScape. You don't quit, you just stop playing for a while.
On graduation. Never really had to fight for anything. It was all handed to me. And that, combined with how I was raised, led me to see the less fortunate as well. Lazy. You're wondering why I'm telling you all this information.
There also be a version to AI in the videos you make coming off as being AI made.
There are two reasons.
I mean, they are, in a way, technically.
Most of what
but I'm like, how else do I make Can't Dip into the Minds of Society? But that's something I hear talk of. Yeah, and like the feedback I got is the guy was like, oh, if your thumbnails didn't look so AI, maybe people will click on your videos. And then I made fucking propaganda. Then I made ones that were not AI and nobody clicked on them.
I was always successful.
So I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. I do that and it doesn't work either. I try to not make it look like AI and it don't get click. I make it look like AI get little click. I go little click better than no click.
Renovated since my grandparents owned the place. Barely even
but we're still in the very early stages of this, right? It could take us 5 or 7 years before we
brown voice
do
makes me
anything.
Why should
wet.
I have forked over
That
the
is
extra
all
cash
good,
to replace
Smokey.
them?
Don't worry, I can do
Now,
it well.
All of what I'm saying may
You
be
know the
confusing
very
to
much
you.
so, yes.
You know very well that there was no recent
Wait
news
until we
story
start
breaking
doing
of something
ASMR with
remotely describing
Gary, when
what
are we
happened
doing
that
the
night.
ASMR, bro?
And that's because,
Like, are you
well,
ready? Are you
never
streaming?
happened.
Like, what is the plan?
I sense
don't
that
know what
this
the plan is.
explanation
Now the
leaves you
Discord
with
is
more
working.
questions than answers. So I guess
Go
I
back
should
to
stop
normal,
beating
bitch.
around
This
the bush.
shit-ass accent is killing
It
me.
was a couple of weeks after the incident. I had just left my penthouse apartment and was going to my block's local subway station. And crossing the street to the stairs I would use to get down to the platform, my eyes were glued to my phone, not even paying attention to the walking signal. Suddenly, seemingly out of nowhere, a car roared into my peripheral vision. I
Who
didn't
said
even
that?
hear it until its horn screamed into my ears. Sound of its tires on the
Callie.
asphalt of the street drowned out by my thoughts in the hustle and bustle of the morning
I don't know
city.
who said what, Fish. What do you
My
mean, who
heart
said
was
what?
shot with adrenaline as I
Who said that?
leapt
What
into
was
the
the
air,
that you are
hearing the
speaking
screech
of?
rubber
I feel like a German
slipping
police
on the
officer.
rock behind me as I sailed and collided with the ground. I let out a half cry in agony as I slowly rolled over onto my stomach. Once I had processed what had happened and finally
Daddy,
stood
chill.
up straight, a burning
True.
fire was lit inside me. Hey! I yelled, storming right up to the driver, who was now running out of his
Like
car,
normal, bitch.
color now
That-
completely drained from his face. Damn shit!
Oh,
Watch
that's
where
the
you're going next time!
TTS.
He didn't respond. In fact, nothing about him changed. He just stared head on, his breath stuttering and hitching.
It's just a
before
message
broken
I created and
fragments.
then recorded with
I rolled my
TTS.
eyes.
Thank
and
you
then
for redeeming
running
chair
late.
dance.
Yeah,
He
it's
hadn't
just
actually hit
Hitox
me, so
will now
there was no
dance
need
for
to
you.
get the
I did the
police or
TTS.
insurance or
Peacefully
any other
enjoy this
party
immersive
involved.
experience.
As much as I
And
wanted
then-
to clobber this person for having nearly killed me in the street right then and there, I had more important things to attend to.
That was the most important
Later,
part of the story,
as I
Smokey.
was scrolling
You
through
just
my phone,
again
waiting for my
somehow
friend to arrive,
interrupted the most
it was
important
my
part
mind
of the
entirely.
story.
There's a downtown train approaching the station.
Magic.
Please stay away from the
Yeah,
platform edge.
it really is
Hear
magic.
the
Keep
train
dancing,
number
bitch.
that
It
was
ain't
called.
over yet.
Didn't think too much of it at first, chalking it up to me being too distracted to pay full attention.
This is the
Not
best
an
effort I can put in. This is the best effort I
routine
can
that
I
hardly
can
even
muster,
acknowledge
Smokey.
the automated
I'm
arrival
sorry.
announcements anymore.
It's the only energy that I have.
All trains on this color
I need
line
to
were
save.
going where I
I'm
was
in like
anyway.
conservation
Now,
mode.
looking back
Watching
on
a
it,
video
this was weird.
from the
I
COVID
thought
days of some
everything else
Jews in
perfect.
Germany
But when
being
it
held
came
back
to
at the
down to
airport due to the
number,
pandemic and travel
it was
concerns. One of them
plain,
called the
my
airport
brain
police.
just skipped
The
over it.
National
Something had been
Socialist,
said
and the
clearly.
cop was like, "Who
I
said
had
that?
registered
Who said
that
that?"
after the fact. It wasn't silence. It wasn't gibberish either.
You did
It's
good.
as
You
if
can
I
rest now, babe.
Just couldn't process it. Like
We're
the
one of these
sound
running, but
had
you
reached
can
my
understand
ears,
him though.
The second it
He's
made
like,
its way
no,
to my head,
no, we
I
can't.
just
Don't even play
shut
that
down.
card.
Any thought back to it just refused to compute. It's hard to put into words unless you experience
That's
it.
fucked up, Fish.
I boarded, putting so much autonomy into my step that I was almost a robot. And when I finally made it to the car, finally looked up from my phone, and for the first time during this whole ordeal, I noticed that there was something off. The first thing that hit me was the smell. Ashes, smoke, and a slight hint
Small
of something
44. That's
else.
insane, Smokey.
Reminded me of a scorched piece of meat.
I think you
at
just had
first.
like a billion
Weird
messages to get to
combination
that
of burnt
level.
Food,
Like
their scents mixed
organically.
together so
It's
perfectly that I
illegal
couldn't tell
to
one from the other.
be or call
In
someone a
addition,
Nazi in
There
Germany.
was an odd metallic scent, like that of a pen.
But that just means a socialist. Like, isn't it an abbreviation of Socialist Party?
Suggestion of it. It was sickening and almost wretched as I looked up to scan for the source.
So it'd be like calling someone like a
I
soci.
found none. Everything was clean, immaculate even, as if someone had just gone through and polished everything. There was only one other
Nationalist,
person
socialist,
here. A
yes.
figure sitting in the far back corner, near the door that exited to the outside coupling. He was crouched over on his seat, his entire body covered in a long, gray, tattered cloak made of a rough, broken fabric.
I mean, you were
with a
chasing
hood
with that,
that
they'd
fell
rather
around
not
his
have a
face,
part two, thus
perfectly
they don't play with
obscuring
that
any
word.
Skin.
I think that's super stupid, though,
I had,
Fish.
At first, thought that the scent
Oh,
was coming from
banning
him.
the word isn't going to stop the
Indeed,
ideology.
I had no
And the ideology
discernible
is
direction or
not
distance
tied
that
to
it was
Hitler
coming
just because
from.
Hitler used that
Everywhere.
ideology. It wasn't even, he
About where
hijacked
I
the
had
ideology.
No
It
matter
wasn't
how
even his
late I was,
ideology.
I was not about to risk
Party
my
started
life
from
by
the
being
region in
alone
Germany
here.
that shares the same
Snapped
notes.
back around,
Technically,
ready
if
to gun
you're
it for
from
the
there,
exit
you
when
are one.
Suddenly, the doors slammed shut in front of me. There was nothing to announce their closure. No beeps, and no "stand clear of the closing doors, please." Instead, they blurred past my eyes with such an intense ferocity that it almost made me step back to avoid becoming crushed in the giant metal maw. I stared, wide-eyed at the scene before me. A malfunction? I rationalized. It made
It's
sense
BS
then.
that a Jew had
I
called their
barely had time to
police
think about it, though.
when
Soon the
they were
train
going through
roared to life.
COVID.
I almost fell onto my side.
Well, I
losing
mean,
my
people
balance
called
as it jolted
Trump a
forward with
fascist
vengeance I'd not
and a
seen
Nazi.
before. The windows blackened with the overbearing walls of the tunnel, the only light that remained being those of the overheads, which
Epidemic
radiated
shit,
their
everything
artificial
now.
glow across the
Everyone.
entire area.
You
as
understand
well as
me?
the occasional flare of a bulb from
Yeah,
outside.
so I mean, you could say it was very
Collected my
totalitarian,
bearings and took a
and
deep
you weren't allowed to
sigh
speak
calm my
against it. You
nerves.
weren't allowed to say anything. You
Relax,
just
I
had
told
to
myself.
shut up, get in
Get
line,
off
and get
at
your
the next
shot.
stop. That in mind,
I think that's
slowly wandered over
the
to
moment
nearest
when
seat,
humanity
keeping whoever that
lost.
hooded man was in my sight the whole time. He had not moved since I first boarded. The violence of the train's acceleration held steady. It required consistent use of my upper body to keep myself upright. We had hit our expected top speed a while ago, and kept going. The sound of singing wheels on track grew louder, carriages thundering through the echo of the void we were plundering into.
I actually had
My
COVID. It
stomach
wasn't fun,
dropped
but I've
as I
had worse
frantically
illnesses
looked
in my
around
lifetime.
the
I got a
car,
lymph
panic.
node infection from a
Figure
COVID
still
shot,
staring
but I
at the
never actually
ground
had
as if nothing out
COVID.
of the ordinary was happening. But for me, it unnerved me to the end. No subways. Weren't supposed to go this fast.
As far as I'm concerned, it was just a really bad
I began
flu
honestly believing that I might have been
that
on
the
a
government took
one-way
advantage
train,
of.
and that nothing would stop us.
Absolute fucking
We were going
advantage
to
of.
keep plowing through the darkness
Sure, it was
until we
really
eventually
contagious,
crashed.
and yes, it did
That
kill people, but it was
feeling,
like,
that idea of
it was
suddenly being
nowhere
confronted
near
by my
as
own
bad
mortality,
as
trapped
the
in a
government said
situation
it
I had no
was.
possibility of controlling, sent the worst chills up my spine that I
It was
had
just
ever
a really,
encountered.
really
I
bad
looked out the
cold.
window. The flashes from outside having morphed into a single
Where did COVID come
vibrating
from?
straight line.
China!
The ocean blurred the individual fixtures together, and I just sat there. It was all I could do, listening to the thundering of the
Weihan!
steel cars, drowning out everything else as they rummaged through
Killed
my
the other...
eardrums, just
in other
waiting for
words,
the inevitable.
Nerd with no immune system. Yeah,
Then
people that
hit
would
the
have
brakes
died from
hard
the
all at
normal
once.
cold.
I was
It's just the
immediately
fact,
tossed from
Wuhan
one side
province.
to the other.
Yes.
A violent shrill
That's why they call it the
screech
Wuhan
erupted from
virus. The
below as
Wuhan
wheels ground to a
virus.
halt. I breathed a sigh of relief and closed my eyes as I tilted my head towards the ceiling. It would come to a stop soon, and then I would finally be able to get
China
off
was
this
embarrassed to
thing.
admit they
I didn't
spawned a
care
new
about how
virus.
late I
Someone
was
ate a
anymore.
bat and they
Just
didn't
wanted
kill
out of this.
themselves, and here we are.
Then
Yeah, because
I
bats
would
are the
then
worst
run
animals to
immediately
fuck
the
with
MTA
because
and
of
give
their
them a piece
feces.
of my mind about the situation they had put me in. Who knows? I probably would have checked for grounds to sue
Bats
them,
are worse
just to be
than
sure.
rats because bats are
The light
flying
outside
rats.
gave way to dim yellowish
Rats,
light.
squirrels, and bats prove evolution. They're all the exact same animal, but one is on the ground, one is in trees, and one's in the air.
Complete stop. I practically burst from the train, determined to storm up
Bats
to
are
the next
rodents, thus
employee
making
and give
them
them
Interesting.
a
prime
face full of what
vector
they had
for
done.
diseases. Yeah.
But those thoughts were put to rest almost immediately. Stepping onto the platform, I was assaulted with a tidal wave of warm, heavy, sticky air.
Yeah, you know when China
Weird,
isn't
but the
as
smell
bad
was
in a
odd,
lockdown
wet,
as the
earthy,
US is
definitely
when it's
better
fucking
than what I
bad.
encountered on the train.
Should
Noticeable.
never eat one. Never.
Just a single look at the yellowish walls immediately pinned a culprit. Black spots dotted throughout almost every corner, crevice, and tile, spreading and expanding their influence like an infestation.
Actually, be normal and eat a cow or
The
something.
place
Yeah.
was covered in it. The walls were also deteriorating.
You know, for
covered in
economic reasons,
shades
dogs
and
are
strings
actually
of
a better
brown,
source of
green,
meat
and
than
other
cows.
unsightly colors.
If we had
Moving
dogs
down
instead
their
of
entire
cows
length
as
as if
meat,
they
it
were
would be
melting.
like
I like meat.
10 times
Signaling
X.
the name of the
the
station
amount of
had been
meat.
corroded to such an
But
extent
we're just
that it
attached
had
to
become
dogs.
unreadable.
They don't
may
taste
be
as
a
good.
bit
I don't
more
know, though.
concerning
I've never
to
had
anyone
dogs.
else living in
I
any
don't care if
other
someone
city
wants to
around the
eat a
world.
bat. Just make
However,
sure the one
any
that
New
kills
Yorker
it.
will know that
don't
these
eat an
signs
already
are
dead bat.
unfortunately commonplace, and I
Eat
dismissed
dog, I can
this
never.
as
I'm
being
sorry.
a
I
station
mean, it's fair enough, right?
skipped on the
I mean, but I'm like,
express.
I don't care. It's meat. I'll eat
The
it.
doors slammed
Tastes
shut
good.
behind me,
I'll eat it.
and just like that, the train took off.
I would eat
Smoke
anything.
and the
I'll eat your
violent
mom.
braking still trailing behind it. I was left alone. The other guy had not followed me out. I was still
Even
shaken
Scotty's
up by what
dad.
had happened.
Yes.
Being
No,
alone
definitely.
on the rundown, decrepit
No dogs, no
subway
cats. I adore those
platform
species of
wasn't helping
animals.
either.
Put them
I
far
just
above
decided
humans.
to walk
I agree,
until I found
fish.
something to
But,
reorient
you know,
myself.
I think it would be interesting. We
Dark
need doves.
pit within
Cows
me
that
began to
only grow
fester
to the
as I
size of
observed my
dogs,
surroundings.
and their tender
There were no
flesh
maps, no
growing
directional
as
signs,
quickly
nothing that could point me to
as
an exit
dogs.
or at least tell me where I was. I was
Or we
trapped
just
in
grow-
an endless maze of
grow meat
corridors
from a
with
lab.
no sense or reason, just yellow tiled walls. The lights above me were flickering, barely holding on to their exhausted bulbs
Lab-grown
that
meat.
struggled to put forth their radiance.
Only thing that would be interesting is how quickly I blow everyone
At
who
this
eats
time,
them
I was
animals
starting
up.
to have serious
That's
doubts
what would
about
be
my
interesting.
situation.
You're the bomb dropper,
I
then,
didn't
fish?
fully register the scale of what happened yet, but the environment I found myself in was enough to put anyone off. The soundscape dominated by nothing but an echo of dripping water far off somewhere in the distance. That morphed into a hideous whispering as it bounced off the corridors. This would be a perfect place to be stabbed. I could only think about it for so long, however, before the flashes from above increasing in intensity and the buzzing turning to far more of a crackling, static sound.
Osama, is that
Not
you?
A second later, hundreds of
True.
loud pops tore their way through the building. My
Of
eyes
course,
were hit
I
with
bought
a
drop
blinding
bombs on
white
Americans
for a
70% of
microsecond
the
before I
shithole's
became engulfed
history.
in sheer absolute darkness.
Yup.
Stilled, my heart thundering in my chest, as I tried to look around to find some way to orient myself. There was nothing to feed my starved eyes. I was stuck here, standing in an endless expanse, unable to see myself or any part of my body.
Bears are
Supposed to wait here
omnivores,
till
which is
someone
why
found
they're
me?
safe. Even then, you eat them
Stumble
during the
aimlessly,
summer before they
like a
start
lost
bulking
soul
up for
searching
the
for
winter.
salvation.
Yeah.
That was when I felt it. A calm wind lightly
sense, Sean.
feeling its way down the back of my neck, sending
Even
my hair
before-
straight
oh,
on
you're a
end,
communist, moved to
accompanied
China
by
then.
something I couldn't quite describe.
True, fish.
A lingering presence pushing down.
China's
on
the
me
only
from
successful
eyes,
communist
moved
country in the
slightly to
world.
the left,
'Cause
leaving
it's
my
not
neck
a communist
entirely.
country.
The sound I heard was barely discernible. A slight crackling started from
Despite
behind
it
me and
saying it's a
slowly
communist
reached towards
country.
my ear.
I would like
Almost
to learn the
pop
piano
of
one
bubble
day.
wrap, but a lot more.
Well, then you need to talk to
fleshy.
Callie to get in touch with
I wanted to
Nell, so
run.
you can go to
I
the
was locked
school
in
to
place.
teach
I
piano.
resorted to
For-
shaking,
and then you'll
uncontrollably.
conduct the Howling Red.
Breaths came out
Exactly.
ragged
There's
and
never
hitched,
been a communist
trying to
country in
keep
our modern
in
history.
tears. Then there was the
Because
groaning,
humans, once you
groaning
introduce the
labor,
human
broken to
aspect into
pieces,
communism,
jarred,
communism
as if
falls
trying to
apart.
make a noise, but
People
all that
ruin
came
the
out
idea
was
of
a remnant
communism.
of what once was.
Because someone will always fuck
Filled my
everyone
ears,
else over.
working through the tubes like a parasite, joining in with the cool air, caressing my hair slightly as it drifted
I
across my
wish
skin.
idiotic inbred Americans would understand that
With
communism
that,
actually is when
I
they
finally
scream
snapped out
about
of it,
people like
busted
Mamdani,
into a full
Mamdani
sprint,
being one.
not even caring where I was going. I just needed to get away. The
Yeah.
smell of smoke came back with a punch I wasn't prepared for. It pierced through my nose, a sharp, acrid stench that combined itself with a hint of bitterness. I coughed first a little bit,
I know inbred
then
Americans.
again and
Scotty,
again
find that
before I
clip of
finally
Timmy
stood
reading.
still, bending forward before letting myself succumb to an attack. I would know that chemical smell anywhere. It had been all
True,
over the
Smokey,
streets since
true.
the accident.
Exactly, it's because the
Finally, up
transitional
ahead, a
period where
small
people
sliver
in the
of
state
light.
take the
I
means of
unsteadily
protect
shook my way
production.
towards it.
Once you give the
fighting off
government
last of my
the
respiratory systems
factories
where
and the boats and
there was a
everything else,
dim,
why would they give it
shaky
back?
glow,
Exactly.
flooded with an inferno's deep, warm orange, but there was no flame. I watched as the shadows of the invisible pyre danced along the walls in the tune of an unfeelable draft. in the brightest part, sitting
I'd
on
say
her
to
back,
Ma'am Dami,
leaning
if you're
against
really
the
a
wall,
communist, then you'd give
was
away
what
all
appeared
of
to
your
be a
wealth,
woman,
all of your money, all of your
draped
everything.
in a warm,
And you would
tattered
split it
white
evenly
dress.
among everyone in
All
New
this was
York.
stained with splotchless,
All of your family's
gray,
wealth,
grew like an
all of your
infection
extended
covered
family's
fabric.
wealth,
Her head
every
on her
connection that
knees
you have with
were hung
anyone.
closely to her chest.
Right then, what we're gonna do
Silver
doing today is
hair was
marching
draped
up and down the
haphazardly around her
square. That
legs,
is, unless any of you had
barely
any better to do.
concealing the
Yes,
small crusted
Atkinson.
paper in her hands.
What would you rather be doing? Well, sir, I'm learning the piano. Learning the
Rocking
piano, I
slightly,
suppose.
mouth
You want to go
letting
practice?
out
Well, all
shuddered
right then. Off you
breaths.
go.
The motion allowed the parchment to briefly peek out of its
That's
confinement.
just some
A small square with white
autocratic
borders
hellhole. It's not
surrounding something in the
communism.
middle.
They're using the idea of
A
communism to
photo.
gain power. Not
Of
that I'm a
what?
communist. I
couldn't
just
tell. It was
like
too
not
dark to
being
make anything
ignorant
off it.
and at
Stepped
war with
back,
reality.
broken tile
Yeah,
crunched
exactly,
underneath my
fish.
feet, and the woman stopped. I bolted
power
as my
play.
survival instincts kicked in. Whatever was taking place, I didn't want a part of it. The woman's wailing got louder, echoing through the halls behind me. It was far more sustained now, no longer the pathetic, broken excuse it once was. I could hear it as it quickly overpowered everything in the station. The absolute strength of raw emotion. The grief,
One of these
the
days I will
loss,
find
the
you.
fiery glow
It's okay,
surged
Smokey.
ahead
I'll
and
accept it.
colored
You
the
can just
entire
fucking
corridor.
kill me now.
The dancing
I feel
shadows
it.
having transformed into long tendrils that wrapped themselves around me, threatening to
One
jump
and
out
done.
pull me into whatever nightmare this had become. Turn after turn, bend after bend, I prayed for an exit, for another person, for anyone I could talk to, and just some form of release. The lights flickered back on, and now I found myself back at the train platform. I don't know how. I was more concerned with what was lying on the tracks. I had never been more happy to see those
You
silver
said you're in the
snakes.
crowd. The music's
Salvation.
loud, but he will
I
find
bolted
you,
in
ready
through
or
the open
not.
doors of the
Here
subway train,
it comes.
catching my breath as they forcefully slammed themselves shut behind me. After calming slightly, I picked one of the nearby seats and began walking towards it.
Here I come.
And then I saw something out of the corner of my eye, causing my blood to chill to ice. Sitting on the far end of the car was the cloaked old man, the same one I had seen on my first ride, all the same posture. We lurched forward, accelerating with a
You're
force
not Bridget
I was all too
Mendler.
familiar with. I was on the same train. My heart thumped harder and harder as I stared them down. I desperately tried to forge some form of rationalization, no matter how far-fetched, but I came up with nothing. Nothing could explain the vast series of coincidences I was experiencing. I wanted to yell, shout at whoever was sitting bent over at the train car, and demand to know what was happening. The sound never escaped my lips. Instead, with a glimmering hand, and in a last-ditch attempt to save myself, I pulled my phone out of my pocket, and without breaking eye contact with the only person here, slowly dialed 911. The roar
This
of the
basic bitch
train made
stupid
the
streamer
phone
can't even
difficult to
get his
hear,
camera right.
even
Fuck
on
freeze frames.
speakerphone. But I was a little relieved at the low tones that indicated ringing.
911, what's your emergency?
The operator picked up almost immediately. The wheels were so loud at this point that I nearly had to shout to stay audible.
Hi, yes. My name is Aaron Evans. I'm on a subway train headed... Hello? Hello? Can you hear us?
The third voice joined in, and I stopped.
Please, we need help.
I can hear you, the operator said.
That
What's
one
going
never
on?
ends smoky, so
We're
I
at
have to
the
count in my head.
factory in
Song
Lower
is a
Manhattan.
bop. I must
Please.
admit, funny how she went from Disney
Person
Channel to being
on
a
the phone
doctor
began
to going to
coughing
space
violently.
soon. I gave her
I
flowers
could
for
hear
that.
what seemed to
Nice.
be the sound of people yelling in the background, some with words, others just screaming in pain.
This basic
We need
bitch
help.
stupid streamer
There's been a
can't
massive
even get his
explosion
camera
tonight.
right.
We're,
Fuck freeze
the power's
frames.
out and the whole section of the building's caved in. I'm trapped.
Another series of violent coughing as a blanket of static came through the call.
Sir, the firefighters are on their way. Just stay on the line for me, okay? Please.
The voice was weak now, barely able to cut through the extreme hacking.
The fire's getting closer. Oh, God.
Whoever was on the phone erupted into tortured shrieks as growling flames overtook the line.
I like the effort you
Unable
put
to
in.
move or foam.
I put in your
Coherent
mom's effort.
response. His wails broke, morphing into a series
I
of
try,
coarse, rough
Smokey. I'm
moans,
trying to
guttural
cheer
sounds
myself
that
up.
glaze,
I'm trying to get over
ruptured his
this.
vocal cords. Sir,
It's just
Sir,
a
you still
mental
there?
block now.
He was met
Because I
with a
keep
series
thinking,
of
what can I do to
low-pitched
recover it? I'm like,
beeps.
no, stop
Suddenly,
thinking that way.
turning
It's
with a string
gone.
its way through my right
It's
hand,
fucking
radiating across
gone.
my palm
Just
and
accept
extending
it.
to my fingers.
Faster you accept it, the faster you can
than I
move
could react.
on.
I dropped my phone in shock and howled in agony as I clutched my right hand with my left. The phone smashed onto the floor, and I stared as white smoke poured from its destroyed screen. I looked up.
I literally could have had it half done if I wasn't such a
there,
fucking
in the
little
corner,
bitch.
having not moved. And now I had more reason than ever not to engage. Strange occurrences could no longer be explained away. This was when I truly came to terms with the fact this was something greater than me, and the best I could do was try not to provoke whatever was causing this any further.
Okay, we're just gonna
Unrecognizable
pause it
flesh
here because
clung
we
to
got an ad break coming up right now.
My favorite book is Mein Kampf.
True. Let me see if I can just pull something up real quick. Cover lost files. Recovery. Recover deleted files. Free data recovery. It's okay to not be okay. I know, right? I don't know if these are just bots or anything. But apparently this works.
So what's up guys, I'm Mash from TechMesh and hope you are doing well. So today I will show you that how you can recover deleted files in your Windows PC or in your computer, okay? So before getting started, I would suggest you to please hit the like button and please subscribe to my channel and also hit the bell icon for more future videos like this one, okay? So let's get started, shall we?
Bangladeshi tutorials always work for me.
Yeah.
So as you can see, here is a file name important document. I just made the file for the video purpose obviously, so just let me show you that what's inside the file. So as you can see, subscribe to TechMesh, so don't forget that, okay? Okay, so that's our document. So I will show you that I will delete it from here and then I will show you that how you can recover it, okay? So the main thing is when you delete your files, then okay, so now just let me delete my file. As you can see, so just right click on here and then click on delete.
3, 2,
so
1,
as you can see that our file from here is gone. So now it will be in recycle bin, so let's go and empty our recycle bin, okay? So just as you can see that the important document will be deleted from our recycle bin. So I have emptied my recycle bin, so as you can see it is saying this folder is empty, so it is gone from our computer. But the thing is, now I will show you how you can recover it. So when you delete accidentally any file and you want to recover it, then the
hey guys, he's using Filmora. Look at that. That's Filmora. It's the same editing program I use.
first tips for you will be to immediately stop using that drive from where you have deleted the file. As you can see in my case, I have deleted the file from my E drive. So for me, I should stop adding or I should stop using the E drive. Okay.
That's my problem
because
we're
if
currently
I
using
use
the C
the
drive.
E drive, if I copy another file or
That's
if I write
probably
another
we're
file
already
in
way
E
past
drive,
the point of no
then
return.
our main file can be rewritten. Okay. So
Yeah.
I would suggest
So
you
let's
to avoid
hope that didn't
using the
happen.
drive from where your file was deleted or lost. Okay. So now just go to your browser. Here I am using Google Chrome. You can
Title
use
spotted.
any
I love humanity. They taste delicious. The evolution of a gentleman predator. Damn.
browser, obviously. So just search for download Recova. Recova. I think I am spelling it right. So this is the Recova. The creator
I already
of
used this. This is literally what I use.
C Cleaner created this file Recova. I think that every PC user should have it. I am not affiliated with them by any means. I am a small YouTuber. So as you can
this is the program I use.
see, this is their website. Just click on download free version. I don't think we need the paid version
hours
here. Okay?
and there were no files in it. But I recovered everything
So here,
that
just
was
click
there.
Free
And I
download.
put it in this.
So just click on download. I will also provide the link in the description below, so don't forget to check that out. Okay. So as you can see, it has downloaded. So now just install the exe file.
It's all here.
So here they will install the file. Just wait for a bit. Okay. So here you need to just click on install. The install process is really simple. You don't need to do anything extraordinary. Just click on install. That's all. So now I'll click on run Recova. Run Recova. So then click on next, and then here as you can see, what sort of files are you trying to recover. So if you remember the types of file you are trying to recover, then it would take less time. So I know that my file format was document, so let's choose the document. So if your option was pictures, then just choose the picture or whatever here it is saying. And if you don't remember it, then just click on all files, but it would take a little bit more time, that's all. So then here you need to select that where was your file. So I know my file's location. So if you don't know your file's location, then just select on I am not sure, but this would take obviously more time. And I know that where my file was, so I can just select that in a specific location and I can just browse it. So if you don't remember it, then just click on I am not sure. Just let me first browse
I'm gonna try that
in TechMesh.
Okay,
so here it was in this folder called important. So click OK. So now just click on next, and then you can obviously enable the deep scan, but the thing is the deep scan will take a lot more time. So I think I would suggest you to first just click on just normal, and then you can obviously run it as many times as you wish, so don't worry about that. So first just try the simple scan, and then if it doesn't work, then click another time with the deep scan. Okay, so now let's start with the simple one. And as you can see that this is our file. We have already gotten our file, our deleted file, and we can see that it is here. So as you can see, there is a green icon. So green means good, it is completely recoverable, your file's condition is really great, in great shape. So if there is yellow, so that means that your file's recovering chance is a little bit less. Okay, it is not 100% intact.
But what do I do after this point? Because this is what I had, and then I recovered it. Says that there's nothing in there.
Means that it is almost a lost cause. Okay, so if you deleted file, then I think if you see a green option, then you can obviously recover it. Just click on here, just click
doc, right? But damn, if only I could pull up the history of it. But like these were the files that I recovered.
On this tick
so
box,
what happens when
and then just click on recover. So here just remember, my pro tip will be that if your file was deleted from drive E, then don't put the file again, recover it to drive E. Okay, then your file might get lost. Okay, so I would suggest you to don't recover it to the same drive. Just
Yeah, went
recover
from
it
C
to another
drive
drive.
to
So
D
let's go with
drive.
the drive C. Let's go with desktop. Okay. So as you can see, it is saying total recovered. So as you can see, we can here already show that important document. It has been recovered, fully recovered. Okay. And there is another option partially, but ours was complete success. So as you can see that we have recovered our file. So that's how you can recover your deleted files. So I think that you should just install this software Recover or any types of recovery in your computer.
Yeah, but I already did that and it didn't show up. That's the problem. Right? I may have found something, though. Hold on. I may have to go through each individual one of these. But it should be near the bottom, right? Like, what's the final one? Configuration set. Configuration set. So there's like 25,000 files. But there should be one that's like around a certain amount. I don't even know what these are. Let's try and just move up here to like... It's just Python file, Python file. The only thing is this one here is like actual things that I deleted. So I'm like, well, there's a possibility that it's in here, right? Interesting. The one file I'm looking for isn't here. That's really fucked up. The only file that I need of all of... I found it, but it's like the only file in here is the only file that's missing. That's super fucking gay. I don't know why it's not here. I'm not blind. This is raw videos, but there's no VHS videos. Okay, well, we are officially saying it is lost, and we are moving on with our life because we're just bad.
Bits of unrecognizable flesh clung to her jacket like morbid ornaments. Her arms lay upturned on either side, her palms facing up. My eyes followed them. Deep red blood splatters littered the roof of my canopy, the force of her demise painting the planks I called home. Downpour. The rain was torrential. There's an all-encompassing sensation when standing in the midst of such a storm. Your hearing is drowned by the onslaught. The water trails down your face, stifling your nose and blurring your vision. Your fingers clutch in your jacket, gripping damp fabric. Your chin naturally tilts downward to avoid it. All your senses focused on the ground, to the tempestuous tapping of the wash. All of my senses were focused on the ground. I was heading home. That was what the road told me. I wasn't sure from where I exited, but I was glad of it. My mind was adrift, lost in the rain. The pavement curved and bent like a serpent, dragging me left and right and left again, shambled along the edge between the black road and the lush, green grass. Soon the path diverted left, and left again, and I knew I was heading home. I had walked this road many times before, but never blind. But I knew the way, and now, more than ever, I knew my way. I was enlightened because magic was real. I had seen it. Magic, aether, witchcraft, enchantment. Something was real, but I couldn't think about it. I had to get home. I couldn't think in this. My head tilted upwards. There was a color adrift in the sea of gray and green, brown. Home. I quickened my pace, my feet clamoring against the murky puddles in the path, my sneakers dripping once too far into a hole of reclaimed gravel. Cold on my foot jolted me awake, the water creeping into my sock and leaving an uncomfortable slosh with each step I took. I looked up again, brown and red, stood against the base of the steps. Pine logs, split in half by my own two hands, filled me with a great comfort. My arc against the flood. Climbed hastily, my left hand gripping the wooden rail, tight as I saw how pale it had become. My drowned foot nearly slipped as I rushed to be under the awning. The relief was immediate, as the downpour lost its intensity the moment I breached under. The last bits of water dripping from my face. I wiped my eyes with the slippery sleeve, then breathed deep the humid air. Yes, I could breathe again. I looked upwards. Red. Did I know this woman? My mind wandered. My window was broken, I noticed, fractured through the middle with sharp, wet shards clinging against the wooden frame. A tinge of deep crimsons clung to one of them, the door, the same color as the sight below me. This woman. Did I know her? I couldn't tell. She was split in half. Her face was unrecognizable save for the black, damp hair clung to what remained of her skull. The rest of her head would be void. Some monstrosity had cleaved her into two. Tendrils of muscle and sinew desperately reached from one side of the corpse to the other as if trying to reconnect, but they never met. Bits of unrecognizable flesh clung to her jacket like morbid ornaments. Her arms lay upturned on either side, her palms facing up. My eyes followed them. Deep red blood splatter littered the roof of my canopy. The force of her demise painting the planks I called home. The waist and lower half were intact, slumped against my cabin, legs placed together in a nightmarishly calm contrast to the rest of her body. For a brief moment, I contemplated checking her pulse. What was I thinking? I opened the door and went inside. So magic is real, and so are angels. What else? It had been 7 months since I gave up on the world. It started as a hobby, personal vent for the frustrations of a miserable, monotonous life. Self-sufficiency. To stand alone among my wooden constructs and know that I have created something more important than I ever had before. I remember the relief I felt when submitting a data entry summary to my superiors. Faint, fleeting, plastic. The comparison to ecstasy of building something for me with my own two hands was night and day. I never felt
I
so
came from a
human
door.
before.
Sup, you gooly
Sweat
whore.
furrowed my brow.
Hey,
with a
bomb
hacksaw
dropper,
in my
I'm
hand and an open
depressed.
box of nails
I
splayed
fucked up.
against the soft dirt. I was trapped before in an office, surrounded by cold bodies in a cold cement box where I could safely generate profit. My smiles flew across silent lips, my kind words on deaf ears. Here, amongst the smell of crisp pine needles
But how are
and
you
nectar,
today, good
I
sir?
had freed myself from those wretched creatures that had dared to call themselves alive. I was alive, and a gentle, warm rain had grazed itself across the horizon. It was morning,
What happened?
7 a.m.
I deleted my video because I exported it to the wrong
My
file.
window was open.
So the
A
3
long white
stories
cord
that were
slinked
supposed to
through
be
the
ready
opening
for
and onto the
tomorrow
countertop
are
against
gone.
the wall of my shelter.
And I spent all of
Made
today
my way
trying to
over to it.
recover the files
Rain
with
cast
absolutely
a light,
no luck.
metallic tapping against the portable
So
solar
we
battery
are
I laid
resigned
flat atop a
to
pine stump
literally
in the
having
window.
to make the
The phone flickered to
entirety
life as I tapped
of
it. 43%.
the video
Wouldn't get
tomorrow.
much today.
Which I don't even think,
I had
like,
power
physically
banks
there's
prepared
enough
for this,
time,
but the
even if I
rain had
started
fallen
now.
so consistently
I
this
need
past
2
week, my
hours to
preparation
record,
had
like
failed.
6 hours to
Couldn't care
edit,
less. My real anxiety would come
and
when I started to run
like
out of
another
coffee, and the nightmare
2
of
hours
briefly
to
returning to
record
civilization would
the
fill a pit in
B-roll.
my stomach once more.
re-record the
Missed
B-roll.
calls, I noticed. Jonah, and perhaps the
Yep.
squarest face you've ever seen. He was a blocky man in general.
It really
Body was
sucks.
built like a fridge. His straight shoulders led to large, flabby arms.
And it's
that
all
would
my
hug
fault
you
for
the
being
moment he
retarded.
realized he could call you friend. His hair was a thin, dark red. It showed the similar signs of aging. And his wrinkled eyes.
But
and
hey,
dimples
we
in
have
his
our
fat
2 new
face.
videos out
He
for
would always be
today, so at
smiling.
least we did
But he
that.
did look
Because I'm
dull.
like, I'm finally
He was
ahead of
always
schedule,
thinking.
right?
Like,
I've got the video
Jonah was
ready,
one of my only
we're
connections
all
to the outside
good,
world.
and I'm like, wait, where's the
labor I
video?
occasionally performed for
Like,
him
why
provided
isn't it
the
here?
meager amount of money I needed to
And I was like,
sustain
no.
my lifestyle.
No, no,
I was
no,
happy
no,
to
no,
talk to
no,
him.
all gone.
I called as soon as I saw Jack. His voice was littered with a southern drawl. I could tell he was smiling. Hey, big guy. What's the word? We missed you for Thanksgiving. Sarah wanted to show you her drawings. Sorry, Jonah. I got busy. Got a girlfriend? Now I smiled. Maybe next time I'm in town. His laugh was a booming one. And knowing him, I could tell his free hand was clutching his stomach to accentuate it.
BTWI
So
came in
what's the
4th place in
word,
the
I asked.
competition.
Hell yeah,
Somewhat
bomb dropper, that's
impatiently.
fucking
So
amazing.
much time alone has made me weary using my voice. And Jonah and his family were only a short exception. Chanter elves.
Top 5, man,
Jack.
that's impressive.
Chanter elves? The mushrooms you brought last year. Claire had her roast ready for them, but Jack was too busy to show. Huh? So sorry, man. Jonah scoffed dismissively. He knew how hard it was for me to come to anything, even if he liked to pretend. Don't worry about it, he boomed. But the missus was really looking forward to them. I told her, huh? That if
Yeah, so I have like no energy today. I'm
old
just
Jack
depressed today,
and
bomb
his
dropper. So
chanterelles
today is gonna be a
around,
really
I'd
sad
pay him
stream.
for it. Ha! I heard, stomach slapping this time.
We're supposed to be doing ASMR with Callie, but I don't know
So
where
when
Callie
you got
went.
some time, how about you saunter on down to that secret old spot of yours and fetch us a basket? Got a 20 with your name on it. Just 20? 30. Now that's just fine, Jonah. I mimicked his drawl. Cabin was tiny.
I wish I could
much
stay
smaller
longer,
than
but I
my
have to do
Burn-
something. I
Burbank
am sorry.
studio.
That's okay, bomb dropper.
10
Take
times
care.
as spacious.
No worries,
The
brother.
walls were hardly walls.
Thanks for stopping in
not
and
because of
hanging
their
out.
shoddy
Letting me
construction,
vent on
but
you.
because the outside was shared
My
with
sadness
no one else.
and depression
The
and
dirt, the pines, the pollen,
idiocy and
the cabin was
retardation.
my apartment.
Yeah.
And what a beauty the cabin was. Several feet of walking space, a cast iron stove.
Just means I have to
sanded
lock in tomorrow.
counters.
Just means I
In
gotta
the lower
fucking get
room, I had
fucking
rigged with a
everything
camp
done and
shower
ready and
that
just
fed
fucking
to the
go.
rain catcher on the roof.
Just fucking
Same
go.
split logs I had used for my stairs made up a small bed frame.
And if we're gonna be late posting it, we'll be late posting it, as long as we get it done.
Sleeping on my jacket on top of wood. The dark red sheets I clung to every night matched well. Prided myself over my handiwork as I opened the small.
If Callie doesn't want to do the
undercloth
ASMR,
floor
I
latch in
might
the
just
corner of the floor,
re-record
pulling out
and
a
just
fresh
like start
jacket
right
from one of my
now.
bags and
And
making
we
my
can just
way to
start
the
from
door.
scratch.
I pulled it shut as I stepped outside. Even after 7 months away,
Search in the
my
trash
hand
bin.
still reached instinctively into my
It's
pocket.
not there,
to
I've
look for
already
my
done
keys
that.
for the door. But there
It's
was
not
none.
there.
Home invaders were a rarity. I zipped my jacket up as I glanced toward the tree line. The rain was getting heavier. Not that it bothered me. The air was sharp
It was
and
too
biting as I
big,
approached the edge.
so it permanently deleted it.
Prickling
Because the
skin
file
of my
size was too
exposed
big.
wrists above my gloves.
These are all my streams that I deleted. These are all... I don't even know what these are. I think these are... random downloads. And then these are all the old ones. Because we're looking for BHS... BHS 2, 3 stories 1, 2, and 3. Like, this is like, yeah, like 10 seconds, 10 seconds, or does it just say they're all 10 seconds? No, I don't know what these ones are. 10 seconds, 10 seconds, I don't know. But even if we do like large icons. Oh, these are clips, that's why they're all 10 seconds. Yeah, they're all the little clips. But not my video. Because they have the same names, right? So it should say BHS 32 whatever, right? But no. It is a sad day.
A wind was whistling through the pines, mournful yet comforting gusts breathing renewal against my cheeks. The trees were straight as I neared it, but in my peripheral seemed to curve and bend to stay in my sight. Placed my hand against black bark as I entered, the rough surface thick with moisture that slipped my palm and made me nearly trip as I stepped over the winding route. Silvery ribbons of gray light pierced through the canopy as I followed the game trail deep into the woods. The rays peeked through the leaves, landing upon the mossy rocks and lighting them up like faintly glowing emeralds, while soft strands of water pattered against them. Wet leaves squelched under my boots. I hopped and ducked over branches, boulders and boughs. Gnarled roots twisted into the trail as I got deeper, reclaiming the dirt that had been trodden upon. After 20 minutes or so, I heard the familiar noise I was waiting for. A throaty hum reverberated through the pines. I deviated from my path to chase it. The dead brown leaves and dirt began to turn into a more lush green as I neared my prize. The mist was hanging low, curling around the ancient pines like ghostly hands as I made my way through them. Ducking over one more dripping branch, I reached it. My stream. Perhaps hundreds of years ago, some native or settler had called it theirs, but not anymore. I took comfort in knowing I was the only living man to know her, and she rewarded me in kind. There they were, laying against the mossy stream side, tiny bolts of yellow flame reaching for the sky. My prize. They stood out so vividly against the pale surroundings, it was a wonder the hares haven't eaten them all. Guilt of removing their beauty from this world filled my stomach as I kneeled down along the stream, but the thought of fresh coffee compelled me on. I took my glove off, placing it in my jacket as I dipped my left hand into the stream. Ice cold. I cupped my left hand and drew it upwards, droplets of water splashing back into the stream as I put my lips to it and drank it down. It was abnormally refreshing. I wiped my hand along the sweater underneath my jacket and put my glove back on. The chandeliers were ripe, and I stood back up to near one, before kneeling down again and gripping it between two gloved fingers. The moisture permeated them, and the squishiness made me toughen my grip as I went to retch it out. Snap. Twig broke. 50 feet away, my ears told me, and a big one. The forest fell deathly quiet. My breathing went sharp, and I went still as even the stream itself seemed to deafen from the sudden noise. No birds, no frogs, no water. Quiet. I glanced through the trees. Snap! 30 feet. Shadows lurched through the black pines. A droplet of water hit my face and clouded my eye. For a moment, the entire forest appeared as a crowd of thin black figures stretching to the clouds. I wiped my face and stayed silent, like a deer looking for a hunter in the bush. Just trees. I don't know how long I stood there in silence, but when I moved again, the sound of the world resumed. I plucked the mushroom out remorselessly, barely moving off my knees as I went to the next and the next, until my bag had enough that Jonah wouldn't look at me funny. Still, I noticed I was shivering. Unusual for this weather, but I brushed it off as a cold snap. Yes, definitely much colder. The air seemed to turn frosty as I stood up all the way, straightening my back with a stretch. The fog of my breath suddenly seemed more pronounced as I warmed my gloves with it, but the breeze from upstream brought something else. Honey, berries, and something rotting. I tilted my head and looked up the river. Just pines. Bringing my bag to my front, I opened it and inspected my chandeliers. They smelled tart, earthly, maybe sweet, but certainly not rotting. Something was off, though. The firelight of the mushrooms I had observed when plucking them from the stream never really seemed to dissipate. It was as if they were glowing from some luminescence under the darkness of my bag. As I gazed closer, it wasn't that simple. They were pulsing like heartbeats. My head drifted closer into the bag, until my entire vision were the mushrooms, glowing, beating, so faintly and subtly. I wanted to draw even closer to understand whether what I was seeing was real or just an imagination. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. The chandeliers pulsated. Snap! Sound came across the stream. I dared not look behind me. I wasn't a superstitious man, and living alone in the woods had taught me that the things that went bump in the night were usually just rabbits and possums. But something felt so different. My pack seemed to beat quicker against my chest as I withdrew my head. I had to leave. I didn't know why, but I had to. I started walking, my feet trudging through the wet grass, seemingly not able to find the grip they once had on their way in. I slipped and stumbled against wet undergrowth as I gripped and pulled through the wet boughs, farther and farther away from my stream. I quickened my pace. The rain was heavier now, sharp, like silver needles, blurring my path and picking at my hood. A feeling of dread pierced me. The foliage was dense and unrecognizable as I prayed that that game trail was behind every bush, every pine. Looking back, I don't know why, such a sudden fear overtook me from such the sound of snapping twigs. But the ice that gripped my heart at that moment compelled me to return to my cabin as quickly as possible. Until I cleared the next layer of brush. I had no reason to be afraid. No trail, again, but rested
No more
on a low
ads. We're so close to the end. Bring on the ads. Let me go see what the fuck Callie's doing.
hanging branch perched a raven unlike any I'd ever seen. Top of his head was tufted, like a black jagged crown atop his head, giving him a regal presence as he stared. But it was how he stared that was the most alarming. The creature had whites in its eyes, highlighting the murky brown that made me freeze. His pupils were rectangular. The beast stood there, staring, head turned, looking at me straight in the eyes. The beating rain was incessant. I refused to blink under his gaze. "What?" I asked. To the non-sentient creature. He perched only 5 feet from me, and the tension between me and this thing cut the air like knives. "What?" I shouted at it. Those awful eyes turned to my right. I looked. Water pooled in puddles between the dark pines. Dead leaves floated in clusters. I looked back at the thing, and it was still gazing it that way. Snap! A twig broke from my left. My eyes instinctively darted to it. A shadow broke among the pines. A standing shadow that bended in with the rest, darting quickly between those that stood still. It moved soundlessly, leaving only a blur of mist in its wake. The hair on the back of my neck bristled and froze. Before I knew it, I was running, more like a shambling jog in the thicket. My boots clashed noisily against the puddles, spraying water that leapt all the way up to my knees as I covered my face with my right forearm, blinking constantly to try to free my vision. Branches clawed at my sleeves, and the smell of rotting fruit seemed to permeate through the forest. I spat rain. After what seemed like an eternity of my desperate scrambling, I tripped. The soft grass that hit my face certainly didn't feel that way. I laid there quietly, listening to the rain as my nose dug into mud. Finally, I looked up. A brown, twisting serpent clung to the floor. The trail. Bitter adrenaline shot into my veins as I quickly rose to my feet. Mud littered my jacket, and I saw it on my cheeks and my peripheral. I resumed the run, following the path quickly as the ground was easier to push myself through. It wasn't long before I saw what felt like heaven itself. The trees broke, and the mist that swirled through the pines seemed to dissipate at its edge. I crashed through, and instantly the air was soft and open again. What the hell was I even running from? A bird? Snaps had faded, but my heart was still pounding, and I tasted copper in my mouth. Putting my arm to my forehead once more, I searched my surroundings. The cabin was there, but something else was as well. The car was parked on my path, nose facing the cabin, both tires dug into the grass that had been no more than a shod of gravel for walking. I didn't even have a license. I approached cautiously. There, arms crossed, was a woman leaning against my window. Her hair was black, her eyes hazel, and her lips were pouty. I stared. She stared back at me, just like that goddamn bird. I walked in silence towards the rail, looking up at her until I neared the split depths. Finally, she spoke. "So this is what you do now." I looked down. My jacket was caked in mud. Strips of wet grass clung to my hair and stuck to my cheek. My nose was covered. "I got lost," I stammered. She scoffed, rolling her eyes and tightening her arms closer to her chest. I felt the disappointment in her as she looked me up and down. "What are you even doing here?" she asked in a sigh. I sighed too. "Do you want to come in?" I climbed the steps in silence. I could feel her watching me. I wanted to tell her to leave, that she didn't belong here, that her cropped jacket was stupid and impractical, but instead, I pulled at the latch and opened the door. She took a peek inside, stood there for a few moments, and then went in. I went in after her. The moment I latched the door, the sound of the rain fled, and the constant ringing of my ear finally leaving me at peace. I leaned against the logs and breathed deep. I was so glad to be indoors and not being pelted by water. I had completely forgotten the woman sauntering around my kitchen, picking up on my one pot in her hand and inspecting the bottom of it, while her other traced along my countertop. She took a few steps to the other wall, bending down and opening the stove door with her long nails. I looked at her dismissively. Finally, she made her way to my bed, sitting on the edge of it facing me and crossing her legs. placed my pack on the ground next to the door. She looked up at me with a smile that would almost come off as polite if her eyes moved with it at all. "So, this is what you do now." I sighed again, walking past her towards the slump in the corner of the room. I turned on the camp shower and felt the cold rainwater hit my face once more. I wiped with both my palms, retching the mud and grass off my face before forcibly pushing it off my jacket. It clumped together in the dirt floor of the hole. She didn't say anything else, and I was the first to speak as I buried my face into a soft towel I had on the next shelf to me. "Do you want coffee?" She scoffed again. Annoying, I thought. So annoying. She looked around the room again, before looking at me puzzlingly. "Is this about Mom?" she asked. I rolled my eyes. Grabbing the pot, she scrutinized and turning camp shower again.
The fuck, you break my brain having me watch a video that has nothing to do with the audio.
Kneeling down and retrieving the lighter
Exactly,
from the top to light
Sateran.
the tinder
But
I'd
the
already
feedback that I got
Fire
was
brought
to
warmth
put
to
this
the
in
room
the
that my
B-roll in the
sister had never
background,
hoped to
right?
achieve.
So we
Mom
kind
didn't
of,
even care
I
about
feel
us.
you,
I retorted.
but
So
you know,
then
when we
why
get
do this?
feedback,
She put her palms
we
up
gotta
and
put it
looked
into
around, making
action,
noise.
and then when
like
it
you.
doesn't work, we can say,
Stared
yeah,
at the
okay,
fire.
that didn't
You
work.
don't even have air conditioning.
Let's not do that again.
You're so stupid, I argued. I stood up, facing her with the fire at my back.
So at this
as I
point,
took
we're
off my
like-
jacket and placed it on the ground next to the flames. "Is that why you drove all the way out here? To make fun of me? How did you even find this place?"
Either like
Smiled and turned up her chin at me. "Your car
random
was used a few
B-roll,
months at that market
or
down the
just
road.
like,
All it
you know,
took
like
was a
this
few
story is
questions before I
about a
found that
torrential
fat guy.
downpour
Your family
and
now?
like depression.
He's a friend.
So, you know, having like a rainstorm in the
It took only
background.
about 2 minutes before he invited me to dinner.
That would make like a thunderstorm or
respond.
something like that, right? That'd
That
make
must
more
have
sense.
angered her. She snapped, clapping
But
her
hey,
hands together.
you gotta
Stop
try
dodging my
different
questions. What are
things,
you
right? But
doing
what do you think
out
about the
here?
actual story
Like, say,
itself, or the
Survivor in the
narration
woods?
story?
What's wrong with
The
you?
voice
First I
narration
hear
is the
you
main
get a
part. I
promotion
don't know,
to
this
middle
reminds me of a
management.
number 9 from
And
the
then
Beatles.
next I hear you quit, and then your phone is off and... I zoned out. She trailed on with countless questions about my absence. Wrapped
Something
my hand
about it,
around the
right?
same towel as she pattered on and retrieved my pot of boiling water from the stove. Dripped it
Can't hear
through my
anything, can't
primitive
see
filter
anything,
and
can't
threw
look
the
at the
ground
screen.
beans into 2 cups. Then brought it to her as she was still talking. She didn't react.
And there's always the
I
should I
placed
just
it
go
on
on
the shelf
camera
next to
and
my
should I
bed.
just be like saying the
Sat
story?
down on a crude
Should
chair
I
next
just
to
be
the fire.
talking to the camera?
Stopped talking as I finally responded. It wasn't about Mom. I hated my life. I was late every fucking morning because I couldn't get out of bed. It was miserable. Didn't you notice? Every single day. Same fucking thing. How do you live like that? You stared at me.
You're
for a
actually trying
moment
to tell a
with
story.
annoying hazel eyes and shrugged.
Here to
This
me.
is the
All right.
solution. Build a cute
Yeah, so
little
do it any
cabin, make
other
a fire,
way.
Put a shower in it, and what? Hang out with an old guy the rest of your life?
Pretty much, right?
I'm going to find you dead here one day. Probably. She
Just
stood
not
up,
this.
her fists
Well,
clenched.
I'm glad
her
for the
nails dug into
feedback.
her own skin. Saw the anger and feeling of betrayal in her eyes as I stared blankly. Steam rose from her
It was,
lower
my
cup.
most popular video, the B-roll
Well,
on
go
it was
die
just the
then. See if
moon.
I care. She pointed at her chest. I'm not the one who gave up. That's what you did. You gave up, and you had a few bad days and ran away. Does
It's
that
just for
remind
like
you of
I do like
anyone?
biotech horror
I knew
stories
she was
mainly,
speaking
so
about our
it's
father, but I never knew him. And he certainly
you
wasn't
know, the
anything
type
like
of
me.
B-roll in the
If
background.
she
You're
had
saying
any
people like
memories of
this.
him,
No,
He was only a few years older than me, so I doubted
well, the
they meant
story,
anything. Why should I
but
care
not
if she
the.
thinks I'm like him?
I don't know. We just literally
No,
released this video
doesn't
today.
Remind me of anyone. You are an idiot, Jack. She pulled the latch on my door. It didn't open. I sighed, putting my palm over hers and pushing the latch sideways so it actually unhinged. She flinched as we touched. I quickly pulled away once it was free.
Story
Door
might
opened
be the
and
greatest
two
thing
breeze flying
ever.
Inside, trading her for she quickly made her way down the stairs. It looked rigid, more clumsily made than I remember, like a child playing with sticks as she made her way down. A wet black feather clung to the top step. She didn't turn as she walked to her car door, boots splattering.
But I
in the
can't
rain
keep
as
up with it or
dampened
look
her
at the
hair.
screen. I'm literally
Finally,
looking at my
she looked
keyboard
back.
when I never do that.
Couldn't
Dear
tell
God,
if there
I'm
were
typing
tears in
great.
her eyes or just rain. Her voice was ragged. I love you, Jack. Please take care of yourself. I love you too, Rosa. The forest and I watched her leave.
Alright, and that's the end of it.
Thank you for listening. Do not forget to like, comment, and subscribe. The blue might catch up to you if you do not. Be sure to check out more blue horror stories.
Which is, of course, I even put the wrong outro on it. Because I'm retarded. I'll be honest, that was extremely weird. That almost put me in a panic. Because this one is the one that got the most amount of views, and it's literally just...
The Banquet. There's this idea I've always clung to. Most people won't even consider it.
So, like,
Are our
what's
ideas
this?
our own,
to
or
you?
do they
Is
come
this-
from
is this
somewhere
good?
else? Maybe some are our own, but sometimes we pick up a signal from the universe, a forgotten memory locked in time. I've been creating the ritual for a clan called the Kucha. I've come to the point in my craft
This
where
is
all the
great.
pieces have aligned. There's only one possible outcome. This final ritual, the Karlok. The product of all that came before. But there's something different about this one. It's driving me. Like I'm not in control. Just
yeah, this
a
is my
vessel
best
for
performing
some
video.
ancient knowledge.
By miles. Fucking miles.
Are my shoulders heavy with the weight of a legacy? The long-lost memories of some
Don't
chieftain?
need your face.
Right about
Just
tribes,
don't jump
lost to
from
time.
video to video
Their
of random
blood
crap.
sacrifices scrubbed from history by modern squeamishes. Maybe that's why this one haunts me. It's not invented, but remembered. It is the succession ritual of the Kucha. This ritual was not for the faint of heart. It is believed that the Great Spirit dwells inside of the chieftain
God,
in
I
order
could
to
do
share
this.
the Great Spirit among the tribe.
And will.
Each
I mean, it's a
person
good
must
idea, right?
partake of the flesh of the chieftain.
Are you a writer,
To share it,
Satan?
the tribe must consume his flesh. Proving the worth of the tribe and the Great Spirit is no easy task. He must complete the ritual without moving or making a sound to show the Great Spirit that the village is more important than himself. The prosperity and happiness of his people outweighs his personal experience.
And this was like from 2 months ago.
Proving the
No, I'm
village
stockbroker
outweighs his
and
own
studying
suffering.
dark matter.
Words on the
Ooh.
page begin to spin. I blinked hard as I
that's
caught
cool.
myself wandering away from
I
my body as
love,
always.
I love me
Must
some
have
science
passed out
shit.
for a second.
So,
Look up at the clock.
what are you studying about dark
4:06 a.m.
matter?
It's not that
So
late.
my theory about dark matter. What do you think about this, Sataran? For my theory of dark matter, so when your body interacts with something, right? It creates a mechanism in order to detect whatever that is. In the case of the environment of particles moving in the air, that created your ears for hearing. You know, chemicals in the air created your nose for smelling. You know, light created your eyes. Dark matter has three main ideas: axioms, WIMPs, or just being black holes. Yeah. I can't remember what the M is, but weak interacting something particles, right? Microparticles? Is that what it is? I can never remember for WIMPs. But yeah, and I think that humans haven't been exposed to dark matter. That you're talking about is the M field? Yeah. We haven't developed the mechanism in order to detect dark matter. And it's like, since we haven't developed like a sense for dark matter, we don't understand it enough to be able to develop a piece of technology that can do more than detect it from third-party sources, right? Yeah, we only see visible light, yeah. And it's like the main point that we, like, dark matter or dark energy are just, like, missing holes in an equation. Talk, why? Because, Callie, I'm depressed today. Callie, today is not a good day for me, okay? Like, we're talking about what we see of light and how much largest light is. Yeah. But then there's the depressed, you seem great to me. No, I'm actually depressed. I deleted, I exported my video to the wrong file, and I deleted it. And I spent all day trying to fucking recover it, and I couldn't, and now I just have to resign to starting from scratch, knowing that I have to publish it tomorrow. Fuck being depressed. Let's think deep. Yep, because, okay, losing video is awful. Yeah, but, you know, it is what it is. If we have to delay it, we have to delay it, right? It's the fact of I spent all day trying to get it back instead of just accepting that it was gone and redoing it. I'd have it probably like 80% done by now. If I just accepted that it was gone and just started over. Maybe it even would have been a better product. But no, I had to dwell on it. I had to be a fucking idiot, fucking retard, and now we're here. So I'm just like in my mind continuously slapping myself in the face saying, get your shit together. Things lost are lost, move on. Like having a tooth have a cavity, except the tooth is, and move on. True, and then it falls out. Sorry, Callie, I'm distracted, Callie. I'm just not having a good day, bro. I'm just not having a good day. I'm sorry about your stream. I saw that you raided into Hellish Mist. But I don't know, weren't we supposed to do ASMR together, Callie? I don't know what happened there. Loss of communication. Maybe we should do it tomorrow. I was tired. Oh, okay, you're tired. Perfect. Alright, no worries. Yeah, it is what it is. So, what we should do then is, right, we need to re-record these stories. They should be on here. No, they're in Talk Stories. Okay, here we go. Callie is purple, I am green. I am blue, that's why I can find you. Okay, we want to go down to Uncle Carter's Gift, Through the Looking Glass, and All Hallows Eve. So we're doing part 1, so that we only have to do, like, so that's 2,500, 4,000, that's 6,500, 9,500 words. Man is rhyming, yeah. So we only have to read 10,000 words perfectly. And you know what I say? You say 10,000 words in a day, you're going to say 10,001 wrong. It's the best finish for Rick and Morty you could ever think of. Oh, best finish for Rick and Morty that I could ever think of. Let's see here. Okay, how do we wind everything out? Yeah, I could see how it definitely dragged on. That's for sure. Let's see. Okay, so my ultimate dream ending to Rick and Morty is that Diane ran away from Rick and used his memory device to steal the memory and change the memory. So Diane's actually out there, and she's like a Beth, like Space Beth. And there's a chance that we've even run into her in the story before. And then it ends with her just saying, yeah, you're a piece of shit, Rick, fuck you. And then just, like, she has her own portal gun and she, like, portals out. Fucking peak cinema fucking ending. And then just Rick and Morty are just standing there like... And then Morty looks up to Rick and he goes, yeah, Rick, you are kind of a fucking asshole. Mine is Morty kills Rick and becomes Rick. I mean, that's pretty good. That's probably what it'll be, more something like that, and it rinse and repeats. Yeah, that sounds pretty accurate. Because everyone knows Diane doesn't actually really exist, and Beth is a clone in order to create Morty. And it's like, it's kind of in a fucked up way, like having sex with yourself. And one of the episodes that kind of like has a, you know, foreshadowing of that is the one where Beth gets stuck in the with like the guy that she's stuck in the honey in like the imagination world that Rick locked her in, and he fucked everything basically. And Morty is just becoming more inbred over time and crazy. Yep. And it's just like that progression over time of getting everything fucked up, right? And then there's the Morty that escaped everything outside of the finite curve. But yeah, that's one of the main problems with like recording the audio on stream, is getting the distraction, right? But there is one thing that we can do that we didn't do before, that we this can actually make it a better thing. Isn't that the end of the Egyptian Empire? Yes, actually that's the end of a lot of empires. It was almost the end of China. It was almost the end of Japan. It was the end of the Inca. It was the end of the Maya. It was the end of the Aztecs. It was the end of a lot of Middle Eastern areas as well, and African areas. It was the idea of like the divine right and fucking keeping the bloodline pure. Inbreeding, you think you're so smart you can only make a kid of something as smart as you. Yup. And then you have the world we have today, where people are fucking retarded. And then you have people like the Whitakers. Yup. It's just the way the world works, right? You can't do much with it. Okay, so what we gotta do is we gotta take this story, and we only want it's probably easier to just do this. We only want the first half of the story. Well, to be honest, how sad is a world born as the first human born amid a bunch of apes? It has to happen. Yeah, it's like the idea that what came first, the chicken or the egg, and it's actually the egg came first because the egg of a chicken was born from a completely different species. It's like the two forms of evolution, right? Creating a completely new species like the chicken and the egg. The thought was the first human male or female. That's actually, now that I think about it, that's a very interesting concept. Was the first human a female, or was the first human a male? That's actually a powerful thing to think on. Did it have sex with a bunch of monkeys or get sexed by a bunch of monkeys? Yep. The thoughts that keep us up at night. The scariness of it. Who knew that such things could come to pass in fruition of such greatness that one would find the speckle of truth among all the lies of humanity. It's like the idea of with like if imagine being the first human born with a brain to think, but you're a female and being sexed constantly so that your genes spread. Yup. And then there's the, like, imagine if the species or vice versa, you're a male and you're just the smart and strong one, you get to sex everything. But would you be attracted to it, would be the question, right? I mean, at the end of the day, as a guy, it's like, well, we don't need to be attracted. That's woman thought. You don't need to be attracted to it. You're just gonna fuck it. It don't matter if you're attracted to it or not. You're a dude. You're still gonna fuck it. It's gonna happen. Oh, would you like the monkey? Female doesn't have a choice. Yeah. The problems of biology, but it's just the way that it is, you know? First human was female. And then the propagation of the species through that, because that makes sense. Yep, I could definitely see that. Male, they probably get the heck away and live solo. Just keep fapping. Just fap every day, don't worry about it. I mean, dang it, that's crude but real. A human male that has our brain could just fap to control those things. Yup. But the female would basically be completely enslaved their entire life and never be able to do anything. It'd just basically be handed around consistently for the entirety of basically their existence. Such is the way. The only way our human genes passed on is if it was female. Yup. And there's always, maybe it was twins, and it was a human male and a female, and then they just mated. And humans are so retarded. This is what I imagine. Imagine if humans came from two people. How amazingly structured that DNA and godlike that DNA would have to be. That they could create 8 billion of themselves and only have the DNA degraded to the point where now when we inbreed, let's say 7 or 8 times, we get so retarded we can't function anymore. It's like, how much did we actually dilute the DNA from what it was? So I have to admit, due to our genes passed on, we had to have a human female get our word over and over and over and over to make enough of us to be a thing. Yup. Handmaid's Tale all over again, right? Nothing we can do about it. Sound effect. When the doorbell chimes unexpectedly, use a sharp, slightly distorted old doorbell ding-dong. Carrie peels back the styrofoam and squeaks. Okay. Can you redo these and add excerpts from stories so I can insert these into this script, please? Box. That's evolution, that's life, that's how things advance in nature. Knowing this, you're a pretty good person and living a pretty good life. Yup. Dude, if you have access to the internet, if you could complain about your life on fucking TikTok and Twitter, then shut the fuck up. because you have access to the internet. You're in the top 10% of the fucking entire existence of humankind. Sound effect. Creepy doorbell. Talks, you just need to do what you see ASM artists do. Get something and do ASMR in front of the mic with whispers. My issue was my mic that stream, I couldn't get my audio interface to work. It was actually more like 0.00001% oh humans that live that have internet. But your idea stands. I mean of like people currently living today. Like if you have access to the internet, you're in like the top 10% of people currently living today. Because despite like how many people there are out there, right? It's like 25-30% of the world is like in China and India, and like 30 to 40% of that doesn't have access to the internet. If you're gonna have nails, what's up? Like my nails? You know what I'm gonna say. You can say whatever the fuck you want. I don't give a shit. Say the fuck you gotta say, bro. It's the coke nail. It's the coke nail. Look. Get some work done. It's because I haven't filed them in a while. Pinky is on point. Yeah, some of my nails are fucked. I got 8 nice nails. Well, that's why these ones don't work, because these ones are fucked. These ones, like, I've crushed them so much, they bend in on themselves. Just like, these ones. Like, the one side of them kind of, like, arches and spins in. Love nails. They are tools. They are. They are very, very effective tools. I am no hater. That's okay, no worries. You're allowed to be a hater. Everyone's entitled to their opinion, right? I know I'm not exactly, you know... What is this? Styrofoam screech. Explain the pointer fingers, though. If they're longer than, like, half a centimeter, they bend in. So if you actually kind of, like, look at it, I don't know if you can tell, but, like, the entirety of the ends bends. So it's like, it will curve into my finger. So I have to keep them short. I have no idea. All I know is that my fingers are bent from being crushed. I used to work at a mill, and I crushed my fingers all the time on the green chain. That's what I try to do with, like, these ones, because they're so, like, curled on this side, right? But... can never get it to even out. Super unfortunate. Cox, I posted something! What is it, Callie? Let's see here. Hell yeah, Callie, look at that. That's crazy, bro. You want better shaped nails, press on your fingers below the nail so it get the bed while growing. Do this for hours a day with tape. So like here? And then like down here? And it'll reform the nail? Cause yeah, like my pinky is peak. This one just broke, so it's not as long. Tape to squeeze the nail into a rounded shape. Okay. I'll have to try that, cause yeah, that would be fucking phenomenal if I could do that. Then I could get all of my nails. Okay. All right, thank you so much. Now I can have the perfect nails because chicks are already super jealous of my nails because of how strong they are and how long I can grow them before they basically break. Right? Like usually I can get them at least another half a centimeter before they start snapping off. So I got unlucky with this one. Tape long enough to cause nerve damage. Yeah, fair enough, right? Like don't put it on and go to sleep. Like a fucking idiot. How'd you get castrated? Well, you know. Ring finger used to be his screwdriver. Yeah. Super unfortunate. But, hey. Human body's meant to be repaired, right? You just gotta find the way that it works best for your body to repair it. Oh, whoops, I didn't... No, I mean I got thick nails. Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Yeah, I know people like that. Are they, like, nice looking, or are they, like, bad looking? Because I know people that have some nice looking thick nails, and I know some people that have some fucking... oofers. Some people with some oofers. Toes look like a monster. My toes are actually pretty decent. Better than most women. Yeah. Like, a lot of women chew on their nails, and a lot of women actually have, like, real... Like, one of the main reasons why chicks, like, my sister do their nails is because their nails are fucked. And she just, like, bit her nails to shit when she was younger, so she just, in order to, like, basically hide it, she puts, like, fake nails on. Heartbeat moment 1. So your sister has OCD? Probably. Well, she did, and then she weaned herself off of them because, wasn't having fun with them. What do we think OCD is? To me, OCD is a mental justification for an irrational habit. Does that make sense? Dear God, so weird. I know so much about your sister just from that one sentence. Yeah. She was crazy, though. Like, she tried to run away, like, you know, she was, like, never got into drugs, but she was, like, drinking and smoking weed at, like, a really, really young, like, 13, 14 kind of shit, like, just really bad influences in her life. She's great now. She's got 2 kids, got a husband, got a house. I'm fucking, you know, I'm single living with my parents. Not into drugs, but into alcohol and weed. I agree with you. Yeah. You're afraid of something terrible happening if you adopt a habit that helps you cope with that fear. I guess there is an aspect of that too. Like, there's the fear of that if I don't do this, that like, if I don't do this, then something will happen, right? Fear is the mind killer, indeed. No, you're perfectly good on that. Absolutely killer reference. Like with germs, you wash your hands a ton or else I'll get the plague. Not possible, and you kind of know it. Yeah, that's why it's such a mental block, right? It's you're convincing yourself to do something for some illogical reason, but you're coping and doing mental gymnastics in order to justify it. Fun fact, you know germs are not a thing. That's why companies can say it kills 99.99% of germs. I mean, it depends on what your definition of germs are. Bacteria and virus are what get us sick. Yeah, so we just put a blanket term for them called germs, which basically means anything we can't see. Germs are a fake weird made up so company don't get sued. And yet they have like a percentage allowability of dead things in their product. You're allowed to have like a there's a lenience for a certain amount of like contamination of a product. Because it's feasibly impossible to have it perfect. We say that. But that's just being lazy. But I think germs in general are just a scare tactic term for things that you can't see that could hurt you. Has literally no definition. It's a fake word made up by a company. I know, but like the idea behind words is meaning. So I always get into arguments with people like this. If you can understand the word that I'm saying, like if I say Marklar and you know what I mean, it's a word. If you can derive a meaning from a sound, it's a word. That is the basic understanding of what a word is. It is an ego or a waffle, an ego or a waffle. Well, I'd say like the waffle is the bacteria, but the ego is the germ. It's like the brand name for that type of thing. When does a company name replace the word? When it's a brand. And like I said, brand is like an all-encompassing thing. You know why companies use brands, subsidiaries? Because they don't want direct affiliation. It's levels of separation for accountability. The further away you are from it, the less chance there is that you'll have anything like placed on you over it. Which, again, is like the biggest psyop ever, that people have been convinced that this is the way that it is, so that's just how it has to be. Dear God, I feel like I'm talking to someone in college for economics. I have no education in that means. Like, I took trades, right? I was an electrician. But I love thinking about things deeply. I love critical thinking, and I love science, and I have a capacity for learning beyond, or understanding beyond most people, I'd say. Because when I talk to people, they're like, quantum entanglement? I'm like, yeah. Need to talk more? Hell yeah. I stream every day. And you're catching me literally on one of my worst days. Like, I am not having a good day today. So imagine me on a day that I'm actually having a good day. Let's talk D-Wave. D-Wave. Ooh. Ooh. Google owned. Google supported. It's like one of the top 3, right? Like, there's the public facing, like they want the attention to be like on BlackRock, on Vanguard, on Google, on Apple, right? Like the main fucking companies and shit. But the actual ones, they don't want you to know. Right? Like the 12 richest people in the world are the 12 most, like, secretive people in the world. Do you think quantum entanglement can be held long enough to make chips? I think... yeah, that's what D-Wave's betting on. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I mean, and it's a fair fucking bet, right? I mean, shit. What are you gonna do? I think the fact that the digital environment exists and it's a thing, the fact that data can sit essentially in limbo, I think is like the definition of consciousness. So I think our brains naturally use quantum entanglement. So I think our brains are the use case scenario for the yes of that answer. Quantum chip has 100 OV modes. Think of a bit can be more than 1 and a 0. Your brains use chemicals. And most quantum computers use chemicals. Like the most advanced quantum computers prototypes in the world are all chemical based. It's basically going to be like a potion in a jar with like tubes. That's like the prediction of what the final form of a quantum computer will look like. And it will just be, it'll be chemicals in superpositions inside of like an established state. At least for right now, based on the physics that we know, that seems to be the best option. Literally a brain in a fucking jar. Which I think is fucking hilarious. Because I could absolutely 100% see it. My understanding of what D-Wave made was a hydrogen atom entangles with 20 other hydrogen atoms all spinning and having hundreds of points to measure. I don't know about hundreds of points to measure. The only thing I know is horizontal and vertical spin. So maybe it's hundreds of combinations of those dual spins. So one bit could be like 20 million different answers from a single bit. Okay, so like so basically like, because this is what I always thought. If you can measure it like this, and you can measure it like this, why can't you measure it like this? 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 So it looks like they've taken that idea that I had and they've extended that to the... it used to be we only had the capability of this, like, 8-bit. And now we're in, like, 64, 120-bit. Where we're like, we can literally tell by the Planck length of, like, side turn of the particle. To the point that, like, you could have... Like, think of, like, a sphere Rubik's Cube. Like, this is how I would imagine it in my head. A sphere Rubik's Cube with spherical Rubik's Cubes inside of those, all turning all at once, creating literally, like, septillion and vigintillion amounts of fucking, outcomes, all within Planck lengths of time.
56 unvigintillion 489
Nailed it.
vigintillion 765 novemdecillion 429 octodecillion 87
You know you're good when
652 sextecillion 762
I have actually compute 1 bajillion whatever. But can you measure it? Yeah, that's another thing, right? Is like, what's the capability of measurement on something that's like that insane, right? It makes you question the viability of it, right? At least for me it does. But one of the main things is for like consciousness and stuff like that, of thinking that consciousness itself fundamentally works on quantum measurement, and through quantum measurement is the reason why time is a perception, right? If you didn't have the conventional means of brain function, because I think there's like the fundamental baseline is like quantum, but the physical overall is computive, and that's why we experience time linearly, is because we have that physicalness to it, whereas consciousness itself does not fundamentally work on the level of like linear order, right? If your brain functioned fully on quantum functionality, from what we understand, time would not be a factor, because you wouldn't have to experience everything linearly and in a single order. You could just pick everything out, make the best pattern you wanted, and turn it literally into like a movie. Okay, I want you to imagine looking at how a cell works. Chemical thing that carries the top on your cells is alive, or a machine. Yeah, like the membrane, right? Here, welcome connection line. Feeling better tonight? No, connection line? Today is the worst day I've ever had, I think ever. I am so depressed, I'm so fucked, ATP. I'm fucked, connection line. Like, I want to cry. It's so sad. We gotta learn what ATP is before we continue. Yeah. I deleted... So, I made the video for tomorrow, but I exported it into the wrong file, and I deleted it. And I spent all day today trying to recover it. And I just had to resign myself that it's unrecoverable and I have to start completely from scratch with everything. And we have to get it done by tomorrow. Not fun. If only I just accepted it was gone and fucking... Yeah. Everything. Everything's gone. What he had me watching earlier was complete brain cancer. Made me have to look at my keyboard. Yeah, connection line. So we have someone here who has a real brain who says putting prank videos in the background is not a good idea. So whoever told me to do that, I told them they were fucking retarded, but I'll do it anyways. I finally have someone who's like, okay, no, that's fucking retarded. And I'm like, yeah, see? But you know, someone said to do it, so I had to do it. So it is what it is. So now we're back to square one. Yay! So we're just gonna make the video better than it could have been. This'll be the video that gets us 1,000 views. Sataran is just a hater. Hater mindset. No, he's practical. I like you is why I stuck around. See, there you go, which means he's willing to put in the effort to give the feedback, which is perfectly exactly what I need. I need people that aren't yes men. I need people, you literally made me watch that whole video. Yes. Because I needed to know how bad it really was. Think about this, Sataran. You didn't have to sit through 2 hours of it. You didn't have to make it. I feel dirty. Now what? We're taking the sound effects and we're putting them into the story, so when we record it, we can have the sound effects built into the parts of the story. So today is like a shit day. So we're just doing basic bitch work right now, like simple shit bitch work. But we're having a great conversation while we're doing it. That's what makes worthwhile. The audio was fine. Yeah, I still need to work on my voice acting, right? That's like one of the main things that I'm focusing on, which is why we've gone from writing our own stories to reading other people's stories, because I can't produce enough stories to keep up. I can do like 1 short story a week. I can't do 4 short stories a week. I have a charter and you voice it, will be random. I get a character and you voice it, will be random. I mean, I can do that. I have lots of voices. I'm good at voices. Right? We've got like the specific ones. Voice these nuts! True. Angry girl, teenager, ready to fight. You stupid fucking cunt whore! How dare you! He's my boyfriend! How dare you sleep with him, you stupid little fucking bitch! I'm gonna fucking kill you! How dare you! This is not how this works, okay? Next thing you know,
I just got hard from that.
10 seconds of Angry Girl 2 wanting to fight. Oh, you stupid little... You think I can get in this? Oh, his dick did not fit in you, but it fits in me, that's for sure. That's how it goes. Yo, bitches, shut the fuck up. What are you doing? Get in the fucking car. We are going home before we get arrested. Holy shit. You fucking slap me? Oh, I'll fucking take you down. Get in the fucking car. Did well? Well, I thank you. Completely improvised, right? I'm finally home. Yay! Welcome home, queen! Your girl 1 to 3 was lacking a little. You need different tones. Yeah. And do the swallow thing where you lower your Adam's apple to drop your pitch. No. No. No, Queen. We're starting from scratch. We're starting from motherfucking scratch.
I am here because I hate ads. True.
I know. It is what it is. I can't help it. I'm just gotta move on with my life. I just gotta move on with my life and make it so that the next product is better. Just make it better. Speaking of that, actually, I need a toque. I don't know when was the last time I had a toque. I've been like so out of it. I'm so depressed I didn't even want to have a toque, guys. That's how fucked I am. I didn't even want to have a toque. Gooning for 5 hours to this. I'm just blindly listen to people, have a mind, and never make anything you think is bad. Well, the problem, Sataran, is 90% of the time I have horrible taste, and what I think is bad performs well. So it's all about looking at performance metrics, right? So I take people's advice, then I enact the advice, I look at the metrics, and I say, how did that advice affect that metric? And then when someone says it again, I can come back and say, well, this is the analytics. This is the One Punch Man season 1, good. 2 and 3. Season 1, okay. This is what I will tell you what here. We're just gonna go like this, and we're just gonna. Okay, so this would be 1. It's gonna be a fucking web image because it's retarded. Okay, are you guys ready for this? Just open this. Okay, we want to go this. I guess that's too much, actually. Let's do this. Okay, so this is season 1, right? This is season 1. Then this is season 2. And then this was season 3. That's One Punch Man season 1, 2, and 3. That's my official opinion on it. It's so sad how much it got fucked up. Do you love season 2 because the character devs for King and Fubuki? Yeah, season 2, like story-wise, so fucking good. I haven't even watched season 3. Honestly, I haven't even watched season 3. I don't want to ruin the series by watching season 3. Oh, my favorite fucking thing is Siryu. Siryu is one of my favorite characters. Never watched season 3. I'm not going to. I'm not going to. There's some. It's like, don't watch Berserk 2016, 2018. Just don't watch it. You will ruin everything. Just don't. Alright, well, we got all the sound effects and everything for part 1 of story 1, so you know, we at least got that. It'll make it easier when we're doing the voiceover tomorrow. We just need part 1, so we need this here. One Punch Man Season 3 is the first anime ever made that has less frames than manga. Yup. Yup. I don't understand how it's even possible for it to be like that. But I think you be able to see talent or what's good just fine. Yeah. It just goes to show how bad the enshittification of media is. Which is why I will never, like, stop being creative. Why you still like Rick and Morty? You know, it kind of has fallen off, but it's still, like, I don't mind it. Right? Writers ran out of way to nerf One Punch Man, so they gave him half a frame per season, starting in Season 3. Jump the Shark, Happy Days, things. Yeah, I think, there is such a thing to be said for, like, if you don't have a, like this is one thing I'll say about, like, anime, right? Learn about it? I don't know what you mean. Look up Jump the Shark. Creative work has reached a point where its quality begins to decline, often due to a ridiculous or desperate storyline meant to maintain popularity. Yeah. Yeah. It's an escalation factor, right? At some point in time, it just gets so ridiculous. Look at Dragon Ball Z. Look at One Piece. Right? Like, look how Naruto is. Like, it's just so ridiculous. Like, you just have to know where you're ending. End it and go on to the next thing. Go watch the Happy Days scene. When the Fonz jumps a shark. That's where the saying comes from. I could kind of tell that from the... He's, like, on the skis, right? And he's jumping over the shark. It's, like, literally jumping over a shark. It's, like, to save the cat, but it's, like, the ridiculousness of it, right? Yeah. I'm proud to say that the only show that doesn't do that is Fairy Tail. Oh, man. I still haven't finished Fairy Tail 100 Year Quest. Fairy Tail is one of my favorite anime. If I was going to get a tattoo, I would get Fairy Tail. Only gets better the more you watch it. I've never watched One Piece, so I can't say that about One Piece, but, like, Dragon Ball up until, like, Super, I guess, Danmachi, has jumped the shark. Most anime has. Yeah. I think most TV shows have gotten to that point, too, right? It's like, people, like, Marvel has gotten to that point, right? Like, it's okay to be offshoots over, like, 50 years of comics, but when you try to make 1,000 movies in fucking 10 years, it's like, guys, come up with a new fucking IP, oh my god, we're so tired of this. Fine of the show was never meant to end. Like South Park or Simpsons. Yeah, where it's like, you're building off of the cultural evolution. So the story will never be stale because it reflects reality and the culture of the time. So as long as you stick with that, but when Rick and Morty tries to do that is dirty or detracting your fans. Betraying your fans, yeah. Because mine would either be the Infinity Clock arc or the Grand Magic Games, Dragon Games arc. One of my favorite lines, connection line, when they're doing Pandemonium, and Urza gets selected first, And Urza's like, no, this was, I don't know what you guys are thinking, but this was always a game of who played first. I challenge all 100. It's like, of fucking course, Urza. Of fucking course. Pure aura. Exactly. Or like, and it's like, even in the same thing, but it's like with, I don't remember which character it is, but she's like pissed at Urza because she has the name, Titania. And Urza's like, dude, it's just a name. I don't even know who gave me that name. And it's like, that's a true fucking person, right? It's like, you're just like, it is what it fucking is. Anime that have done it is Hero Academia and Black Clover. I love Black Clover. Black Clover had such a good fucking end. It was so dark and great, and it just, boom, done. I have a theory that The Simpsons are just jumping timelines like crazy, because when they do future stuff, it's always different. It's never really the same. That actually might be true, Queen. That The Simpsons is like a perfect model for the Mandela effect from different realities. And it's so, like, stuck in culture that literally episodes of The Simpsons are, like, actually brought from different realities. So it's not even that these episodes are, like, predicting the future or future episodes. They're just, like, they're actually those episodes from that timeline leaking into ours. Dude, my other favorite aura farm is Urza's mom just pulls up to Acnagologlia and straight up tells him he's not wanted here and banishes him away using magic he's never seen before. Fuck yeah. Dude, that hat, fuck, what's her name? Is it Vivian? Fuck, I can never remember her name. Can never remember her name. Irene! Irene! That fucking hat. Yes! Oh my god. Of course, it's just not gonna give me an image of the fucking hat. But yeah, that fucking hat goes so hard. And then the underboob. Imagine a Meeseek told to stop proton decay. That's the Terran, oh my god. And then give him all the tools of like of Rick and see if he can actually do it. Oh god, destroy the entirety of existence in reality. Oh, I absolutely love it. That would be fantastic. Absolutely fucking fantastic. Urza Scarlet more like Titania Belsarion, yeah. So have you watched the videos on the new paper saying we discovered what dark matter is? No, I have not seen that. They claim to provide first direct evidence of dark matter. Evidence? Fuck off. How can we know what it is if we can't hold it? Where's the TLDR? It's not even gonna say it. So from it, they are saying a structure from the Fermi bubbles is rounds. Potential dark matter signals. Dark matter annihilation. Isn't that how we detect it? 20 electron volt area. Which would make them WIMPs. Weak interacting minor particles. They're very small black holes. Yeah. Black holes that are on between the Planck length and like multitudes massive particles. Weak interacting massive particles. Yeah. I always forget what the M is for, because it never makes sense to me, because it's massive, but it's like, it's because it's based on mass. It's like play on words, right? Gotta love it. But yeah, love that shit. Okay, primordial black holes. Because in my opinion, so this is kind of what happened, is all matter that came into existence annihilated itself, and then one time a piece of matter came into existence, and something happened that it didn't annihilate. So thought, I want you to blank your mind. Zuwindo. Hey guys, I don't even think I took that toke. I think I said I was gonna take a toke, and then I never took a toke. I would absolutely believe that 100%. I don't deserve a fucking toke because I'm too retarded. So could black holes be the origin of consciousness? Because my idea is if you can't multiply by 0, consciousness has to exist on a Planck length scale, right? During the early universe, there were trillions of black holes made when the universe was so hot no atoms could even be made. Suck titties, fuck clitty holes, I've laughed nut. True connection line. 3, 2, 1, tote! We're just the dust of what was left over from black hole formation. True. So it matters 80% of the mass. Normal mass is aka atoms is only 20%. Kate Sith, nice. Damn, Sean, you're fucking owning today. So my thought is, there are 1 million more black holes than stars in the universe. Like, do you mean 1 million times more? Or 1 billion more? It's a flat number. Dark matter is just the effect of these black holes. Times, yes. Yeah, I could see that. I could absolutely see that. That it's... Dark matter itself is not an actual thing. It is the force exhibited by something else, like Hawking radiation, in a sense. We only see a black hole if it has a disk around it. Yeah, because the disk of light of what it's absorbing is the only thing we see. But if it's not absorbing directly any immediate potent light, then there would be nothing to dictate that it's there except for a change in gravity. And if it's small enough, that change in gravity will be so small that it won't even be necessarily measurable. So any inactive black hole is dark matter, which in and of itself is non-existence. A black hole is what we live in. That's what I believe. Bubble universe theory with black holes inside of black holes inside of black holes, and each black hole is a new universe inside of it. Infinitely scaling down and infinitely scaling up. And the only thing that can break the the only thing that can break the barrier between black holes is consciousness. But you have to have, like, such a degree of consciousness, right? But consciousness can flow between all of those. So the only thing that's truly fundamental to existence in any way is consciousness. And everything derives from consciousness in some way. Information, yes. And I think consciousness in and of itself is a trick. It's God forgetting that he's God, essentially. Not consciousness in my mind, but info. And I do not think black holes erase info. No. I think they disperse it in and like rejuvenate it, essentially. Similar idea, but with identical planets, allowing for a moon to perform a figure 8 type of orbit between two planets. That would be sick. I'll go to another universe physically, though, or else the altered electrons will cause you to explode. Black holes are equal opportunity converters. The question is, if there's black holes, are there white holes? Single electron theory is fun. That there's only one single electron in all of existence, and it's absolutely everywhere all at once, because yes, the white hole is the Big Bang. Actually, I've never heard that before, Sateran. That's actually an amazing idea. I've never actually thought about that before. You're right. That makes total sense. The Big Bang itself is the white hole, the creation of everything, and from the black hole. And the white, like, if the black hole is the outside, the white hole is the inside. White hole is made when a black hole gets too big. Collapses down and creates a new universe, or when a black hole is made. Definitely sounds plausible, 100%. Definitely behind that idea. AKA the Big Bang. Yeah. Black hole being what makes it in the center. I believe black holes are one side of a wormhole. We can never see nor find the other side of the wormhole due to the nature of space, only allowing the other side to exist during another time in reality. Oh, what if, when all matter is absorbed into black holes, then the pull of the Hawking radiation causes it to become a white hole and create a new universe in place of the destroyed one, where life can begin again with new forms. The actual black hole part is the absolute total of nothing. It's a true void of the universe which sends things around space and time, maintaining a universe and preventing a true natural heat death of the said universe. Now, can a universe have multiple white hole events? That's the question. Ooh, damn. See, now we're getting into new territory. Does it change the physics or constants of the universe? And can that dictate for, like, a change of because, like, I think about this, Sateran. If everything in the universe evolves, doesn't that mean that the laws of physics themselves could evolve? That the physics of the universe at the moment of the Big Bang are not the physics that exist now, and the physics that exist at the heat death of the universe are not the physics that exist now as well. So can physics themselves change? Can the cosmological constant, can pi, can these numbers change and fundamentally rewrite existence? To a point where, let's say, a sphere is no longer fundamentally the least volume of of area on an object, just for some weird physics reason. Black hole gets to it does change the physics or constant. If a black hole gets to a certain size, I think the laws can change, but the change from white hole event would only travel out at the speed of light or at the speed of new speed for it. Think like a lightning bolt. It happens when electrons and protons are separated. They don't like it, so they jump towards each other to balance again. If it's the same with matter and Hawking radiation, then repeated big bangs. That's kind of like the end of my book, right? Like, Anima collects the entirety of all existence by being a black hole that eats everything in existence. And when he brings everything together into existence, and then... Sean, that's a great idea. Yeah, see, Sean has a great mind, too. It's like comparing the two things. And it's like, seeing that fundamental basis like that, right? And you bring everything back together, and it's like, now that it's combined and everything gets together, and it causes that, could that cause the spider web formation of the galaxies we see? Holy shit, okay. See, now we're thinking. Now we're fucking thinking. Oh, that is such an interesting idea. So, like, the lines and webs of the fabric of reality are actually like the idea of lightning bolts and fractals. Cosmic web gives a whole new meaning to interweb. If literally the internet and the digital world is constructed exactly the same as the physical world, just without the constraints of the physical existence, and the ability to manipulate each individual universe on its own, with its own facilital factors, aka actually just galactic lightning. Dude, that is so fucking crazy. I love it. And then it just breaks it down to something that's so phenomenal and amazing and makes it instantly recognizable. And we know that in the case of fractals, fractals work on every scale. And we were actually just watching the new Veritasium video about the natural standards of natural deviation and power laws, and how systems that have infinite scaling evolve into self-defining power laws that essentially, dude, go watch, dude, I do watch Anton Petrov. Anton's amazing. I fucking love Anton. Yeah, I fucking watch him all the time. The new video is this one?
How wonderful person, this is Anton.
Hello, wonderful person. I love him.
Discussing some really exciting discoveries.
He's amazing.
From right here.
Ads! Okay, we'll wait until the ads are over. We'll have another toke, but yeah. There's like 3 or 4 really good channels I watch. Like, I watch Cool Worlds, I watch Veritasium, I watch Anton. You put a comment saying you wish Neil happy Thanksgiving. That would be very, very sweet. Yeah, I'll have to do that. Neil was his name. Yeah, it's really unfortunate. I couldn't imagine that. American name named after Neil Armstrong.
I wish, if I had one wish, guys, it would be that my nose wasn't fucking itchy. So there wasn't like this one hair in there that was like, you can't find me, but I'm going to do this forever. Rip off my fucking nose. Other son is named Yuri after the first Russian in space. Nice.
The Milky Way galaxy.
We're out of ads, so we can go back to this. Hair is there for a purpose. Solution silent signal. I posted on everything. I'm all over these comments. Nice. Hell yeah.
Discoveries in regards to the
I'm just always so busy with stuff. I just never have time to like do this. Like I used before I started streaming, I used to watch all this stuff, but now it's like 29 hours of the day I need to be doing something. This is my favorite subject besides the Drake equation. Oh, I love the Drake equation. I love shit like that. Yeah, I could definitely see that.
Because a recent analysis based on 15 years of observations from the NASA's Fermi telescope suggests that we might have finally discovered some signs of dark matter coming from the outskirts of our galaxy. And so today we're going to discuss exactly what was discovered.
So in the Drake equation, do you think, where do you think consciousness, like let's just say middle, beginning, middle, or end, right? Where do you think consciousness appears in the Drake equation? Like at what point in time? Is it at single particles? Is it at single cells? Is it at multi-cells? Is it at just a brain? Like, what are the fundamentals of it? How important it is to evolve to make an advanced brain? And when is that possible? But can you have consciousness without a brain? And that's the question I ask, is can you have consciousness without a brain? And my answer to that is, can you have a TV without a signal? Can you have a computer without data? Or, sorry, can you have data without a computer? And it's like, in one way, yes, you can, but one creates the other, right? So it's a chicken or the egg again, but with something else. Life lives without a brain for 1 billion years. Chemistry happens without data. Chemistry happens. I could see it. It's not necessarily what I believe, but I could see it. Because, like, my thing is, like, the multiplying by zero. How do emergent properties such as something like consciousness appear out of nowhere? Right? Like, what's the origin of it? I can show you repeating chemical reaction happen. Yeah, but, like, I guess it comes back to the question of, like, how did the universe know that that combination of chemicals would cause consciousness to happen? Could there not be some divine consciousness pushing everything in that direction? Right? Something like that stops as if life uses it. I mean, divine is in all-encompassing. How small is life is what you're asking. No, I'm asking, do particles have consciousness?
do quarks have consciousness? Are they consciously aware of their spin by any even of the smallest, tiniest means? Can we consider something so small it carries a protein up a protein chain? Is it alive? I think alive and conscious are, like, to me, conscious does not mean alive. Conscious just means experience. And to me, experience is simply existence. Where does the electricity come from? Our life force is electricity, but what creates it? Why don't our mothers die when they give birth the first time? Is the moon a superplanet still capable of housing matter? DNA is a 10,000 times largest than a single protein chain. Chemical reactions. Very true. Okay, let's play the video.
Brief introduction of why this is a mystery.
But yeah, we could go on forever about that because it's again like it's an unanswerable question in a way, right?
One of the most stubborn mysteries in the universe, and we know that it has to be out there. It seems to influence a lot of stuff around us. It seems to influence
yeah, learn about the Fermi bubbles.
Clusters, but we just have not directly observed dark matter, or at least definitively observed.
Oh, Scotty, FYI, the later chapters of Sky dig deep into stuff like this. Thesis is real science, not just talk in this video.
Ago, the famous astronomer Fritz Zwicky inferred the existence of dark matter by looking at unusual missing mass from the galaxy cluster known as the Coma cluster. Here, based on initial calculations and initial analysis, he estimated that in order for this cluster to even exist and for these galaxies
granted it is a single person author, yeah,
there had to be at least 8 to 9 times
so take with a grain of salt,
yeah,
but hey, as long as it makes sense, right? At the end of the day, I can appreciate science that makes sense even if it doesn't have necessarily the fully established fundamentals, and I can say I can see how you got to that conclusion, right? I'm not going to say I 100% immediately that is the way that it is, right? But it's like it adds to the list of, hey, possibilities. We're starting to create biocomputers. Seems pretty interesting even at this point in stage in early development. Well, Sean, I was talking about earlier about basically the final evolution of a quantum computer is going to be a brain in a jar. A bioorganically grown brain in a jar, and that's going to be like your ultimate quantum computer that's like running solar systems and galaxies on like tier 2, tier 3 civilizations. A team is better to temper your goals. So you look for what disproves your idea along with trying to prove it. This paper is just a single person looking for proof. Yeah, that's the worst part, right? Is you fall into the pitfall of self-justification, essentially.
Also discovering that the galactic spin could only be explained if each galaxy as observed so far contained way more mass than simply visible in stars, gas, and dust. But even in the last few decades, by observing things like, for example, gravitational engines...
I'm glad you guys brought me out of my depression. I'm not depressed anymore. I'm pumped. I'm going to make this video the best video I've made. I'm going to take this experience and I'm going to grow from it.
All over the place. And so the simple truth is that the gravity we observe seems to be far greater than the gravity produced by all of the visible matter. And this excess gravity suggests that the universe is filled with something else that we just have not found yet. And that something else represents up to 86% of all matter.
You have to try to learn and grow. You can't be depressed. Learning is fun.
We define dark matter by
this idea is why teachers happen. Yeah.
It doesn't emit, absorb, or reflect light because it does not interact with anything through electromagnetic spectrum. But it does interact with things gravitationally. And that by itself is not unusual though, because we know that neutrinos, for example, also don't interact with anything using electromagnetism, but can interact with things through the weak force. And for many years, the leading candidate for dark matter was a particle referred to as WIMP, weakly interacting massive particle. This is essentially what scientists have been trying to find using relatively expensive experiments for the past couple of decades. And so here it's theorized that when these WIMPs collide, sometimes...
Hi! Hey, Callie, aren't you supposed to be asleep? You said you were tired.
Which then forces annihilation, which as we know from other particles usually results
I've been
in
all
outdoor
hyped so
radiation,
far.
specifically
Hell yeah.
to produce gamma rays. And so at least in theory, we could maybe see these particles indirectly by discovering certain gamma rays in certain locations where dark matter particles have been predicted to exist in relatively large quantities. And that means that we actually have one tool that seems to be the best for trying to find them. And that's of course the famous Fermi telescope, the NASA's gamma ray telescope that in the past few years actually produced this, an incredible gamma ray map of the entire night skies. And this telescope basically operates like every other space telescope. It stares at one spot collecting all of the data, and then scientists on Earth stitch this all together, producing maps. And it's been doing this for the past 17 years. Possibly longer if you're watching this in the future. And the majority of gamma rays that's discovered
You can't to cry and get them depressed feeling out. I can recommend an anime about death that can help.
Gas and dust. But back in 2010, 2 years after it started
Berserk?
operating, it made its first stunning and unexpected discovery. Fermi bubbles. Structures that represented two giant lobes of gamma ray emissions stretching above and below the galactic center right here in the Milky Way. And they were actually really large, approximately 50,000 light years across, with the additional observations approximately 8 years later also discovering that some of this is visible in the X-rays too. And here these Fermi bubbles emit gamma rays that are higher in energy than most of the light coming from the rest of the galactic disk, with their sheer size implying that they're extremely
Sassy Kitsune, yo, what's up? How's it going?
Coming from the central region of the galaxy. And whatever happened in the center must have happened approximately
How are you today,
10
Kitsune?
million years ago. And
hell yeah! High quality heart.
That they're probably caused
Heart plus
by
one.
emissions from the central black hole, or possibly some
I've been trying to get that to catch on since I was like 11 years old.
Inside the galactic center,
Doing good, Scotty? Hell yeah.
A lot of powerful winds traveling over 1,000 kilometers per
No,
second,
free run
which
Beyond
then
Journey's
slam
End.
into
The
the
whole
galactic
anime is
gas,
about dying and I
creating
deal with
massive
death in many
shockwaves
ways.
that produce
It's
all the
true,
radiation.
actually.
And so there's
You're
no
right.
exact
I can't wait
science
for
yet,
season 2.
but
I'm
just
so
based on
excited.
shape
Free run's
and the
great.
velocity of the gas,
How are you, man?
it's a secret
I deleted
formed
my
by
video
something in the
accidentally.
center.
I
And
spent
by
all
the way,
day
you can
trying
learn
to
more about
recover
this
it
phenomenon in
instead
one
of
of the
accepting that it
previous
was
videos in the
gone.
description. But it
And
also
now
happens that
I
the
have to
same area
redo
where we find
everything
these
from
enormous
scratch,
bubbles,
and
we
it's supposed
also
to
expect
premiere
to
tomorrow.
find a
So I'm
galactic
not...
bubble containing dark matter. As a matter of fact, we expect to
Yeah, it sucks. But hey, Saterin here got me pulled out of my slump. Anime 1 should have been a standalone. Is finished.
But may also be coming from dark matter annihilation.
Yeah, I could see that. That's what we were talking about earlier about carrying things on beyond their scope, right? It didn't need a season 2. It was perfect. It ended the way that it should have. Right? Fern is becoming the fucking whatever, and then, you know, they do their thing. The next one's just gonna show, it's gonna be like, oh, we're going from this whole, like, great deep thing into, like, an action anime. Fucking no.
For example, cosmic ray interactions.
Freerun tried to deal with reactions to death, but I think they did not do Freerun justice.
What's actually left behind if we subtract everything? So
like in the anime versus the manga, are you saying, Kitsune?
Residual glow. And turns out that something
what's left is even older lolly is more powerful.
Was subtracted. Well, right now the
anime version
glow is kind of bizarre. First of all, most of it seems to be peaking around 20 giga-electron volts. For gamma rays, this represents some kind of a really heavy interaction and somewhat powerful particles. Likewise, its shape and its location seems to be more or less spherically symmetric. Surprisingly, a lot of the shape here matches the gravitational distribution expected from smooth dark matter halo, and to some extent is actually what we do expect to find. Basically,
no one cares is the one lolly elf is more powerful.
Individual particles,
the
profile for
yeah, the story's done. Yeah.
Interacting massive particles.
And it was such a great end too.
The rise and fall of radiation seems to be consistent with gamma rays produced if dark matter WIMPs were constantly annihilating. And if this signal is truly dark matter annihilation, the estimated mass for each of these particles is approximately 0.5 to maybe 0.8 tera-electron volts. For reference, this is about 500 times more massive than the mass of a single proton. So not like super massive, but pretty massive.
Game of
so
Thrones.
if this is indeed what we're seeing, And if this is WIMP annihilation,
How would you
it would
end
mark
it?
the first time humanity has officially discovered dark matter. And it would also involve particles that we currently do not
Race
understand
season 6 to
and are
8.
not technically part of the
Okay, let me think about this
standard
for a
model of
sec.
physics. So this would
Let me
signify
wrap
a
this all
potentially
up.
major development in astronomy and in fundamental physics. But obviously here we have to be super careful. First, we have to be careful because this is a single author study and it has not really been analyzed by other scientists yet, and we have not heard additional explanations or alternative explanations. And for these types of discoveries, there is always going to be someone else that possibly sees something else and provides additional evidence. Likewise, a lot of these emissions can also be caused by something entirely different, which we have discussed in one of the previous videos, in regards to the emissions from the center of the galaxy that have also been sort of mystifying scientists for several years. You can learn more about this in one of the videos in the description, but here for many years this was also believed to be dark matter, but scientists now think that it's probably something slightly different, very likely related to neutron stars. And so here it's important to emphasize that this is not a definitive proof of dark matter's existence yet, but it is a very powerful piece of evidence that seems to be very consistent with the hypothesis. And so here we do require scientific consensus.
That's the
which
main
means that we
story.
need to wait
Yeah.
while scientists try to exclude all other possibilities. As a matter of fact, there is still a possibility of some kind of an unknown astrophysical source with exactly the same spectrum and morphology.
How did the Stark
that could have
Kids
produced all these
and
emissions.
the
Now, right now,
one
we don't really
dragon
know
girl?
what this could be, but it could be something we never thought of before. And the other important side note here is that this discovery, this 20 GeV halo-like excess in the Fermi halo, is distinct from the previous older mystery involving the galactic center excess, which usually peaks at much lower energies of 2 to 3 gigaelectron volts. And so the older analysis of galactic center gamma ray excess, which also supports the idea of dark matter annihilation.
Okay, so everything ends. Everything ends in Dorn.
And though this could mean that there might be several particles that we still don't understand, it could also mean that some of these signals
Everything ends in Dorn.
much more mundane and something that we still haven't considered yet. Either way though, both of these signals seem to be real, and both of them are now a new type of an astronomical mystery. Mysterious gamma ray excess, whose origin cannot be explained, that seems to be produced by something in huge amounts.
It's fucked up to
around
kill
the
Arya.
Milky Way galaxy. But while these indirect detections are quite promising, it's really the direct detection.
No, it's because of where it's located in the world. It will be the last stand.
Don't really have any evidence
The
or
farthest south will be
indirectly
the last
linking
stand.
to Earth yet. Now there are some experiments that are still going on. Like
Everything
the
else will
Quest
be
experiment
consumed
deep underground
by the
in
Night
Pluto,
King
but nothing
and
has
the
been
Winter.
seen yet, with no detections of any WIMPs as of 2020.
Oh, all of Westeros
But
is
in
fucked.
this case, they're not looking for
We're
the same
moving.
planet.
First, we're
And
moving
the
over to
detectors
Essos,
would even be able to see
and
these
they'll
WIMPs
eventually
This is
freeze
because
over
these
the
specifically
ocean
traditional
and cross the
WIMPs,
ocean as like a
which is
land
going to be
bridge,
much lower.
and then
So
eventually we'll
down to
move
the 100
down
gigaelectron
further into
volts.
Dorn.
So possibly up to about 10
At least from
times
what
less
my
massive.
understanding of what
And
the
so
map
previous
is, right? Like
experiments
Dorn is the
discovered
furthest
nothing.
south,
But maybe that's why.
like
Maybe
right at the
these are more
tip
massive,
bottom of
which is why
Essos.
some of them have passed through our planet without interacting with matter, and we were just looking for a different thing. And so this crust experiment, for example,
Think if
is
George R. R.
technically
Martin
looking for a
wrote 5
much
more
lower
books?
mass and may never even be able to see this. Although right now there are some limitations in producing such an experiment, so it might be a while before we can physically detect anything like this on Earth. But one way to possibly prove that this is real is by detecting similar signals around other galaxies. So if we actually find very similar observations of 20 gigaelectron volts around the nearby galaxies, such as the Andromeda, it might take us a little bit closer to solving this mystery. With the additional future telescopes such as the CTAO or the Cherenkov Telescope Array Observatory, potentially discovering even more gamma ray emissions and helping us map all of these mysterious particles, which might actually align directly with locations where we expect a lot of dark matter.
I want to
And so
replace
this new discovery
Dorn
using 15 years of Fermi data
with the Erie.
does currently suggest that there is something mysterious
The
going
Falcon
on
Lords.
in the Milky Way halo that might need additional explanations. Now we don't really know if this is new types of particles,
I could see
dark
that.
matter particles, or some new bizarre physics, or some new sources we never considered before, but it seems to be something. Which means that we'll probably come back and discuss this more in some of the future videos once there are some updates. And until then, check out some of the previous videos in the description.
mountaintop
Thank you for watching,
fortress.
Subscribe, come back tomorrow to learn something else. Support this channel on Patreon where you can find additional videos without any ads and can DM me directly or by
Used to defeat the zombie. So my ending is long term. Makes more sense than hot weather. It's just, like, it's not even hot weather. It's the fact that, like, they're being pushed that far. They keep pulling the line back, receding, pulling the line back, until there's literally no land left for them to retreat to. Huge Dane fan? Yeah. Are the Danes not the, like, secondary house to the Martells? Like, they're the protectors and the guardians? The Sword of Morning? Yeah. They're Dorne? Wait, I thought the Martells were Dorne. They were the kings of Dorne before. Oh, before, yeah, before the Martells. They were the kings of Dorne before the Martells. Yeah, yeah. I think I ate bad bacon. Do I have swine flu now, guys? Fuck. They have white hair. Breed with the Targaryen. Okay, so this is how I would end it. So, starting with political landscape, and then moving down into smaller things. Sansa becomes Danes are known as the Sword of the Morning. Due to them in ancient lore, stopped the ice zombies and the eternal night in legend. Because the whole point of the story is that the people that are unrecognized are the ones that are the true heroes. So, like, for instance, Jon isn't necessarily a true hero. Daenerys isn't necessarily a true hero. Right? It's like, I'm bad with names, but the guy in the Brotherhood, the guy who keeps bringing brought back, and like Melisandre, and like to know who the true hero is. Well, I think the whole point of the book is that there really is no true hero. It's the son of Ashara Dane. He is a Stark and a Dane. The first in history. Ed Stark. His first love was Ashara Dane. Is that the reference that's made by Robert in the first season? I'm just saying, is that why it was, like, alluded to? Because if you knew anything between, like, Ned and Robert during the Great War, like, they weren't even close to each other, right? So, how would, like, you know, Robert kind of know anything other than there was someone else? Yeah, that Ned had a lover before Catelyn. Not some milkmaid. Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying, like the idea that Ned had someone else that he loved before Catelyn. Yeah, Catelyn's his current wife, right? But what happened when he was 17? What happened when he was 19? Right? What happened during the Great War? Right? That's the thing. That's what I've always wondered. Right? His older brother got given to Ashara. During the tourney, they had sex for the first time. His older brother later died. Shara, learning Ned had a wife later on, committed suicide. So she was essentially an oath breaker, right? The Dane had the last male heir to the Dane. No Dane ever had another kid. And that's the last of the bloodline, right? That's the Sword of the Morning. And was that due to the fact that child mixed with ice of the Stark and the fire of the Dane? Stark had a pact with the ice zombie. Yeah, didn't they have a pact through the Children of the Forest? Or whatever they're called? No invasion would happen as long as the Stark ruled Winterfell. That's why the saying is, there must always be a Stark in Winterfell. As soon as the Broken they invaded. This is why you need a Stark to make peace. Yeah, because my ultimate ending doesn't end with the the Night King being defeated. The Night King is a force of nature. You can't defeat nature. You can only ply with nature. Because these people think in thousands of years. Yeah. And it's also like the pact with the Starks was, as long as there's a Stark that rules in Winterfell, and they have the Lord's rule, where anyone who is married is given to the king on their first night, and any bastard born is given to the wall, and the ones at the wall are given to the are given to the walkers as children to increase their force. Books will never happen. TV said, fuck it. Yeah. But this is the true story. Jon is not the one. The one is a Stark and a Dane. Makes sense? Targaryen have no matter. Targaryens are, a catalyst. Only reason they're powerful is they bred with Dane. I love that idea that everyone thinks that the Targaryens are the origin of power, but it's actually not. It's Targaryens just have the piece of the power because they bred with the main power. And the main power is always hidden in the back. And it's kind of like that with my Final Fantasy story, where it's like the Warriors of Light, who are the people who are basically like the main heroes, that are completely hidden, and like they're like Danes are known to self-breed before Targaryen. And then that would make their line being diminished. Because the Warriors of Light are the direct descendants, only self-breed once they had Dane blood. Interesting. It's an interesting tie-up. But with... because they wanted to keep it. Yeah, and they didn't want to dilute the bloodline, right? The line of kings, essentially. Yeah, but the Warriors of Light are the offspring of the Monarch and the Viceroy. And since the Monarch and the Viceroy have all the genetic enhancements, the Warriors of Light have all the genetic enhancements, which makes them insanely more powerful. Ancient Heir is, we thought, males gave more. Fun fact, the daughter of a mom can be 98.9999% the same as her mom. The most a son can be is 48.999. Yeah, because of the XY chromosome, because you'll never be YY. So you'll never be the same as your father, but your daughter can be the same as the mother. It's just a genetic fact, right? And that keeps standard of differential. Females should carry the last name, not males. Yep. Sean, you're entering like heavy Sean territory there. Women should rule the world because women on average are smarter, because men had to use more physicalness, so their nutrition went more to their muscles than to their brain. I'm a Chad. Hey, I'm just saying. That doesn't mean all of them are good, and there aren't retarded ones out there. I'm just saying, as a statistic fact, on average, women have a higher IQ, like in a higher per capita amount. Takes a very special male to pass on enough to change his kids. No wrong, men have more difficulty to think because we suffer from testosterone poisoning or oxygen deprivation at almost all times. We're all females influence overly. Now I am a Chad. Yo. My best friend were nerds. I love nerds. Nerds are a good time. So Dad, can I is insistent response, ask your mother. Only reason I have any smarts is because of my nerd friends. I'm just the type of person that, like, when I don't know something and I know that I don't know something, I want to know it. It's like you can't know what you don't know, but what you know that you don't know, you can learn. Quite the tongue twister, but it makes perfect sense, because how are you supposed to learn about something you don't know about? But as soon as you learn that you don't know something, you can immediately begin to learn it. Because you're like, now I have information to go off of. But without any information, you don't have a starting point. Alright, let me test you. Alright, let's see. You can't be strong about the idea there are more black holes and stars in the universe than you just think dark matter is a magically thing not able to be understood. Is that a good idea? Bad? Or do you have your own ideas on the subject? I think we're missing something. Yeah, my idea is I think we're missing something. I think there's like we've gone like through both sides of the bridge, but we're like two neurons searching for each other in the dark. But we keep going like this, like perfectly passing each other. And we're like, but it feels like it's here. Why can't we get it? And it's because there's like a fundamental piece that we're missing. And to me, that's the understanding of consciousness. And consciousness's role in all of this. And I think that's what we're missing. That's my own idea. So the bad idea is taking what other people have and leaving it at that. The good idea is taking what other people have and saying, how can I go beyond this? Now the idea beyond is this anything is anything unknown, you should have you own the idea. Now the idea behind is this. Is there anything unknown you should have you own your own ideas? Don't trust anyone. Yeah, you should always take everyone with a grain of salt and mistrust, but evaluate their ideas and hold them against your reality. And say, does this idea hold up? How well does it hold up? What kind of points can I take from this idea? How can I improve my own existence through the spectrum of this idea, whether that be learning what not to do or adding to what to do? You should always be testing your lived experience against the information that you're gathering. And then your final conclusion should be how those two mesh together. And you should always choose reality over the dissonance, right? if you like the idea so much and it just feels right, but it's not working with reality, it's because you're missing something. Can you climb a mountain? Tomorrow. Closest you can drive to. I'm in Alberta, I'm on the flatlands, and I can't drive. So I think literally a mountain is about an 8.5-hour drive away. So like a 4-day, 8-day walk. Why the fuck can you not drive? I have epilepsy. Yeah. Tis unfortunate, but it is the way the world is. Yeah, no, George, you're just wondering. Yeah, no worries. Oh. Oh. You're entitled to your judgment. Can you bike? C90? My bike got stolen. I had, like a $3,000 electric bike. It got stolen. From my work. Had a really nice bike. Go up to 40 miles on one battery, and I had 3 batteries. Just stick them in your backpack, interchange them, and get on the road. Go up to like 30 miles an hour. You know, as an American, if I had something 3K stolen, I would hunt that person down. I'm Canadian, but, yeah. Granted that a felony police should take care of it. We'll get this. So my work doesn't have cameras that face the bike area. Because it was locked up in the bike area and someone broke the lock. Like, bolt cuttered it. The fuck did you buy a 3K e-bike? I didn't. It was only $800. I got it, it was, someone had ordered it to Walmart and never picked it up. It was originally $3,400. I got it for $800. Because, yeah, 500 American, that's about 900 to 1,000. No, that's probably like 1,200. That's probably 1,200 Canadian. But yeah, no, I got it for like a super good deal. So I kind of just had to buy it. Because it's been sitting on a floor model because the guy never came to pick it up, so they just kept dropping the price. And I was like, they're not dropping under 800. It's been there for like 4 months. Remember before COVID, Canadian dollar was worth more than American. Yeah, but not by much. And not for long. It was more an equivalent thing because of proximity. But that's a government thing, right? I'm like, I'll take Manifest Destiny as long as, you know, I can go there. But I'm probably gonna end the stream extremely early today, guys, because, like, I literally have to get up at, like, 4 in the morning to fucking make sure we get this video done. Reservoir COVID, Canadian dollar, government, meaning our government, printed less than yours. Hope you still happy. Yeah, I'm good. I just know that tomorrow's gonna be a lot of work. It's gonna be a lot of work. Yeah. I'm gonna cook on B-roll. I'm gonna cook on B-roll. I mean, true, Sataran, if you don't watch your own content, who the fuck else is gonna watch your content? If you're not gonna watch it, don't expect anyone else to. I just don't have a means by getting the B-roll that I want. Right? Like, where do I find non-AI generated fucking biotech horror B-roll that's like, you know, Morgellons disease, like people growing wires out of their bodies and stuff like that? Because the problem with AI is when someone sees you use one piece of AI, but I mean, from what? Like, I know there's horror, you mean free video. Well, anything. It could be something I record myself, it could be something I draw, it could be stock imagery, it could be, you know, like, for instance, like, we started out with this. Like, if we go back to the channel and we go to the very first video that we dropped, right? This was the B-roll that we had. Point your phone at the sky and do a time lapse.
Telling you, I'm a researcher, and have been for almost a decade. Always worked most companies you've heard of, and some you haven't. Don't forget to like, comment,
anything not jumping.
You never know.
Yeah, because this is like all the B-roll on this just consistently jumps,
text,
right?
Code, numbers, symbols. Each is 10 trillion tokens. I've hidden something inside them. She typed, find the needle. And on the pedestal, these words appear. My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair. Bingo, she chuckled. There wasn't even a processing delay.
People brain to listen to something
times,
these deep
needles.
need an
Each time it found
imagine over
the
1
eighth
min
time it
long.
simply wrote, this is getting boring.
Alright.
And her screen went off.
I shall definitely take that into consideration. Right? Because what I'm thinking is like what we did with this video, or these videos. Is it these ones? Or there was like this one, for instance. So we have this, where
my son's father vanished.
we just have like
Buried
a
our
kind of like
secrets
a haunted house.
network about a woman who lived inside their skulls and whispered.
And then this one was like just like
Get to 7-Eleven. The Slurpee machine is my boss. I have food.
one of
for
them
you
cut
people.
too often.
I didn't believe them at first. It was so ridiculous. But as soon as the clock struck 2,
But yeah, that's the basic idea. And then I don't know if it's this one. One of them we did animations on, but I can't remember which one it was. That's wavy stuff is bad? Okay.
I woke up in a padded sting, an IV drip with gloved hands. There's no
Over the
lie
7-Eleven
there.
AI thing.
It's part of your delusion. You've been isolated for your safety, and everyone else's.
And then there's just like
Patients
basic
here
like
are kept
scrolling.
completely separate. No group therapy,
Cross like stock images. Can't have your hallucinations spreading like a virus. He leaned closer. Relax. It's just a routine check. And then... Okay, yeah, this one. And then this one we just had, like, random animated images. So it's like, as the story's going through, we've got, like, these, you know, random images in the background to kind of emphasize what's going on. But like I said, of the ones that have performed the best for anything are the ones that have that static image on them. So that's just the way it goes. But the main thing is like acceptance, right? I'm now past the point of acceptance. I have accepted that my video is gone and I'm gonna have to do it from scratch. There's no coping, there's no bullshit, it is just simply, I just now have to put in more work. But that's okay, because it's the end of the week. I don't have to do anything after that. We get tomorrow done, we get the video done for tomorrow, and then, okay, we need to get you to understand. I want to listen to the sounds of Trappist 1. What is that? Sataran? You too. Sounds of Trappist 1? What is that? This? In this, you will listen to the orbital pattern of Trappist 1. This is just basically halving every single time, right? So you have your long notes, and then each one is like by a percentage reduction, right? So you get the infinite amount. My TV just crashed. It just caused my TV to crash. Okay, we're back. That was good. Yeah. I just need some sleep. I've been, because it's like the end of the week is like the highest stress point, because I'm like trying to get the video out. I'm like, oh shit, did I write the story properly? Oh shit, am I gonna get all 3 of the videos done? And then today it was just like, yes, oh, we got them all done. All right, let's go upload it. That was literally my day. Dear God, today is Friday. Yeah. And so it's like, you know, we get the two episodes out today, one episode out tomorrow, and everything is fucking golden. We'll be honest, seems like Sunday since the stock market closed at 1 p.m. Sundays are my rest and relax day because I've got everything done, everything out. I can just sit back, think about new ideas, enter creativity mode, and just go straight into doing whatever the fuck. The Monday we write the story. I gotta ask, yeah, what's up? And then Tuesday we edit the story. Wednesday we do the first video compilation. Thursday we do the video, single video, and then Friday we do the second compilation. Does it make you want to not make Sunday a rest day due to religions? No, I just think it's funny that it just happens to be a rest day. It's like, I don't care the reason why Sunday is a rest day. It's just, it happens to be with my current schedule that Sunday is a rest day. But I don't take the week or the weekend in any, like, sense of it. Because I generally work, like, 5 days on, 2 days off. So I never even really have a steady weekend, right? So it's like, my weekend is always shifting around. So that's just always how it's been. Name your favorite anime character. That's really hard. I'm just going to do a toss-up. Pick a number between 1 and 3. Lelouch. It was between Natsu, Lelouch, and I don't know why I'm forgetting the third one. Guts. Why are you sad? I'm a strategic thinking person. Of course I'm going to pick the character that is like, you know, the control everything, evil kind of bad guy to make everything look right kind of person. How are you more old school than me? I'm like 20 years older than you. I don't know. I just like, I feel like I was born 20 years too late. Like, my favorite kind of music is like classic rock and metal, like Metallica and Iron Maiden and, you know, Rolling Stones, Meatloaf, fucking, I can't remember the other two, like, main ones. It's weird to think old anime is like old rock now, but it is. Yep, it truly is. It really and truly is. It's a fascinating, fantastic, insane, crazy, eventual gonna do what it's gonna do kind of thing, right? Like the Elvis Beatles fan. Yeah. Definitely. I love the abstract of the Beatles. That's probably my biggest thing from the Beatles, is the abstractness. More Aerosmith, even though I'm older. Yeah. I could see it. Led Zeppelin. Aerosmith. Pink Floyd. Get some more classics up in there. 100%. Mm-hmm. There's just something special about the style. The unapologeticness. Oh, Queen. Queen is another good one. Just like, you know what you are and you're unapologetic about it. Could never name Guts as a favorite character. Guts is great, don't get me wrong. Yeah. You never know. There's some things you say and then eventually it becomes one way or another, right? God is like the Beatle of favorite characters. Yeah. It's the true classic, but is it's so like everyone picks that? Are you really gonna pick Goku? Right? That's why it's like I'm like probably out of those most obscure ones, Lelouch is the most he is the isekai character. He's the everything in anime. Well, I mean, it's a defining characteristic. It's like looking at fantasy and saying, man, a lot of fantasy is like Lord of the Rings. It's like, yeah, because Lord of the Rings built the foundation of fantasy that we see today. Like, modern fantasy is Tolkien-verse. And he's just remaking God over and over. Yeah. Look at someone like Midoriya. He's just a crazy kid. Look at Guts. He's just a crazy kid. And he's getting fucked over by the world in some way, right? Guts is just Lord of the Rings made for adults. Yeah. With, like, the darker, heavier themes instead of, like, a more passive, timid... well, not timid. A more loving approach. A more caring approach, as opposed to the brutality. But I'm probably gonna end it now. How much you like Jobless? I'm not sure. Oh. Rooters. We gotta get this in. Okay, go watch Dragon God vs. Reese's Fight Best Anime. Rudis. I feel like this is meeting, loses hardcore. Whole party loses. It's not bad. Definitely not bad, that's for sure. Getting fucked up like that. It's like, nah, dude, you're not even supposed to be here in this game yet. Go back. Well, then why the fuck did it give me this 30-second clip as the top? Why did it give me that thing as the top fucking thing?
二人ともどうしたんですか？
ルーデウス、絶対に動くな。エリスもだ。
その声、ルイジェルド・スペルディアか。エリス・ボレアス・グレイラットだな。前は知らない顔だな。奇妙なところであったが、まあいい。
いいの？待ってください。どうも、ルーデウス・グレイラットです。
オルステッドだ。ところで、どこのグレイラット家のものだ？
グレイラットです。
パウロに息子はいないはずだ。娘が二人きりのはず。
しかし娘が二人ってなんでそんなことを知ってる？それ以上近づくな。
お前、人神という単語に聞き覚えはあるか？
あります。たまに夢に出てきて。
神の使徒だったか。逃げろ、ルーデウス！素質はあると思っていたが、まだ荒い。前に人神に伝えるがいい。竜神オルステッドは必ずお前を殺す。
Girl was his wife. She was weak.
それは人神から得た力か。イスタブマジック。器用なやつだな。開け、川柳も。まるでラプラス並みだな。まあいい、死ね。
ああ、大丈夫。俺ならできる。ゆっくり魔力を高める。
行くぞ、七星。
誰でもいいから助けて。ルーデウスが死んだ。一つ気になったんだけど。
やあ。見ての通
True.
り。ね。
But yeah, I guess he gets fucked up, of course. Makes sense. Oh, never seen that one though. What's that one? He dies. Makes sense. It looked like he got stabbed through the heart. It'd be pretty big plot armor if he didn't. Only reason he lives. The dragon god heals him. The person with him begs him to heal him. She realized he is Japanese like her. Leaving him and his party healed, but crazy defeated. Kind of story I like. Yeah, Dark Grim fucked up. It's like the end of my story. Consciousness is fundamental. Everyone dies. And then the ultimate thing is the evil enemy is actually like the force of nature that brings everything back together into balance and recreates the Big Bang, essentially. Collects all of consciousness back together, like the primal force of entropy in existence. It's not something you can win against, because that's not the fundamental, like, that's a fundamental misunderstanding of the purpose of existence. The idea that you have to fight against the nature of it. Big Bang is the ultimate evil for sure. Yeah, because it created everything that could cause evil, right? The source of all things. You could break it down to that fundamental basic. But anyways, I really gotta go to bed. To make it makes everything being destroyed to make it. Yep. Yep. Thanks for hanging out, man. Always appreciate it. So remember, guys, thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out. You guys are fucking awesome. I know today was kind of a fucked day, but I did it to myself, and I just need to recuperate. And we'll be back again tomorrow with a brand new video to watch tomorrow. So look forward to that. So yeah, remember, never stop being creative. Never stop learning. Never stop building yourself up and becoming better than you are. Remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Get a better outfit, no more Rick and Morty, it has ended. Yeah, but just because it's ended doesn't mean I can't continue to enjoy. I also have, like, this is what I wear underneath, is my heavy metal one. Should I not wear heavy metal because heavy metal is, like, outdated? It's over? Fuck that. I'm gonna wear a heavy metal shirt until the day I die. Yeah. So you're just looking at, like, my lowest power level, right? This is not my final form, right? I am looking at your shell. Yeah, and then I judge people based upon that. Can they see deeper than what's there? And if they can, then I open up to them and they go, holy shit, I am so glad I looked deeper than that. And I'll be like, yup, true. But anyways, we gotta find someone to raid here. Who we raiding today? Who is the lucky raid? Who is the lucky raid? Who is the lucky raid? I like you for that. Now you thoughts on astronomy were deep. I like you for that. Well, that's good. I like you for that too, because you could actually reciprocate. Hey! Alright, we're heading over to Tanif, guys. We'll see you on the other side. Fuck you. We'll see you tomorrow. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow, Saturn. Peace.